Hold on, 53.
51806209, 51806209, last name Rodriguez.
Okay.
Asking for traffic.
I have work order 334758. 334758. The address is 13147 7th Street. 13147 7th Street. And it's for signal 1 at the hot water heater. Go ahead.
Be in service, roving till 12:30.
The address is 13147 7th Street. That's 1314 7th Street. Signal 1 at the hot water heater.
The flies been cleared.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Attention all airport units, stand down from alert 2 except for public safety. Stand down from alert 2 except for public safety.
So I'm saying.
Crash phone test. Crash phone test.
Clear to 123.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Medic tenants requesting assistance at 226 West County Road, 2163. Repeating 226 West County Road, 2163.
Santificado sea tu nombre, vénganos en tu reino, hágase tu voluntad en la tierra como en el cielo. Danos hoy nuestro pan, nuestro pan de cada día, y perdona nuestros pecados, así como nosotros perdonamos a los.
The court worked with the students at Colon Place Elementary.
Thank you, Luke, and good luck in your studies. Ms. would you please call the roll?
Registration check on John Boy David, 0748, John Boy David,
Sylvia Campos.
0748.
Eric Cantu. Here. Gail Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott. Here. Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager
Present.
Peter Zanoni.
Present.
Deputy City Attorney Buck Bryce. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Rebecca. And now we'll go to our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We do have 3 items on our city manager's report this morning. Most of them are acknowledgement items. And so we have a lot of good things going on here at the city.
February 2027, 2014, Hyanville Court. Golden color, owner comes back to Mary Garcia of Corpus,
And so I'm happy
negative
to share
29,
that the
insurance
municipal
company.
court was recently recognized as a recipient of the 2026 Municipal Traffic Safety Initiatives Award by a state agency known as the Texas Municipal Court Education Center. And so the award is a statewide recognition, and it's significant because it's employees' dedication to work to address traffic safety. And Chief Markle will tell you one of the highest causes of death is traffic safety.
Assistance for a lift assist. They needed 2 more people out there.
The municipal courts team with their partners, including CCISD and one of our school districts, Corpus Christi Independent School District, and CCPD, are helping them to better educate our community on traffic safety, and hence the award. So our municipal court presiding judge, Judge Chapa, who was instrumental in leading this effort and helping us get this award, is here to talk to the council and the community a little bit more about it. So Judge Chopper, congratulations, and I'll turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you.
So it's not a code or anything in progress, right? You just need assistance
Thank
lifting?
you for this opportunity to allow us to share this with you. The Texas Municipal Traffic Initiative Safety.
I believe it's just going to be the lift
Let me go to the
assist.
next slide,
You've
I'm
been out
sorry.
there
The Texas
numerous
Municipal
times in the
Traffic
past few
Initiative
days.
Safety Award recognizes Texas municipal courts
You know what the issue
outstanding
is?
contributions to traffic safety.
I'm not too
including
sure, but I
impaired
know
driving
125 was out there
educational
last
programs,
night,
and community
and the
outreach.
day before
In
that, 155 was out there
2024,
for the same
Texas
issue.
recorded
They had numerous people to help
4,150
with.
traffic fatalities. However,
Yeah,
this is the
so
second
just go
year
ahead
in a
and
row
call volunteer
with a
fire.
decrease in those fatalities. Municipal courts have played a significant role in this positive trajectory. There are 3 tiers of courts in Texas. There are high, medium, and low volume courts. The next slide presents all the courts that did receive traffic initiative awards, and we are amongst the high volume winners. In 2025, Municipal Court partnered with the Corpus Christi Independent School District and the Corpus Christi Bicycle Police. The court worked with the students at Colon Place Elementary School who participated in a bicycle safety workshop that addressed the appropriate bicycle size to ride, the properly fitted bicycle gear and wear, following traffic signals, and the safety tips when riding on a street. The parents took away what they should know to make sure that they are aware of bicyclists and to share the road. In the fall of 2025, Municipal Court hosted a community event at Carroll High School focusing on the safe driving. We featured, there were other community partners such as AgriLife Driving Schools and many other vendors that were present. We had over 100 students attending this featured event. We featured a speaker who was Sean Carter, who shared his story about suffering a traumatic brain injury from a drunk driving incident and spoke about the life-altering dangers of impaired driving. The students learned about how drunk driving is 100% preventable. That concludes our traffic initiative information. I would also really like to take this time to give a shout out to all the members of our court, from our judges who help us to forge through this, to our juvenile case managers, to all of our wonderful court staff and all the court clerks that are present here that take their time and their dedication to put all of their energy into this to help us achieve these awards and help us to make a difference. They are truly an awesome staff.
The
really
volunteer fire department last week in terms of the same thing. They advised that they weren't going to be going out for witnesses.
Thank you again for allowing us to share this moment with you. And what we have are two of the awards that we have received from TMCEC, the Traffic Initiative.
That's great. Good job, Judge and team. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we can. Judge, would you like, yeah, take a photo. Yeah, exactly.
Did this come from the fire chief?
Thank you. Congratulations. It's awesome.
Great job, Judge. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Came from Chief Ron Prey.
Bill, thank you.
Everyone in the center is perfect. Can I have like 3 people come over here? Or 2 people to this side. And then if y'all could just scoot against the perfect Peter, you can just stay there. Perfect. Council members, perfect. All right. Everybody look right up here. Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
All right. Yay.
Y'all left too soon.
The gray Nissan Pathfinder that was green tag.
Share this with anybody. It's just for me.
They're advising the tag was scratched off and that it's blocking the line of sight to the intersection.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Judge and Municipal Court teammates, thank you very much. Mayor and Council, our next item is deals with our municipal clerk. And Rebecca does a great job helping us run the city and often goes unnoticed. So this week we want to turn the microphone over to her, where she and her team are going to talk about the 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, which is this week, right, Rebecca? And so at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Rebecca or Stephanie. Okay, Ms. Stephanie is going to talk to the council about this important annual professional week for the clerks.
Yes. Good afternoon, Stephanie Box, Assistant City Secretary. So since 1984, the nation has celebrated Professional Municipal Clerks Week during the first week of May. Municipal clerk, city clerk, and city secretary are all synonymous. Each Texas city is required to have this position, and our city includes it as a charter officer as well. The city secretaries assign specific responsibilities through the charter, state law, code of ordinances, and council policies. Rebecca has served in this role since 2014. So my shirt says, nobody knows what I do until I don't do it. So I would like to let you all know a little bit about what we do and to correct that. So our main responsibilities kind of fall into 4 areas. One is compliance and transparency, ensuring compliance with the Open Meetings Act, Public Information Act, records management. We accept filings and publications and postings. We also are involved in civic engagement for citizens and between citizens and the government. So we manage city elections, including coordination with our own city for notices of election and calling the election. We coordinate with the candidates and also with the county to actually host the polling location so everyone can get out and vote. We manage multiple boards and committees, open records requests, public comment, constituent relations, which is helping residents and often explaining city policies and operations. So we provide council support by conducting research on various topics upon request. We onboard new council members, educate and advise council members, serve as parliamentarian during meetings, coordinate the meeting calendar and meeting logistics, and record all actions of the council for posterity. Starting in about 4 years ago, we also became the birth and death registrar for our city. So we record all births and deaths that happen within the city limits. We maintain and update those birth and death records anytime there's a change to any of those, there may be an adoption or whatnot. We have to update those records, and we provide certificates to qualified applicants. So in calendar year 2025, I'll give you some data points for our office. We provided support to city council meetings or workshops and council corporation meetings, processed 452 ordinances, resolutions, and motions, and nearly 300 contracts. We filed 15 campaign treasurer appointments, campaign finance reports, and personal financial statements. We posted 561 meeting agendas and public notices, published over 50 notices in the newspaper, received over 2,400 open records requests, issued 25,141 birth and death certificates, and registered 6,236 births and 3,636 deaths. We accepted and processed over 500 board applications, swearing in and providing training to over 200 appointed members. Next. So, with all that being done, we do have some award opportunities and some accomplishments that we'd like to tell you all about as well. So some of our recent awards is in 2022 and 2024. We received the Texas Municipal Clerks Association Achievement of Excellence Award. That award is issued every 2 years, and we're actually just waiting on to see if we get that award again for 2026. We received the 2024 Texas Department of Health and Human Services Vital Statistics Spotlight Award for Collaboration and Innovation. The DSHS has categorized us as a low risk since 2024, which is the highest level of compliance that we can receive. Tina Belock, our deputy registrar, was selected by DSHS to serve on a conference panel, and she was one of very few local registrars that was asked to review the 2025 local registrar handbook. So that goes out to all of the local registrars. Anyone who registers birth and death certificates in the state of Texas receives this handbook, and she was one of few selected to review and provide some edits and suggestions for the entire state. I am expected to complete my Texas Registered Municipal Clerk and Certified Municipal Clerk certifications in 2027. I've received several scholarships from TMCA and IIMC, which is the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, scholarships to help fund those certifications. And we've accomplished all of this due to Rebecca's leadership. I don't think anyone truly appreciates how lucky we are to have her. She's highly respected in the profession, and she holds several certifications, including her Texas Registered Municipal Clerk, the Certified Municipal Clerk, and she is just one of just 1,400 master municipal clerks in the entire United States. Rebecca has also held many leadership positions in our professional association. So we can just take a minute to recognize Rebecca for all of her work she does for the profession. So with all that being said, please join me in celebrating my terrific employees to the side, and help us celebrate our Professional Municipal Clerks Week as we proclaim May 3rd through 9th Professional Municipal Clerks Week.
Ladies, stand.
Morning, 23.
Yeah,
we're gonna come in the middle and do a picture real quick.
Yes.
Another one. Can I have a couple of y'all on this side? Well, actually, just one. Say yes, if you can. Actually, no, come back, because this is longer than I thought it was. I'm so sorry.
Louis, you copy? Hey, Gary, can you give me a call? This is Bobby.
Thank y'all. Thank you for all you do, ladies. A whole lot. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, Rebecca and Stephanie, good job. We gonna have some cake in the back later, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations on the week and everything you all do to help our city. And Mayor and Council, our last item is to continue to highlight our employees that help run the city. And this last item is our 2026 Women of Inspiration Award presentation. So this marks the 4th year that we annually recognize achieving women that help lead their teams and help lead the city. The 5 women that are getting the award this year are nominated from their peers, from their either subordinates or colleagues or other leaders in the organization. And so Elisa Olson, our Director of Communication, is here, and she'll talk about the initiative, and then she'll highlight the 5 award-winning recipients, and they're here with us today. And after Elisa highlights each of the recipients, I'm going to go down there and take a picture with each of them, and I think Elisa maybe, and then we'll take a group picture with the full council. Okay, so Elisa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Elisa Olson, Director of Communications. Thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time today. In 2020, let's do the presentation. In 2022, the Communications Department launched the Women of Inspiration Awards program. We're really proud of this. It was created for a simple but important reason: to shine a light on the women across our organization who show up every day with strong leadership, great teamwork, and a true heart for service. And so one thing that makes this program particularly special is that it isn't about titles or what's on a person's business card. We believe leadership happens at every level, and we want to support the growth and success of women in every city department. This year, we had an incredible response. We had 112 submissions from employees across the city. And out of those 112 heartfelt nominations, 5 women stood out and were selected as our 2026 Women of Inspiration. Today, we're proud to recognize these 5 women for their impact, leadership, and selfless service. So I'm going to call your name, and Mr. Zanoni will present you with your award. We'll take a photograph, and at the end, we'll ask you all to come up and take a photograph in the front. So our first award recipient is Jacqueline Chapa, presiding judge of municipal court services.
Awarded the unit, giving the operator a hard time.
Thank you.
I tried to get them over, but I can't get him on the radio.
Interim Director of Development Services.
Oh, I want to just back. I was having problems with my lapel mic. I don't know. That's 10-4-12-01. 7-8, I'll show you clear.
Amy Cowley, Director of Management and Budget.
I'm code 4, so I talked to her. She's going to try to walk down the steps, get on the stretcher.
Kimberly Hernandez, Parks Operations Superintendent, Parks and Recreation Department.
It's working.
And last but certainly not least, Cynthia Barraza, Business Manager, General Services, Fleet Department. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite all 5 of our recipients and the city manager to gather at the dais, and we'll get a group shot. And council members, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay. Congratulations.
208, are you going to be assisting or watching?
On this end, so Peter, you're on that end, Lisa on that end. I need this whole group. We're gonna step this way, and then take one big step towards me. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. All right. Council members, everyone looks great. Everyone look right here. Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time, big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Got it? We're good? We're good?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Comes back to the subject of Modelo,
That concludes the city manager's
Vincent,
report. I just want to reiterate
new
that
car
we have
expires in
some great
2027
teammates in
and
our
is
city,
not
great
eligible.
leaders that you saw today.
Not eligible, shows
This
suspended or both.
organization is doing a
Sex
lot for the
offender.
community, but it's only
No
because
end
of
date on it.
the people that
So
we
let's
have,
see.
right? A great
So
city
29, I am showing the
but they're doing a
suspended
lot
hit
to
for that
advance
subject
of the quality of
out of
life,
correction.
safety,
Correction I sent to you.
economic development. So this is just an example of some of the 4,000 teammates that are helping us every day. So.
And today we recognized Development Services, a team.
Okay, good.
His
radio went down. I got to get him a new one.
And so, yeah, thank y'all. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to you, man.
Appreciate it. I was
Thank you,
checking with
Peter.
him.
We do have a few
get him on the
minutes, and
radio.
I'm going to try to get at least one of these, maybe the animal advisory. Can we go ahead and go there? Yeah. I think that's a reappointment.
We have to do public comment first.
Yeah, good for 24 hours.
We can take any action items.
Forward on that. Okay, then we'll go ahead and do that. It's 11:56 anyhow. Okay, so as we begin
Rock
today's
22,
meeting, I wanted
four
to
down, three around.
the rules of decorum. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity.
Rita Main to gas station,
We're
Rita
here to
Tech.
do the people's work, so we'd like to proceed in that spirit. If you'd like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand.
10-4, thank you very much. Rita Main's clear.
When the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. I'll ask our city attorney, Buck Bryce, to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will be displayed on the television screens above. Mr. Bryce.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and city council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and the city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other acts disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you. In-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes, and non-residents up to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help in managing that allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So at this time, we have, let's see, we have 18 speakers, 2 of which are
355-2280, 355-2280.
Mr. Sean Flanagan.
Meter number is Bravo 5765. That's Bravo 5765.
Copy, yes, good copy.
Hi, I'm Sean Flanagan. I live in District 2. And I hope you guys are having a good day, and I hope you still have a good day when this meeting's all over, whenever that might be. Anyhow, I shared with you a couple weeks ago about an event that the entire city, including y'all, are invited to. This is a One Nation Under God prayer rally. It is happening on Sunday, the 7th. 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 7th
to the national standards set by the United States Life Saving Association, USLA. I'd also like to right now bring up Anna, our beach rescue superintendent, to share some beach safety tips. Anna?
Thank you, Robert. I'm Anna Tortorello. I am the beach rescue superintendent. As Robert shared, I too am extremely proud of the dedication our beach rescue lifeguards demonstrate in ensuring the safety of our beach visitors. However, we cannot do the job alone. An informed public also plays a role in water safety. Our campaign, Know Before You Go, is for all beach goers, both locals and our out-of-town visitors. Tips include: learn to swim, swim near a lifeguard, never swim alone, designate a water watcher, alcohol and water don't mix, feet first water entry, life jackets save lives, beat the heat and block the sun, and most importantly, learn rip current safety and observe signs and beach warning flags. I would like to share a brief video regarding the flag warning system, which provides an easily visible method for monitoring water and weather conditions.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals. Jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach.
152-133. Are you clear for 821?
When residing along the coast, beach safety is a year-round priority. Additionally, our beach safety outreach coordinator is available to conduct presentations to community organizations and schools to promote safety awareness. To conclude, I'd like to invite the public to Beach Safety Week kickoff on May 17th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Windward Beach. This is an informative and fun event with local organizations promoting summer activities and beach stewardship. For more details, visit our website at ccparkandrec.com. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, just pass my
Thank you.
case.
Tell us that date again. So
Let me
May
go further
17th.
down. Let me pass
May
Texan.
17th, right? And what time is it at?
11 a.m.
11 a.m. What day of the week is that?
It's a Sunday.
Sunday, okay. At Windward Beach, so that's the kickoff. The lifeguards here in front of us, I asked them earlier if they're working, so you all are working now, right? The beach.
635-Q-17.
Okay, can you all stand up? We'll give you all a round of applause for being here. Yeah.
Peter, I had just told them how important and critical they are, because they can turn around and look at anyone here. That's a life you could be saving, and it's extreme responsibility for you all, and it speaks volumes. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. We appreciate the service, and good luck this summer.
Junior Terror.
Good. Okay, Mayor, great. We're going to continue the city manager's reports with another beach-related item, which is Beach to Bay, and that's the annual marathon. It is this Saturday from the beaches to our Great Lawn, and this will be the 49th annual Beach to Bay run. And I'm going to try. Yeah, there's a ride out. Some of the cyclists ride ahead of the runners just to make sure the corridor is clear.
That individual did on board or is a life.
Exactly. So our community is highly enthusiastic about this major run event, and we do anticipate a strong turnout of runners, including veterans, active military, first responders, and visitors that'll be here for this run to our city. The Beach to Bay Marathon was founded by a former Navy captain, John Butterfield, in 1976 to honor the nation's military. So it has some great history to it. The event is held to commemorate Armed Forces Day, and it honors men and women serving in the United States military.
4 down, 3 across,
So it's a 26.2-mile run or walk, if you want, and it spans the Gulf beaches beginning at Ellis Road and Access Road 5 through Naval Station Corpus Christi. And they cut right through the base, and then it ends at the Great Lawn at Water's Edge, where there's a lot of vendors and food and refreshments for the runners and their families. So this year there's a record participation for the 6-person relay, record participation, also a 2-person relay and solo runners. An estimated total 10,000 runners will be partaking in this event, 10,000 runners from our beaches up here to our bays. Our Parks Department has been working with the event organizer, as well as Public Works and Corpus Christi Police to ensure the event's successful. So the city's involved through those aspects. We're going to have a coordinating meeting, I think, Thursday, make sure everybody understands the route and all the safety procedures that go along with it. So in concluding here, the best for last, Doug McBee is with us today. He's the president of Corpus Christi Roadrunners and the race director. And he's going to further explain the event and the highlights. I asked Doug, I think last year, he said it was his 37th or 38th year coordinating this. He's looking younger than last year for something. I don't know what he's doing over there, but yeah, it must be that running. But let's have Doug come up to the podium and just reflect a little bit more on this very important event. And Doug and his association, they're the ones that really put this event on. We just help in the periphery. And so, Doug, we thank you because we know locally this is a treasured event. And tell the council and the community a little bit more if you can this morning.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I know you have a busy day, so I want to be brief. So I want to start with thanking the mayor. If not for her, Beach Debate might not be here today. So she brought us out of the depths of COVID to officially being sold out for the first time in years. So we're completely, fully full this year for the first time in a long time. So I appreciate everything that you've done. And I also want to thank the City Council for your support. We have as he mentioned, we have quite a few of you active. Mark's going to ride the bikes along with Peter, and Roland's going to sing the national anthem to kick off the race. So there's a lot of involvement here. Of course, I need to thank our presenting sponsor, Herman & Herman. They're our title sponsor. And I need to thank Robert Dodd and Sergio and Lisa for all they do. Working with the Parks and Recreation Department has been fantastic over the years. I can't thank them enough. As I mentioned to the mayor years ago, I used to have meetings and they were all can't do meetings. And now they're all let's get together and see what we can do to help Beach to Bay, and it's been really fantastic to do that over the years. So I want to thank Robert and everybody involved in doing that. It's much appreciated. And that's really all I have.
Great, that's
Any
great.
questions?
Thank you. Just, do you still have your dog, Doug?
Yes, sir.
What's the name again?
Itty bitty. My tiny little dachshund. It's basically a little runt.
Yeah.
She's blind and deaf, and she sits in my lap during our meetings that we have on our Zoom meetings. She's the little love of my life.
Very good. We'll see you on Thursday then.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug. We appreciate your leadership on this effort. Thank you. And Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. And thank you again, lifeguards, for being here. Okay, so we're about 10 minutes. We can start our public comment.
Lever brush, all clear, all clear.
Let's see here. Today we have about 28. Yeah, about 28 public commenters. So I'm going to take a moment to address the rules of decorum. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. We will not tolerate such violations of decorum. quorum. If you're, or I'm sorry, we are all here to do the people's work, so we'd like
I got them in mind.
to proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers that item. At that time, you can come up and speak at the podium. I'll ask Buck Bryce, our Assistant City Attorney, to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will appear on the television screens above.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and city council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the city council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. In-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, if you'll please present it to the city secretary before speaking. So
Let me get a 17 to the fuel center.
Miss Robin Sanders. Okay, Ron Woods.
Hey.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Ron Woods, Corpus Christi. The burning question from both the pickleball and tennis communities is why does there seem to be so many empty courts now at the Al Cruz Tennis Center since the Elizondo Foundation signed an agreement to operate both HEB and Al Cruz Tennis Centers? We are still confused as to why the Parks and Recreation Department let the Elizondo Foundation move the entire tennis programming that included lessons with certified professionals, leagues, tournaments, fun events, and junior lesson program over to the HEB Tennis Center, therefore resulting in empty courts that the tennis and pickleball community are viewing. This has resulted in the Elizondo Foundation not following the terms of the agreement for operating Al Cruz Tennis Center. The Elizondo Foundation is supposed to be running the same adult programming, junior lesson programming, and providing the same certified tennis professionals that are working at the HEB Tennis Center. See your highlighted contract. This is not happening, and in our opinion, a violation of the agreement. We respectfully request that the City Council and the City Manager or City Attorney look into this matter. We also know that the City Parks and Recreation Department has made an effort through 2 community meetings to get input from interested parties on what they would like to see in the way of court conversion at the Al Cruz Tennis Center. Please see the charts presented from the last meeting at the Lindell Senior Center on how the community voted from the last meeting. By the way, Mr. Elizondo was not at that meeting. In the first meeting at Al Cruz, an option to leave the Al Cruz Tennis Center as is was not really presented as an option. The second meeting at Lindale Senior Center shows a 2-to-1 vote for that option to keep the center as is. Also at this meeting, Mr. Dodd said he would set up a task force, of which he invited me to be a part of, to further look into the possibility of conversion. So again, we ask that a hold be put on any conversion of tennis courts to pickleball courts at Al Cruz Tennis Center until the results of that task force can be published. There are other options that I think can be considered to add pickleball courts to the public facilities. Thank you.
Mr. Zanoni, are you,
1070.
I'm assuming
Holly,
you're looking into this.
Yeah, so this is something that needs more public engagement, and so I personally need a briefing from the Parks Department and Michael Dicey, interim assistant city manager. Sure. So we're going to look into this. I was just looking at the map at the location of the two, the Al Cruz and the HEB Tennis Center, but we don't want to disrupt persons' routines and enjoyment. So I've asked the Parks Department to just put everything on hold for right now with the conversion. Put everything on hold so I can better understand it.
And then you can report back to us.
And then we'll report back to the council. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you.
Peter, I think you already answered all my questions, but I just want to make sure that I've been meeting with these people in the past couple of weeks. They have concerns. I have concerns with the contract also. If you could just tell Mr. Dodd to put everything on hold till we have a briefing on it.
Right.
If there's something we got to bring to council, we can. But just please put on a hold for now until we can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, correct, Councilman.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do. And we'll come back to council either next week or the week after with a report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Julia Garcia. Julia, oh, there you are.
I'm here also speaking about the Al Cruz Tennis Center courts, and just wanted to bring up a couple of points, is that they've mentioned that they would like to convert these courts into pickleball, but we have a couple of solutions possibly for the sake of continuing to host large sectional tennis tournaments like Little State, and the city council consider the conversion of 3 covered courts at HEB Tennis Center and convert them to pickleball courts. These courts are only used currently to be held outdoors for daily rentals or for rare occasions when tournaments and it rains in several days in a row. We know how much it rains here in Corpus Christi. So this will leave 6 courts at Al Cruz for the overflow for major tournaments. This will help for 6 courts for local league play. Local league play grew by 11% last year. In terms, that is 257 players for the year of 2024 to 2025. You only need 24 players for the 6 courts that are there that we're asking to keep. The request for the pickleball community for the conversion of the 3 courts for year-round play for the weather will help to increase stream and revenue for pickleball rentals and far surpass the income that is covered from the tennis courts at the projected pickleball revenue from the 3 proposed additional courts at Al Cruz. They would be able to play year-round with these courts that are indoors. The city, the Corpus Christi Tennis Association, the Coastal Bend Pickleball Association could collaborate to get these courts in use quickly. That is what was mentioned to us in the meeting by Mr. Dodd, that they were looking for revenue. There is also the potential place over at Pebble Park, on Castores and Whitebird. These could be converted to 4 slabs, or into 4 tennis courts on this current slab, possibly using the adjacent basketball court as well, that could also be relocated in the same park with the help of the Tennis Association to rebuild that as well. So like you had mentioned a second ago, we would like to ask that the city council and city manager look into the agreement, as well as the court fees, the difference in what those have been over the past few years in the term using open play for pickleball. The court fees have gone from $3 to $5 to currently $3. Is this something that the Parks and Recreation Department is saying is okay? They don't have any city logos on there. They're just printed on a piece of paper that says increase, decrease. So we would like that to be looked at as well. And we would just like to keep the courts. I mean, this is something that once you have a tennis player, you will always have a pickleball player. With the evolution of a tennis player is age and injury, you will always have a tennis player that will play pickleball. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. And I know you're taking note of that. Lois Woods?
Good morning. Lois Woods, Corpus Christi. Roberta Rodriguez of the City Parks and Rec Department has said she could supply figures that were stated to be available for the reasoning of moving the entire tennis programming from Al Cruz Tennis Center over to HEB Tennis. By doing this move, the agreement of providing the same programming and professional staff at Al Cruz as is provided at the HEB Tennis Center was not followed. If the Elizondo Foundation cannot run two centers by the letter of the agreement, then it should not have been accepted and signed by Ronald Elizondo. This is why we are asking not only for a pause in the move to take the 3 tennis courts at Al Cruz and convert to pickleball unless we get those figures, but again ask the City Council and City Manager to look into how this was handled. We've requested through the Freedom of Information Act from the City Secretary's Office records from 2020 to now to see what type of revenue and play numbers the centers have generated in the past and compare what has been generated up to this point to get an idea what the Elizondo Foundation is doing in that area compared to past performance and performance of past operator at HEB Tennis Center, Sweet Spot Tennis, and the past operator of Al Cruz, the Elizondo Foundation. We also would like to interject that it is felt that the City Parks and Recreation Department has made an error in combining the 2 tennis centers. They should be operated separately as was done in the past so there can be competition between the operators of each facility to grow the game of tennis and pickleball through lessons, programmings, leagues, tournaments, and other events to satisfy our community. Competition is good. When you have a monopoly in the running of 2 public centers, you end up with what you have now, the neglecting of tennis at one facility over the other for the sake of the bottom line of the operator and not the needs of the entire racket sports community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mark Tapia?
Hello, same situation. As a current board member of the Corpus Christi Tennis Association, let it be noted that Ronald Elizondo has attended no more than 1 or 2 meetings in the last 4 or 5 years since he has been operating tennis at the tennis facilities for the Parks and Rec Department. Yet the Corpus Christi Tennis Association, what we do is we put on numerous tournaments, adult leagues, and youth programs, and we're the largest contributor to the rental of tennis courts at both HEB and Al Cruz Tennis Center. This should be a good indicator of where Mr. Elizondo, the president of the Pickleball Association, his heart lies in the growth of the sport of tennis and pickleball. Him pulling up his tents at Al Cruz Tennis Center, moving his entire operation to the HEB Tennis Center, therefore abandoning a 7-court facility that any top-notch director of tennis in the nation would tell you is a great property, an opportunity to run a successful tennis operation if the right person was in charge. We now question whether or not the proper screening was done in the vetting process for running of our 2 tennis pickleball centers. Any knowledgeable director of tennis will tell you that 6 tennis courts is the optimum number of courts for an operator to run a busy and prosperous tennis program. We have lost many courts over the years that had busy tennis court programs because of golf courses going under. Chris Crawford at Padre Isles, Gerald Tijanajo at Farrows, and Ken DeConing at Kings Crossing. Jerry Mango ran a very successful tennis program at North Shore, and Bobby Hagerman is running a very successful program at the Rockport Country Club. If the right person is hired, then a 6-court facility can be busy and prosperous. Ron Wood started with 6 tennis courts at the Corpus Christi Country Club. I myself currently run Tennis Success Community Courts and Center. I started in November in a very slow time, and we are now triple the revenue of what we started with. So I believe it is possible to have a minimum of 7 courts and 4 pickleball courts to at least generate and create revenue if the room was there. Talking about history, the first tennis pro at South Bluff Park Tennis Center was Jason Morton. Played and graduated for the University of Houston. The second pro was Al Cruz. Played for and graduated from Pan American University, Purple Heart recipient. The third pro was Shelby Torrance, PhD from Texas, directed the PE department at Del Mar, and was a top player in the state. It was in this period the center was named in honor of Al Cruz. The third pro was Susan Torrance, state champion from King HS, played for and graduated from the University of Texas, top 100 in the world. Rest in peace, Susan Torrance. Then Jimmy Alamon, Rockport state champion, former assistant at the Corpus Christi Country Club, now Ronald Elizondo.
Okay, that's fine. I thought I was clear.
Thank you,
Sorry
Mr.
about that.
Pena. Hope Castaneda.
I got MTU number 622-20722.
Good afternoon. I'd like to speak on the proposed conversion of tennis to pickleball courts at Al Cruz Tennis Center involving the middle section, which includes 2 tennis-only courts and 1 dual-purpose court. If we look at that current layout, we can conclude that for the potential revenue production that currently exists, the number of total courts in that section only grows by 2 and begs the question of whether it's a significant revenue boost for the cost of conversion. There have been 2 public information meetings so far presenting proposals, first on April 7th with 2 options and then on May 6th with 3. We've been advised to avoid bringing this issue to the council's attention and potentially wasting yours and our time. But at the last meeting, there was a mention that a decision may happen as early as June, which concerns me. I speak for myself as a tennis player that does not play pickleball, but do know plenty of people that enjoy both sports. My personal stake in this is to advocate for preserving courts while supporting that pickleball needs serious consideration for building of new courts to add more access for them and not take away access for tennis players. I personally have a history of playing out of the Al Cruz Tennis Center and calling it my team's home for the last 15 years as a player in local leagues. I also have the experience of being an employee at Al Cruz from 2014 to 16 when the center was tennis only, and remember it as thriving with adult and youth programs run by Susan Torrance. We were disappointed to find out after requesting additional information after the first information session that only point-of-sale numbers were being counted to track attendance, which created an absurdly inaccurate disparity between the 2 sports last year. It essentially said that our adult leagues, which do generate revenue for matches played at the center, did not exist because we were not POS transactions. On our own time and effort, we went through the USTA records for 2025 to determine our numbers because the CCTA pays all centers through later invoicing. When it was attempted to update numbers, we were still being told that there was a significant difference, and of course there should be, because 10 courts versus 6 is a 1.767 ratio, which would always have a numbers advantage without factoring in the dual-purpose court to benefit either sport. In 2018, there was a proposal for a new center on the south side featuring both pickleball and tennis courts that was turned down. 4 years later, the first conversion of the bottom section took place. 4 years after that, again, we are advocating to preserve tennis courts because, as the numbers show, both sports continue to grow just at different rates and both deserve access. We've been told this is about a short-term solution, but hasn't there been ample time since 2018 now to prepare for building new courts instead of the short-term solution of conversion? We, the tennis community, believe that more questions than answers have been created, and it would be in the city's best interest to hold off on any decisions until further review of all relevant information can be completed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Macy Winchester.
Good afternoon. I'm here regarding the proposed conversion of the Al Cruz Tennis Center courts, specifically the middle section, from tennis to pickleball courts. I'm here to advocate for preserving our existing tennis court layout while also supporting the construction of new, dedicated pickleball facilities. Our goal should be to expand access for everyone, rather than taking it away from one group to give to another. Growing up here, Al Cruz was a highly active tennis center. During my time in high school, felt like every single weekend there was a new program or tournament that you could play at Al Cruz and HEB Tennis Center. Recently, however, it seems like the programs and other local tournaments we used to participate in are no longer being prioritized or advertised at Al Cruz Tennis Center. They are all being pushed to HEB Tennis Center. While I recognize that the pickleball community needs more space, I believe a separate facility would serve them better than the conversion of existing tennis infrastructure. The need for these courts is still very real. Recently, I saw this firsthand just a few weekends ago when the Tamu-CC Tennis Club hosted a tournament at HEB Tennis Center. Due to some scheduling misunderstandings, we were told last minute we could not use those courts and we had to scramble to find available space to suit our players. We ended up moving our tournament to Al Cruz, but if they had even one fewer court available at Al Cruz, as they are pushing to do, our teams would not have been able to host that tournament, and participating schools would have been put out hundreds of dollars they spent traveling to our sites. While I speak on a single personal experience from Tennis Club, this would be the case for a lot of individuals. I can't count how many tournaments I've played in where the Al Cruz Tennis Center has served as the sole site for match play. We shouldn't be dismantling the ability of our local teams to host home tournaments, matches, and programs for a short-term solution. Finally, I want to address the data driving this proposal. The reliance on point-of-sale transactions has created a significant data gap because it only tracks individual over-the-counter payments. This completely ignores adult league players like myself, whose fees are handled by later invoicing through the CCTA. Just because the money didn't change hands at the moment of entry does not mean those courts are not in use. By excluding these players, the official records show an inaccurate and skewed comparison of court usage. We advocate for a decision based on comprehensive usage data, not just point-of-sale transactions. I urge the board to delay this conversion until a full audit of CCTA league usage and tournament schedules is integrated into the report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Alejandro Chavera.
Hey, Jacob, you got a copy? No, I'm not here today.
Peter, it was referenced that
Hey, can you come check this
handout
over here on the trainer?
change being approved, already programming is
Good work.
being funneled primarily away from this one specific location and into another, and the change hasn't been presided over.
3070, the road supervisor, may I have an individual, please?
I have the material that the first speaker handed out. See, I was looking at the contract myself, so part of my work with Robert in these coming days will be to review this contract and see what needs to take place from a contractual
If we haven't made a change, then we should be able to put it back, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So that's part of the review. Like I said earlier, and as Councilman Cantu said, we're putting everything on hold. I don't even know, I guess there's a community meeting tomorrow night. We may not even have that, but.
I understand putting things on hold, but this took place before we could even evaluate it. So
Correct.
there needs to be a hold and also a reversion.
Correct, that's what we're gonna look at.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chavera.
Yes, Alejandro Chavera, District 3. And I'm here to talk about the main thing that we should be talking about, and that's water. I'd like to ask the council if there's any way that I could meet the council so I can talk more than 3 minutes. There's no way that I can tell you this technology in 3 minutes. Just think of this. What feeds the New Oasis River? It's fed by all these little creeks, especially at the very beginning. Without that and water falling directly into the lake and the river, that's the only water you get. The rest lays there on the land, evaporates, whatever. These, I don't want to call them sails anymore. I want to call them small man-made creeks. If you have 100, let's just say, this is only a number. If you have 100 creeks feeding the New Oasis River right now, what if you had 1,000? They're small, they don't take up too much space, easy to build. You're talking about thousands of dollars, not millions. I mean, this innovation has been used for centuries. I mean, I know you guys have a technology department, but your technology department only works on IPs, computers, stuff like that. How come you guys don't have a technology department that looks into these other technologies? I mean, this is a Band-Aid, that I'm offering you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no money out of it. I don't want nothing. I just want to get water. And every time it rains, every time there's fog, there's millions of gallons of water that are being just, disappearing, where they could be in the lake, they could be in the river. That's why I need more time to explain this to you guys. This is not a simple technology. I mean, this technology is thousands of years old. This was done by observation, how nature works. They used all these bricks, these dark bricks. Why? Because bricks heat up in the daytime, and at nighttime, they release that water. Not only that, they protect the water from evaporating the next day. I mean, that's what I tell you about lining the river and the lake right now would be perfect because it's real low. Line it with black rock, river rock. Why?
Which one?
Because eventually that river rock's going to make you water, and it's going to keep the water there. I mean, I don't know more way to explain this in 3 minutes. The process, it might be simple to some people, but it's not. I mean, and it's simple to make, and it doesn't take any water away from the land. It just takes water that might have fallen there. And it's, it directs it, no moving parts. Another thing I'd like to ask is, whatever happened to the ram pump? The ram pump had no moving parts. It delivered water everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chavera. And Mr. Zanoni, could you have staff, I mean, he has a water project that he'd like us to consider, so he doesn't have to reach out to 9 people. He can directly reach out, or we can help him with that through your office.
We can, yes, we'll do that.
Okay, Mr. Chavera, they'll reach out to you, or have somebody come down, or how are you doing that, Peter? Thank you, sir. Susie Saldana.
I have work order 334-768. 334-768.
This is Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. The last time I came before
The address is
I was
3310
asking
Orlando
you to
Drive.
look into 2 issues.
3310
One concerning
Orlando Drive.
David and Raju, and you told me to go back to the Ethics Commission. That's what you told me. Go back to the Ethics Commission and have them look at it. Well, since you had a stopgap with the attorney that I believe hasn't been removed quite yet, I'm unable to do that because I have a concern about that. I also have a concern that it's tied to the auditor, okay? The auditor, which according to an independent audit that you all commissioned, was found to be lacking in his proper way of saying it about sexual harassment with employees. That was one of the issues that was looked at. You got a response on that particular investigation, and you were told to either get rid of him or put him on a growth plan and do something, none of which was done. So I'm not looking for very much relief from you all, but I am looking for you to take a look at it because you guys can't seem to put to rest one particular hotel that you're taking into executive session, but you're not willing to look at the other ones that have taken money from the taxpayers. I have a big problem with that. I have a problem with you all not taking a look at everyone equally. So when you refer people to the Ethics Commission or look at the Audit Commission, we need to take a look at those. Who's in charge of the Audit Commission, who's doing what, and what is being done to correct the situations that need correcting. You can't ignore them. They're there. They're black and white. We provided documentation. You refuse to look at it. It's time that you wake up. Because if you're not willing to let one thing lay down and be taken care of by the courts, I guarantee you, I'm not going to let up. So take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Lisa Gerdes.
Courtesy call. It's 5 minutes is almost up. Please and thank you.
Good afternoon. I just came to say thank you. I can't imagine the volume of information you all process in a day. I listen to it here and I'm overwhelmed, so thank you. I'm here representing Rising Tide Ministries today, and I tell you, we pray for y'all every time we gather together because
301 base. Can I get a private with a supervisor on 3073?
Are doing, you can't make everybody happy. There's not enough funding to do everything. and we recognize that. So we appreciate any time that we do get funding. So this spring, we had some funding, some private money. We appreciate the federal, but it comes with lots of rules and regs and paperwork. But we had some private funding. Through our Safe at Home program, we were able to assist 20 residents with $20,000. And the one that stood out to me was a woman my age. And for 6 months, she had been showering. Okay, we fixed her house in January. She had been showering by bringing a water hose through her bathroom window. Okay, I'm a tough girl. I was raised in the country, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that for a day. I appreciate my hot showers. For $650, we were able to fix that for her.
301, can I get a
And
private
there's
with
19 other stories that go along with that one.
on
Our Wave Academy,
3073.
the numbers, we may not impact 1,000 people or 10,000 people, but one lady came to us, she was kind of being shuffled out of her job, and she saw the signs. She was in her 50s, and she said she'd been applying for jobs and not getting any. We said, well, do you have a resume? She said, yes. So we said, well, can we help you with that? Maybe there's some adjustments. Okay, any of y'all that interview people, her resume was 20 pages. Okay, we encouraged her over the next couple of weeks. We worked with her, day after day to help her to get that down to a concise one-page resume. She got another job. She was thrilled. And after a couple months on that job, she was approached by somebody who she had encountered on that job. They offered her another job, making double the pay. Wow. So at Rising Tide Ministries, we're impacting people every day, and sometimes it's just one. Sometimes the numbers are small, but that person impacts so many others. So we just appreciate each one of you today, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Burtis. Eddie Flores.
Thank you, Jesus. Hey, he gave me another day to come in and see you guys. I miss you guys.
47.
I know your job's not easy. It's hard. And everybody knows that. And first I want to thank, I live in Eddie Flores, District 2, Nueces County. I lived here in my neighborhood for 48 years. And it's all senior citizens, man. And the problem we have is sidewalks. A lot of our seniors can't go to the Christ King Church down the street. They're in wheelchairs, they're on walkers, and it's very hard. And I want to thank Sylvia Campos publicly. She reached out to me. I sent her an email or a text, and she came right back at me. But 6 years ago, when I retired from Del Mar, I addressed the same sidewalk, and they said, well, there's not enough funding. Unless it's a Eastman or it's an emergency thing, we might be able to find the money. Well, 6 years later, I'm still facing that. And the reason I say this is one of our seniors fell down, and the sidewalk is terrible. And I want to invite the mayor and the city manager to come to my neighborhood and let me give you a tour. And if it wasn't for David Blackman, I think he's over here, he was my direct patrol officer back in the day. Him and I don't know, it was Captain Wilson or Lieutenant Wilson, but when this man Blackman was there, Mr. Blackman, I mean, he runs a tight ship. I remember we had a neighbor that had 11 people living in a 2-bedroom home. And he took care of that, him and Mr. Wilson. But having said that, now we have a problem with not only bad sidewalks, but also there's always 40 homeless people right there in Arlington between the dollar store or general store. And the police do a great job. They get them out of there, and as soon as they leave, here they come back. And they make their tents, and they fight, and again, you wake up in the morning. Most of my seniors don't take a walk around Travis Elementary because that's all you find. And to the people who play pickleball, the tennis courts is down where I live, and the only people I see down there at the HEB pool are your homeless people. And like I said, the police do a good job. They do a great job, but they get them out of there, and they come back. And a lot of my seniors live behind the Ramada projects. any given time, and they can tell you, you hear at 1:30 in the morning, you hear 4 or 5 bullets going out and everything, but it's our neighborhood. I love that neighborhood, and we have a lot of seniors that look at all of you, and they know that you got a hard job to do, and I want to thank all of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. And I want to let you know, and my staff will meet you out here to give you the details, but we are actually in the midst of a pilot program for sidewalks. So just so you know.
Thank you. And if any one of y'all want to be on my radio show, I do a radio show every Wednesday with my partner, Orlando Garza. You're welcome to create, because a lot of people call me and say, why don't you have this person and that person, including the chief. They call about the chief. And muchas gracias, Rachel Caballero. You informed the public, and we appreciate that. Gracias.
Thank you. Jared? Yes, ma'am.
On the sidewalks, it has been at least 2 times for me since I've been in council. But there is, I think, a little bit of hope, and there is a latest update, so we'll get with you, Mr. Eddie Flores. So thank you, appreciate that.
3612 to Angel.
Jared Suarez, District 2. I first want to publicly thank the Corpus Christi citizen, Ms. Paxton and Ms. Campos, for their rapid response and assistance regarding the failing infrastructure in front of my house. I greatly appreciate the help. Ms. Paxton, when we talked the way you talked and your drive for a better city, I have no doubt that you will make a great and genuine mayor one day, hopefully soon. Our infrastructure is visibly degrading. Roads across the city continue to deteriorate faster than they are repaired. Drainage concerns remain unresolved in many neighborhoods. Potholes not only damage our vehicles, but to those who have physical issues, the hard dips jerk our bodies around, making us physically worse. I think all of Corpus Christi should mail in both their vehicle bill and receipts along with any medical bills to the mayor. Ask for compensation and or refunds of our tax dollars. Maybe things will get done with a sense of urgency. ADA accessibility is a serious issue. Accessibility is not a luxury or an optional checkbox. It is about dignity and safety to every citizen with mobility limitations and challenges. When ramps, handrails, sidewalks, or public access points fall below acceptable standards, like they do here at City Hall with its side ramp, though it barely meets ADA standards, should we not go above the standards and still add handrails throughout the whole ramp? It sends a message that some residents matter less than others. I ask the City Council to make a special team within the code enforcement to aggressively go around the city to find ADA violations, a sub-department for us to officially contact about ADA violations. Maybe there should be a new category in the 311 app specifically for ADA violations from the city and public businesses. True leadership means addressing the unglamorous problems before chasing the glamorous projects. It means fixing foundations before cutting ribbons. It means ensuring residents can safely drive on their streets, access public buildings, and trust that their concerns are heard. This city needs Christ now more than ever. We must go to church and pray to end this political corruption. There is Sunday Mass at 10 a.m. at Our Lady of the Most Holy Trinity Church on Carroll Lane in Galahar. And please don't forget to pray your rosary. Thank you.
Sorry, can we please refrain from clapping? Thank you. Ron. Wait, what happened? Click your button. Go ahead.
As an update on the ADA, I did contact Mr. De La Garza, Ernie De La Garza, and he did state that now Corpus Christi, or City of Corpus Christi, is now the coordinator for the ADA. So again, we need to get updated and see what we need to do to make sure that these issues are taken care of.
Ronald Graben. Ron Graben. Amanda Guerra. Amanda Guerra. Adam Rios.
Go ahead.
Hey, for that one where the fire department did a turnoff, can you make a follow-up or make a work order for a turn-on due to fire department turning off gas meters?
Corpus Christi District 5. Just want to talk a little bit about something positive that I've
And can you
noticed
please text me that info?
in Corpus since I've
The
gotten
address?
back. I want to talk a little bit about the DMD.
Yes.
And
Am I assigning it to you or giving it to a
in the
client?
time that I've been back. The downtown
No, you're going to assign it
here
to
in
me.
Corpus Christi,
I already talked to
I
Renee.
believe has become one of the true engines behind the rebirth of downtown Corpus Christi and helping transform it from a quiet corridor of empty storefronts into a living canvas of business, music, art, food, and culture.
Thank you.
What we're witnessing now is not the downtown that many of us grew up in, certainly not the downtown that I grew up in. If I would go to the Ritz and see a show 2 days before that, it was an adult theater. That was the environment that I remember of downtown, and that's not what's going on now. I think that turned into a club for a second. As soon as I brought up downtown, the club music hit.
What I mean, that's simple.
We're witnessing is, again, not the downtown that we grew up in. I believe it to be a district alive with energy, investment, and possibility. Through public events, of which there are many, small business support, beautification projects, live music, art initiatives, and strategic promotion, the DMD has helped create an environment where entrepreneurs feel confident opening their doors and where visitors increasingly choose to spend their time and money. Every packed restaurant patio that you see, a gallery opening, a market, a concert, or a festival creates a ripple effect of economic impact that reaches far beyond a single night. Generates tourism revenue, supports local jobs, and it increases, of course, hotel stays. And it's reshaping the identity of Corpus Christi itself. Perhaps most importantly, they've helped prove that arts and culture are not side notes to economic development. They are a heartbeat of it. I was going to come out and talk about a lot of things, but I listen to radio talk shows, and I sort of see what's on social media, and a lot of people don't know really what the DMD does. And unfortunately, there are some who do know what the DMD does and try and almost
1728.
Stop some of what they're trying to do. This is just something that I believe to be important. Full disclosure, yes, my wife is involved in downtown management district. But, I just wanted to take a moment and give them a thank you from myself. In terms of alternative sports, because this got brought up this morning, we were talking about the BMX park before I run out of time. We had gotten together with USA BMX, and we had come to the conclusion that for probably about $100,000, $125,000, we could get that BMX track in District 3. I don't know how the number got inflated, but now for us to build it, the number that we got back is over $750,000. That is a huge increase from what we came up with as people who use the park. So I'll be reaching out to some of you separately down the road to figure out a path to that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Zachary Bornstein.
Good afternoon, Zachary Bornstein, District 1. I have a video I'd like to play.
So apparently this discussion you're telling me about started a discussion between our EDC and Philip and Devin where you're trying to say what infrastructure can we pin it to.
Correct.
And part of that discussion was a discussion about FEMA.
Correct.
And the result of that is it ended up that FEMA was really the poster child, the face for why you needed the $2 million.
That's correct.
Okay. And that obviously led to the falsification of a slide that we've seen in the 5-slide presentation.
I can't say that it directly led to it, but it was after that.
The falsified slide came up after the idea of we need infrastructure came up.
Correct.
Okay. And you were looking for an infrastructure tie-in in order to try to support this $2 million award or million award, whatever amount it was going to end up being.
Correct.
Because you knew you couldn't get behind it without there being some infrastructure tie-in.
Correct.
And you couldn't get type B money in your mind unless there was a infrastructure tie-in.
That's correct.
And if you'd have known back then what you now know to be true about...
We would have tabled it and investigated it and tried to understand why, and we would have gone several steps further.
Yeah.
But at
In other
the
words,
time,
you would not have approved it as is with that falsification.
not on that day.
We agree.
We agree.
Okay, and then it never came back because that never happened because you were lied to and you relied upon the applicant.
Yeah.
Oh.
If it's true, then we got a problem.
So if it's true that they falsified the document, you would have voted no.
I would have voted no.
Against it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll reserve.
Time now is 1.
That is exactly what people with integrity ought to do. You just heard sworn testimony of the EDC CEO and the president of the Type B Corporation. Council, please have the courage to act with integrity. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Robin Cox.
Hello, I'm Robin Cox, District 3. I also have a video, if you could please play it.
I'm going to play exhibit number 16. This is a clip or portion of the deposition of Mike Culbertson. It's number 12.
Ready? Yep.
So we can agree that forging or falsifying or altering a document in order to play into the narrative that it's a recent change when it's not really that recent is a misrepresentation, at least, about the need for the project.
I would agree.
And you shouldn't get $2 million. I'm trusting your character here. You should not be asking for or receiving $2 million if you're misrepresenting material information like this on a project. I would agree. Yeah. Do you agree with Mr. Culbertson's testimony?
I do agree with it, yes.
Okay. Did you hear that video clip?
Yes.
And do you understand that that is really what you saw there and what the jury just saw is Zanoni watching Culbertson's testimony and then commenting on it, right?
Correct.
And what was being said by Mr. Culbertson was that when you have a document like this that's been forged or falsified or altered, that at the least it's a material misrepresentation and there should not be an award of $2 million to a project that does that. Did you hear that testimony?
I did hear that.
And did you hear that after that testimony of Culbertson was played, that Peter Zanoni also agreed with that testimony?
Yes.
The EDC CEO and the city manager had the courage to testify under oath that one must not be rewarded with millions of tax dollars with misrepresenting material information, like we all just witnessed. Please have the courage, all of you, to stand up for what's right. But on another note, just because I show some videos of y'all, all of you, doesn't mean we're not all still friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero. Wow. Melinda De Los Santos. Oh, you're here. How did I miss that?
Mayor Trevor Slowick is also on the list.
Did I miss him? I'm
yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Is Trevor here? Thank you, Rebecca.
Trevor Slowick,
530, Humble, Arby.
please.
with the project.
Your point earlier is that you would only deny the money if the bad acts were the applicant, right? That's what you said earlier.
Yes.
Okay. And so those words, if I played them the audio and video, every one of those quotes that you just recognized as the false narrative came out of Philip Ramirez's mouth talking to the Type B board. Do you understand what I've just told you?
Yes.
And so that is a clear indication that the architect, by the way, he should know FEMA rules, right?
Right.
He should know all about FEMA, right? Correct?
Yes, he would.
He should know even more about FEMA than the bankers. Probably.
Yes.
He should know more about FEMA probably than the insurance guy, Michael Hunter, who knew about FEMA rules and that there were no recent changes.
Sorry, go ahead now.
It's very clear
sorry,
now
correct.
to you,
Seven
since
three?
I put it on the video, I hope, that yes, it was Philip Ramirez who was promoting the false document, right? Or excuse me, who was promoting the false narrative. Those are his words coming out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you see on the screen that's still in front of you that it was Philip Ramirez who is using
Instructions
the
to
forged
take a left on
document to help
Mendoza, right on Elvira, and then keep going that way, go back to route. So could you head over and check to see
exhibit number 27.
what the construction is or why the street is closed?
Again, Peter did the investigation.
Yeah, this is 7-5. I'm nearby
essentially
here on Greenwood and Horn.
The
I'll
false
check it
slide
out.
was created by Philip Ramirez,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Again, more reason to make sure you don't give him a penny, right?
7-3 copy. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And they're donors. But
This has nothing to do with them being
okay, well,
donors.
then the truth is they shouldn't get money if they're cheating the system like that. Agreed?
I don't think anybody should get money if you're cheating the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Caballero.
Good afternoon. Actual public representatives, Rachel Caballero, D1. On April 14th, 2 agenda items were put on the agenda by the mayor with no knowledge to city staff, council members, or without information. It was 2 retaliatory items. Last week, 1 item was put on the agenda at the request of council members by staff. 2.5 hours approximately later, the item did move forward. 4 of you are playing a very dangerous game of political theatrics by putting the community against industry, government organizations against the community, and community members against the community. This community has made many, many contractors extremely wealthy via taxpayer dollars. Those people are now using our tax dollars that they received against our community via paid sensationalists. We have issues with employee retention, qualified hiring actual qualified candidates, having qualified employees, community services that are constantly being reduced, massive corruption, lies from city staff to council, budget issues, and most importantly, water issues. And I could go on and on. We deserve better than this. So I am asking the honest people on this council who we will support wholeheartedly to continue to represent this community and make the decisions that need to be made to disclose and make sure that thieves are not receiving our taxpayer dollars. The community, if you guys need something right now, now is the time to ask, because November is close, and now is when it will get done. It is election time. So I ask too that you all respect after the performance last week, which was absolutely embarrassing, and it's embarrassing week after week. We have to respect all veterans, no matter if you agree with what they're saying or not. They have earned the right to come here to speak, and they defend us and allow us to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda De Los Santos.
What she said.
Hey, Gandhi, what's your 20?
Wait a minute. Okay, Melinda De Los Santos, District 2. First of all, I do want to thank y'all for your work and stuff. And I did mention to one of the city council members at the property meeting that just very board, you know, go and do research for budget, going to do research for policies. That took a lot of time, and y'all have a whole lot to deal with, which is why you need honest staff, you know, in our city and everything to bring you these projects and give you the right information and all that. So I do want to thank you all that, but I do want to give special thanks to those who voted to evaluate the business proposal of Acts 2.0. And I want to apologize to those generals because there's some of you, I really just want to recommend that y'all go back and look at that video. There were some of y'all that, I mean, gosh, I had to drink a beer when I was watching that. You know, and this was in the morning, and it was like, I can't believe that y'all spent so much time on the process of getting that agenda item on the agenda. I mean, it's like, I'm sure they know that according to city ordinance that I think it was Part 2, 16D, how to get an item on the agenda, and it was done properly. So why so much time was spent? Oh, well, according to that. Now, according to Robert's rules, you can take it off, but you have to do it properly. But, you know, despite
65 to dispatch, connect your private, please, for a moment.
One council person who was saying over and over, I have so many questions, It's like, well, then ask them and stop asking about the agenda, you know? Let's ask these pertinent questions, because I go out and I go look at Acts 2.0, and I thought, my gosh, these people, they're incredible, you know? I mean, as a citizen, I'm not an engineer or anything like that, but number one, I like they're built by Texans and people first, privately funded. They said they were built in 24 months. Radical transparency. I don't think we've had transparency in a lot of ways regarding this water project. It's a Texas corporation led by 2 retired U.S. Air Force Major Generals, alongside a Corpus Christi chemical engineering business owner. No upfront.
Okay, they're occupying the right part of the street, but the buses will fit going around. They're going to be here for about 3 more hours.
Emergencies are declared, and they have a dedicated.
So just notify the drivers of the 23 and Molina to go around the construction.
It's going to be treated as a resource and not a waste.
No, there's no construction. They're just laying down sewer lines. They're actually cutting it and putting it together because they're burying it on the other side of the park. So,
digital twin of the entire facility.
Okay, 10-4. I'll send a message to you.
Guys,
10-4, thank you.
Yes, it does sound too good to be true, but I'm just like, all for it. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Ajit David.
Yes, sir.
I know you've admitted it's your slide, and I know you're the one who.
Okay, not yet.
Ajit David, District 2. You can now play. Thanks.
Douglas Allison, District 2.
51017 at Let's Drive.
You're the one who created the slide. I have a very specific question for you. Did you drop that text box, the one that's shown right now, the larger one that obscures the release date and the release number? Did you drop that text box there?
I already told you that I had done that, yes, that there was a...
And did you drop the second text box that's now highlighted that again obscures the release date?
Again, there was a formatting issue.
This wasn't an omission. This was somebody obscuring data on a federal slide, right?
Yes.
That's different than an omission, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what makes it criminal as opposed to an accident, right?
And I understand.
Right, it was altered. And then when you read the entire PowerPoint, it's so obvious that the reader or the reader wanted one to be led to believe that the FEMA was just recent, even words like recently released and this and that. And part of it goes back to the narrative. Mike Culbertson said, hey,
this has to
be tied to infrastructure. And so then they catch the scheme that, okay, FEMA floodplain, that's infrastructure. You know, the fixing the bottom floor so it meets the floodplain, and they stuck with it.
Got it.
And then they develop a narrative to fit it that they just found out, because people would say, like, shit, they should have known about this a long time ago.
After review of the presentations, deposition testimony, investigative materials, and applicable Texas and federal penal statutes, the PowerPoint slide at issue appears to have been intentionally altered to cover the dates that appear on the government website.
You agree that documents were altered, there's no doubt about that.
The screenshot was definitely altered, yes.
Did it look intentional? Can you, as a police officer, I mean, you look at stuff like this, you can say.
It would be hard to argue that it was not.
Thank you.
And Chief, thank you, and for your department also, for acknowledging the misrepresentations that we are talking about were certainly intentional. All of the city's witnesses that testified under oath testified to the same misrepresentations, the scheme as they call it, or the crime as they call it. More recently, there was a new hire for the Animal Services Department who was offered a job. A few days later, they found inconsistencies on his resume. What did they do? They rescinded that offer. And that is a right thing to do when there is misrepresentations, misleading information, etc. I pray that council has the courage to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes.
4953. This is 4953.
WebEx.
Any sweepers need to empty
The
their
first
hoppers.
is Sean Merritt.
Sean Merritt, District 5. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sean Merritt, D5. I want to start by thanking Councilwoman Paxson and Campos. After our reporting highlighted Jay Cruz, who was struggling with flooding, drainage, wheelchair access, they responded directly and was told Public Works sent a team out to help him. I also want to acknowledge item 19 regarding utility payment arrangements for seniors, veterans, requested by council members Cantu, Vaughn, and Hernandez. Big bravos to all y'all for helping veterans and actually standing up. Keeping the essential water service accessible for seniors and veterans should never be treated like a secondary issue. And that brings me to General Olson in the Acts H2O presentation. When someone with General Olson's background takes the time to come here personally, present ideas, answer questions, this council should treat that seriously and respectfully. Now, I could go over all of his qualifications, but folks could read them for themselves. The man has decades of military leadership, systems-level operational experience, and we ran a poll, and it was unanimous. We would like General Olson and Acts H2O to come back, continue sharing information, and continue answering questions publicly. Let's remember, all this controversy was simply over agreeing to evaluate it. Whether you support Acts H2O or not is irrelevant. Water security is the most important issue facing this city. We are in a drought. Our credit rating already dropped from AA to single A over water concerns, meaning borrowing and building will cost us more. And sitting in front of this council was a proposal for up to 150 MGD per day at Barney Davis using private capital instead of loading even more debt onto the residents. Now, this does not mean Acts H2O should receive blind approval. It means that proposal deserves serious discussion. With that, there are still major questions: pricing, site control, public priority during a drought, minimum recovery revenue, ownership, transparency, long-term public protection. Those are legitimate questions. They deserve real answers. Asking hard questions and showing basic respect, those are not mutually exclusive. You can do both. Frankly, this city should want more discussion on proposals that could impact long-term water stability. Instead, some of you turned it into what we call on the YouTube chat a political circus. And judging by the public response afterward, we are clearly not the only ones who noticed. I'm embarrassed by how some of you behave. If you were in uniform and treated a general like that, you'd be doing push-ups until Corpus Christi was submerged in the Gulf. And I don't care about your decorum.
4202
Thank you very much, Jay Cruz. Thank you.
And
thank you for my
red
time.
tag, and let me get you the meter number.
Next is Caleb McGuire. Mr. McGuire? Okay, I'm going to move on to Taylor Johnson.
The meter number is going to be Alpha.
Good afternoon, Taylor Johnson, District 5.
Alpha
if you could play the video that was provided.
Not just myself.
All right, bring them on.
Yes.
Show me 17, keep the 0 out.
So he made the motion here to recommend the award of $2 million, and you seconded it at the CC or EDC meeting.
Yes.
And that failed.
Yes.
And then there was a follow-up motion to follow the recommendation for $1,043,000, and that passed, right?
Yes.
But all of that was based upon what we see up here on this document, that the developer had stated that the funding request comes after changes in FEMA flood maps made additional infrastructure necessary, right?
Objection.
Okay. And so if that is, whether we agreed earlier, whether you want to call it a lie or disingenuous or they didn't do their homework, I mean, the vote was relying upon information that was not quite accurate. I'm being polite. Fair enough?
The vote was relied on what you're showing me here.
Which is relied upon the FEMA maps.
FEMA maps, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The ones that had been changed really back in 2020.
Yes, according to that document, yes.
To make the decision. It was based off the application and the information given
What's listed as the supporting document.
to the agenda item.
Yeah, and so you had false information because it's altered being part of what was supporting the award. I'm using the word supporting because it says supporting documents.
Yeah, supporting the agenda item, yes.
Yeah, which is approval for $2 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a direct link, even according to your memo, of that PowerPoint presentation that has the false or misleading information in it and the award of the $2 million.
Yes.
And that's, again, that is a horrible thing to have in terms of a record for use of public money. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Right?
Correct, yeah.
And therefore, the first reading and the second reading were not the same.
230 customer says she's going to have to meet you there, so it'll be
given
about
that,
20 minutes.
Those definitions of same, is it clear that the first reading and second reading do not qualify as the same that was to be considered and voted upon?
Right, I would agree with that.
And therefore did not comply with the 2 reading rule in the city charter?
Yes.
Okay.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tracy Jank.
Afternoon, District 5, and I ask the video submitted be played at this time.
So if I give you this definition that forge, like forging a document or writing, that forge means to alter, make, complete, execute, or authenticate any writing that happened, right, so far?
Yes.
So that it purports to be the act of another, like FEMA. That happened, correct?
Yes.
In this case?
Yes.
Who did not authorize it. We talked about FEMA didn't authorize it, right? That happened in this case?
Yes.
If that's a definition of forge, then the facts of this case meet that definition.
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to give you another definition of forge.
Forge means I mean,
to
in
be
the
a
terror,
copy, to say, hey, this is a
that
copy
issue
of
we're
an
trying to
original,
resolve.
when in fact no such original, like we see in the slide, exists. Do you understand?
Stand by 1 minute. I have
Yeah, report to, hey, this is what it looks like, and no such original exists that looks like that, then that's a forgery according to what I just read, I think, but I want to say it to you again. You understand where I'm going?
Yes.
I'm giving you a second definition of forge. Forge means to be a copy of an original when no such original existed. Do you understand the definition?
Yes.
And we have that in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Those are two different definitions, and both of which you have agreed those facts are in this case to meet that definition of forge.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear and understand her testimony?
Yes, I did. I don't know if I completely understand it, but I heard, yeah. The two different definitions? Is
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then I also showed you my screen, which had the actual statute language as I was reading along, so you got to see it too.
Yes.
And she obviously testified that what occurred in her view here met the definition, the penal code definition of forgery, right?
Correct.
Do you agree with her?
I agree with her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nishi George.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Nishi George, District 2, can you please play my presentation?
Did you have an experience at Value Bank where there was a forged document or signature?
5501 is 10-7, no passengers.
I did.
Yeah. Please tell us about that.
As a commercial lender, I sign off and approve loans. Basically, I submit the loan, I sign off on it, and my name was forged at Value Bank.
And that forgery, you understand, was a crime, correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was disappointed.
Did the person get the loan based upon a forged signature?
I don't recall.
Did it create an issue?
Yes.
Did that have anything to do with your leaving?
No.
Okay. But you have direct experience then with somebody, in your view, we said a moment ago you did, forging your name to a document, right?
Yes.
It's not, you don't approve of forgery, do you?
No.
You know that forgery is a crime. You've already said that, right?
Yes.
You know that if somebody in the banking business is going to forge documents to try to get money, I assume your answer to that is, I think that's wrong for you to do that.
I think forgery is wrong.
Yeah. You don't condone forgery at all, do you?
I don't condone forgery at all.
Yeah. And in fact, I assume in the banking world that if there's a forgery, and let's use your Value Bank example, that when you found out about it, you take action and deal with it and correct it if it can be corrected.
Objection full.
Correct?
Yes.
Counsel, please acknowledge that to reward forgery is a far greater crime. Be courageous, trust in God, and please do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Doug Allison.
If y'all are able to hear me, Doug Allison, District 2, please play the video.
Yes, we can hear you.
Douglas Allison, District 2. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. The timeline shows that QOF provided misleading information to the CCR-EDC, the Type B Board Corporation, and City Council. The question is well defined. Are friends of the mayor above the law? To fully appreciate the big lie, please understand that Nueces County's FEMA flood maps were first defined as of October 2020. You can see the dates on the screenshot below. 3 years later, QOF was claiming the FEMA flood maps were, quote, newly defined. See my comments in red or otherwise highlighted. On this slide, you can see that as of February 2021, FEMA published additional information asking the public to make comment upon the FEMA flood maps. Again, the dates were well established. On this slide, as of April 2022, FEMA again put up a new web page confirming that Nueces County's FEMA flood maps would become final as of October 13, 2022. All said, the FEMA flood maps had been known for more than 3 years as of the date when Philip Ramirez stood in front of the Type B Board Corporation to claim So how do you pull this off?
277.
Philip Ramirez altered the FEMA screenshot to support the big lie. Philip, QOF dropped the altered, false, misleading, incorrect, and according to Heather Holbert and Peter Zanoni, forged screenshot into the presentation being used to sell the big lie to the Type B Corporation. These are not my words. This is not my version of the truth, but rather sworn to by several city witnesses. Please understand, the misleading information was introduced into the CCR-EDC application
123, clear.
as of September 2023. In writing, Philip Ramirez for QOF certified that the, quote, newly defined
She's been loaded into the ambulance.
flood zone,
Right.
flood maps had, quote, added additional unexpected infrastructure cost. The FEMA flood maps had been around since 2020, and it was absolutely misleading and untrue to suggest the maps were, quote, newly defined, close quote, yet Phillips certified the lie as being true. So the QOF scheme to get money was repeated over and over again. Is it okay to mislead and lie to get millions of dollars of taxpayers' money for friends? Respectfully, the corruption of process must not be tolerated. Thank you.
Okay, your time is up, Mr. Allison.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, last is Julian Hernandez. Julian Hernandez. Okay, Mayor, I think that concludes our public comment period.
Thank you, Rebecca. We're going to go.
Thanks for David Lincoln, 3874 Flavor. You could attach that to my key card as well.
Would any council member like to pull any item 3 through 15 for discussion? Number 13, any other item? 11 and 14. Okay. Any requests from the public to make public comment on items 3 through 15? Okay, we'll close that public comment. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 11, 13, and 14.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 11 is a motion authorizing execution of a one-year service agreement with Eurofins Environment Testing South Central, and this is for chemical testing and analysis of water and wastewater samples for Corpus Christi water. Councilman, was that you, Councilman Hernandez? Who had 11? You did, okay. Councilwoman Vaughn, Councilwoman Paxton, your question or comment?
Thank you. Hi, thank you, Nick. My question was, I see that our annual cost here seems to elevate a lot in this new contract proposal. And what I find in the supporting documents is that the citation for that, and in reaching out to staff to ask for further clarification, the citation is for wells and general water testing, like increases to that now that we've introduced the wells. And so I was searching for something to kind of help quantify going from 70 to over 200. If you could maybe shed some light there for me. I just need to understand that big jump.
Sure, Councilwoman. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. So you're right. What has changed in this latest contract is the quantities for the testing. Additionally, we've also grouped certain testing analysis together in an effort to obtain better pricing. So the contract was bid. We received 3 bids. Eurofins is the lowest bidder. They came in at $232,000, and we also received a bid at $301,000 and $361,000. Now, the reason for the increased quantities are a number of reasons. One is we're doing testing on all of our new wells. We're conducting our monitoring program with residential and livestock home well owners. So that adds to that. And then last fiscal year, or at the end of last fiscal year, CCW started taking on the laboratory samples.
That's what you advise. We haven't talked with him. We're going to take
the health department laboratory closed, and the CCW lab took those clienteles over as well. So all of that increased our numbers. And then additionally to all of that is additional monitoring on Lake Corpus Christi and Chow Canyon Reservoir. With all of that, I asked staff to compile the total volume of tests that would need to be done, and those are the quantities shown in the contract, and the 3 bidders bid pricing per those quantities.
And so this is authorizing basically the ability to do 3 one-year extensions.
Just in case he breaks it down.
But right now in the package, it's continuing that cost across the 3 years. Are we anticipating to keep the volume of testing and everything throughout, or do you think once we get that RO on or something that some things might stabilize?
Yeah, and so the contract is an up to, so it's not a guaranteed amount. So we actually get billed on the tests that are actually performed. So it's the contract amount is just an annual ceiling of what tests we can do, and we get billed for services rendered. In regards to the wells, the RO will be coming online, and we'll be treating in that. However, it's incumbent upon us to test the raw water quality coming out of the wells.
Sure.
Currently, we're on a quarterly sampling protocol, and we plan to do that into the future. It's just another measure to continue to maintain the asset and understand the quality of the water produced from the wells itself.
Okay. So do you feel it would be logical that as, in the near future, once we are at a place where we can safely transition out of these intermittent water supplies into the long-term supplies, that this could take a different shape again?
In terms of total value of the contract?
We may not need to continue to test all the wells. We may not need to continue all that monitoring if we drop back down to a very low amount of water from the wells section as we move into reliance on other supplies.
If we, and certainly that's part of the plan, so depending upon the water supplies and how they recover, our commitment is to properly manage all of the water supplies. My recommendation, however, would be to maintain the monitoring sampling protocol on all of the wells so that we can actively continue to track those critical assets. Maybe we're not using them in the future to their full capacity, but they will be very beneficial when absolutely needed, and we want to continue to maintain those.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that explanation. One other thing that was listed in there is that while we conduct a lot of our own sampling and analysis, there are services that are outside of our scope of capacity to handle, and this covers those. Is that, if we are looking at this being a more long-term need, Is that something that we have ever looked at a cost comparison of increasing our internal scope to handle some of these tests versus contracting it out?
So you're correct. There are a certain number of parameters that our water lab at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant that we do not process, and we subcontract those out. I was at the laboratory last week. The laboratory is certainly confined in terms of space. If we wanted to expand laboratory services, I would recommend, in addition to the building, a larger building so that we can bring in more test equipment. It's certainly we'd have to do a financial analysis. Anytime you bring on more equipment to do more tests, there's a capital expense, there's maintenance expense as well.
Sure. Okay. I appreciate the information. Thank you, Nick.
Councilman Cantu.
Quick question. Do you do your own testing?
So there are some samples where we don't have the equipment to do it, and we subcontract that out.
How much does the equipment cost to do in-house?
I don't have that information for you, Councilman. I will tell you this, adding additional equipment we would need resources such as personnel. The lab itself, and like I said, I was just there last week, met with staff. It's pretty confined in terms of space.
Okay.
If we would expand testing services in addition to more equipment, I would recommend a laboratory expansion as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I will entertain a motion to approve item number 11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item pulled was item number 13. That is a motion authorizing execution of 2 3-year service agreements for temporary staffing with AGCM of Corpus Christi and ND Global Consulting for $3 million each. Who pulled this one? You did. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Jeff, I know we had talked a little bit briefly about this at a meeting previous to our council meeting here, and I was going through this, and I was curious about how this ND Global was selected, because I went to their website because I'd never heard of them before, and they are a medical staffing company that specializes in pharmaceutical, medical devices, healthcare, in vitro technology, biotechnology, and they have affiliated
Pick up information for Miss Sherry Covington over here at the Sugar Street apartment.
I looked at it because IT and engineering
Yeah, I knew where to pick her up at.
Is kind of a catch-all phrase, but it's R&D engineers, biomedical engineers, quality assurance engineers, manufacturing engineers.
Wait for me just a second.
Develop ops engineers, which I'm assuming has ties to IT. Software engineers, software developing engineers, machine learning engineers, AI engineers. I'm just curious, there's nothing that refers to project management or engineering services with construction or any of that. How did this staffing that specializes in medical tech, the medical sector, get selected to do construction management and engineering services for the city of Corpus Christi?
Well, let me back up and give you a little bit of the background on this. So you might remember it was probably about a year ago, we came for a mid-year adjustment on our staffing levels. And there was some discomfort among the council about plussing up with FTE W-2 employees to that degree. And then with the budget last year, we kind of split it where we were doing half FTEs and half through services like this. So we put this out through a standard good and service because we're not requiring professional engineering licensure or anything like that. So people that could reply were anybody that was in any kind of staffing business. Now, of the respondents, we got 10 respondents. AGCM was the only one that really focused in an area that overlapped our scope. We discussed giving a contract solely to AGCM. Leadership felt like it'd be better to have two companies, and then we could compete for assignments between the two companies. This just happened to be the second-ranked firm.
Leadership, can you define that? Who is that?
The leadership team, Peter, Michael, we discussed it about, let's pick two. We just went to the next highest ranked firm and added them.
Peter, can you explain
No, I
how a
can't. 'Cause I
medical
don't.
staffing company gets selected for this?
So I wasn't too much involved in this. We did talk about having more than one firm a year ago, but I hate to say it, but I wasn't involved in this process.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, my conversation was with Michael, but we.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Let me kind of go through this. Now, when we first initially signed a contract with AGCM, I voted against it because I didn't like the process of us not getting, doing a
it was sole source, yes, sir.
Result, right? And I told them that specifically. I voted against them because of that reason. Now, we go through the process correctly, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to vote for AGCM, but I'm having trouble voting for a company that specializes in medical technology that has no background experience. And I'm curious, even on the matrix, it says they had firms experience. Out of 8, they got 6.3. How did they score so high if they have no experience in what we're talking about of understanding, and even understanding of project scope? Out of 12 points, I get 9.3. It makes no sense to me. Please kind of enlighten me how a medical staffing company gets this contract.
Well, I don't know if I can enlighten you, but I could say that 9 of the respondents really seemed to miss the ball. They were not close.
So none of these staffing companies, and you had a bunch of them, had any experience with staffing for project management for construction.
401 to dispatch, individual, 3070.
Engineering services.
My understanding is this was the closest one. And AGM, it was kind of in their strike zone, and for all the rest, they didn't really seem to overlap.
Is there anybody here from purchasing that can give us some insight as to the...
Yeah, Sergio's coming. He'll come out from the back. Jeff, can you answer the question?
We had an evaluator from my shop, and we had somebody from purchasing that reviewed the SOQs.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you go ahead, Peter?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the question is, do they have experience in this type of project management engineering? The councilman read off a list, but I don't know if anything was excluded. So, in the either review of the written material or an interview, if you did it, do they have the experience?
Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement. I need to go back and get that information, council member. I don't have that handy, but I do know the team does check references when it's a new company or a company we've not worked with before. And so I'll have to get back to you on the specifics.
Okay, so pending that information, because I'm not comfortable with voting for them, I'd make a motion to accept the contract for AGCM and postpone the one on ND Global until we can get some more information as to their qualifications.
Yeah, we support that.
Where are you headed, Rex?
I'll work with the team on that.
It seems.
Councilman Kintu.
Okay, after that, we need to go to Doggett and think of
on the
DEF,
firm
please.
from Corpus Christi, are we having performance issues or anything like that?
Sure.
With two companies?
No, they're performing fine.
They're performing, okay. And then the other company's from out of town, right?
McKinney.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, only one local firm responded. So AGCM was the only local firm.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Yeah, it's very enlightened here. You can see that the AGCM by far was superior to any of the other companies. I mean, some of them were even 0. So I don't see any comparison. I called you and I said that I had issues with that as well. And that's the first thing I did is I went ahead and Googled some of these companies, and none of them came even close. So I agree. I mean, I think as long as there's no staffing issues, as long as that this company, this local company, which is something that we should be embracing.
401 to dispatch. Could you have a supervisor
Is
give you a private,
doing
please?
a pretty darn good job. I would say
On
stay with it. I mean,
3070.
why change, ships here?
We do not have any objection to that. We just, the only reason these guys are here is not that we're recommending them and we think they've got great qualifications for this. It's really just a desire to
Can you
have two
reach that
folks.
3070 on individual, please?
Having one.
Okay, but in this case, there really are
3070, go ahead.
all the other firms that you have listed here that applied.
I agree.
Okay, so I would support the, giving the contract to the AGC.
On private there,
Can I just
really.
add to that, Councilwoman, that there's no, as we said several times now, there's no issue with AGCM.
Okay, great.
And I think this would be the third year that they have $1 million contract. The issue is if we need more capacity, they may not have it. It's another one of those markets where there's more demand than supply.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's evidenced by, in fact, there's only really one company in the region that does this type of work.
Well, I don't know about that, only because lately we've been getting so many proposals, especially for the water, and they all, I mean.
No, for this type of work, though, for project management, this AGCM really is about the only one. I think there may have been one in Houston, but it's a somewhat of a specialty service.
Mm-hmm.
We have project managers in-house, but to staff augment using an AGCM like we've done for 2 years, and this will be year 3 with another $1 million worth of work.
Well,
So in case we
I
need
do
more-
remember Jeff, us last time when we had this contract come up, and how much you actually valued what they brought to
Yeah,
your
they're doing great.
department.
Mhm.
Yeah, so.
I see several of the employees when I come in and out of City Hall.
Okay.
They're managing projects like the Hilliard Center. They manage the Police Training Academy. AGCM did. So there's no issue with them. It's just if
Okay.
we need more help, there's that chance to use another firm. But we're going to go back anyway because the motion.
Well, good. I hope the message is getting out there that we need more help.
Correct, yes.
And with this, thank you.
So Peter, unless you know, well, you don't, you just said you're not sure if can they handle, right? They're looking at this saying, we're getting a $3 million contract, half the work, the other people are getting the other half.
Right.
Can they even handle the entire, if we were to do that? Wouldn't y'all need to speak with
we have
them
to check that.
first?
Yes, excuse me. Sorry, Mayor, go ahead. I didn't.
No, I'm just saying, would you need to speak to them first before we vote on something we don't even know they have the capacity
Right.
in certain to deal with?
Yeah, so the motion is to do only the half, the 1.5 million. The contract, the agenda item is for 3 million, 1.5 for AGCM, 1.5 for that other company. The councilman's motion is just doing the first half, the 1.5 for AGCM. But we can talk to them and see if they can do $3 million worth of up to work. These are up to contracts again, and it's if we call them for service, and if they bill us, then we pay them. But so we're going to do a couple follow-up things. One, see about the second firm that was added to give more supply, if you will. And then secondly, we'll talk to AGCM to see if we need more than 1.5 million, can they handle it? I think their market's pretty tight, right, Jeff? They have a tough time, just like we do, hiring construction engineers or construction professionals.
We do fish from the same pond, so to speak, with getting applicants, but I think preferentially, we have a vacancy. I think we're kind of at a peak level of activity now, so I'm going to probably lean more on the contract rather than bring in new full-time employees.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so we'll follow up, Mayor. Everything's good. Mm-hmm.
Councilman Barrera.
First off, I want to say you're welcome because it was me 3 years that brought this to you and recommended that in lieu of us going out and hiring personnel, giving them full benefits and what have you. It was my idea 3 years ago. And, what is it? And then secondly, I want to say that they're in a position where, because of the fact that I know they can work in Houston, Austin, San Antonio, and Dallas, as well as probably McKinney, that they're pulling from resources just the same one as anybody in McKinney would. So we're a different market, when we're in a different situation because of the fact that we are pulling from people and we will to work for a municipality versus
4953 back in the truck.
where they're working
Any
statewide.
sweepers
And I
need
think they're
to
even doing work in the
help.
state. So the idea that they can only handle $3 million worth of work, I just, because I'm sure they applied for the entire item of $6 million. And I'm seeing them nodding in the back. Full disclosure, I've known Veronica since probably 35 years. So she went to elementary school, my son. But my point is I think they're able to do the $6 million. And I don't think it's necessary that we go through this process where all of a sudden now staff is going to just go ahead and go back and spend more time to review it. So I'd like to amend that motion so that way we can just go ahead and give them the full $6 million.
No, it's three. It's
No, we're
three
going to give them
each.
3 each.
No.
Oh, so we'll give them $3 million? $3 million, yes. Okay, so then we give them the full $3 million.
Can we, excuse me, Councilman, I hate to ask this here, but can Veronica come up? Because we're not sure if they can handle $3 million. Have you asked them, Jeff? Can they?
Well, I think you can ask her project manager that's back
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Typically
Okay.
what-
So,
Either Matt or Veronica, but Jeff, have you
Go ahead
asked
and
them
come
that
on up.
question?
well, the way this works is when we've got an assignment, we give them a description of the qualifications we're looking for. And they'll propose applicants for us and the rate. I have no doubt that they could fulfill our needs.
They could handle $3 million?
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, you said that. Hey, you're former military, right, too? Right?
Longoria, Business Development Manager and Assistant Controller for AGCM. I'm going to pass it off to Kendra, who's our Director of Operations for South, and she can answer your questions better than
Hi, Mayor, Administration, and Council. I'm Kendra Hickman. I'm the Director of Operations for AGCM South Region, so that obviously includes Corpus as our hometown headquarters. And yes, we can handle $3 million. Just to answer that question, quite frankly, we do pull from the same pool and we fish from the same pond, but our pond has a really far reach when we're pulling staff. For example, I just 2 weeks ago brought somebody from our Houston office who relocated down here to our Coastal Bend region for a project need. We currently have 6 full-time employees dedicated to the city in the middle of their projects right now. We have one who is unfortunately on leave who will be coming back shortly, and we have another resume sort of in waiting and hold in case y'all potentially give us this award and need a project fulfilled immediately. So yes, we can absolutely handle it, and we would honor and appreciate the opportunity.
Is there a chance that you could meet me at the corner of Carroll and SPID on the Civitan side?
And we would be fine with that, what do you call it, counter motion or second motion that was made?
Right, amended motion.
Yeah, amended motion.
We have a few more comments, but we do have an amended motion and a second.
Yeah, over here, right across the street from Wiener Schnitzel.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to, I mean, I understand what you're probably going through, but I think, something like this, we could probably go through the process. And one of the things that I worry
I could head out that way right now. If
one
you
of the
need me
things
to.
that I've always been a big supporter.
Yes, please. It's water that I can't get to drain out, and if I drive from here back to base, every time I step on the brake, I'm going to be dumping out spoil with the water.
They were the project manager for the.
So you're actually at the corner of Caroline and CID?
They were the project manager also for Whataburger Field.
Yes, Carroll Lane and SPID, and I'm on the side on the
market.
Side where Wiener Schnitzel is. So if you leave out of base and head this direction, turn right at Wiener Schnitzel, you see me sitting in a little abandoned parking lot.
I've always been transparent about how I feel about local. I've always been very clear. And, one of the things is that
Thanks so much. I would come to you, but I can't get this water to drain out, and every time I step on the brake, it's leaving a mess.
I saw the value of LNV and what they had put here as a local community. And so then they came and invested over here. And it's not that they're just going to be sending people out. And that's just what I see it. It's just, if we're going to work with a temp agency, then we probably might work with one here. And if they feel that there's value, then they can go ahead and invest here. So that's a lot of it. I think, number one, the rich history. Number two, they've got an amazing track record, which you acknowledge. And then, number three, they've invested here, and they're going into other markets and investing there. We need to encourage those other proposers to come invest in Corpus Christi. So anyway, with that, I thank you very much. Thanks for the time, and thank you for seconding my amendment.
Well, I would like to clarify something that you pointed out. So what we're using them for is not typically what they do. We are using them as like a staff augmentation resource where they provide employees and we manage them like they're our employees, because
Absolutely.
we have the capability, the management capability in this area. Now, I would say their strike zone is really where entities don't have any of that project management capability in-house, and they outsource that to them.
2562.
So there's overlap there.
Yeah.
The people that they staff those projects with are the kind of people we're looking for,
Yeah,
but
complete on
they
4205
also will wholesale take over the project management.
I'll take that as a yes.
We're going to go ahead and wait.
All right.
One more day
Councilwoman
and
Vaughn.
see if it registers with me
For you,
reprogramming it.
Jeff, because you can only choose by what you get.
Since I
So I
reprogrammed
think
it.
you did a good job doing that. That's the best you could do. That's
the
all you
meter,
had. And
unitary,
HCM is definitely a good
I've
company.
made
But
contact
my
with the
question to
customer.
you,
We're
are
gonna
you
follow up with
comfortable
them tomorrow
with them
morning,
doing the entire thing?
8:30, same time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Complete
Councilman
on
Cantu.
unitary and
It's going to
24.
ring today because me and Roland agreed on something. He took my motion. I was gonna make a motion for that, but he took it, so I seconded it.
I have
I just wanted
334.
I'm all about local. I think, using a local company is good. I'm
334-915.
sure they need more help. They will find more help
The
somewhere
address
else, and I
is
think you're going
4009
ask the right question
Moorhead.
if you feel comfortable with it, and you said yes. So
4009 Moorhead.
I think you're
And
making the right
it's an
decision.
repair. The
So
inspection test passed.
thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. I'd like to correct some historical information that Councilman Barrera brought forward. That I had mentioned that we should augment our staff with contracted services because I didn't think we would have the projects going forward. Come to find out that we recently had a discussion about not doing a bond in 2026, right? Because we have some capacity issues. And I mentioned that during that meeting when we were talking about adding people to the engineering department. So I'm not sure how Councilman Barrera got the idea that it was his idea, but and we can go look at the tape on that, but I just want to correct that. But specifically, this is a good thing to do because it is a local company. They do provide this kind of services. The ND Global, I don't know anything about them, but just from their webpage, they had no experience in doing any of the projects that we do or stuff like that. My guess is that they go out in the market, try and find some guy off the street that says, hey, he has some qualifications, what do you think of this guy?
As ample offer.
As opposed to a company that kind of does this for a living. So
I think you're correct on that.
Right. So I think it's the correct thing to do. I was willing to give, the opportunity for them to provide us some more detail as to what they could do, but I'm okay with providing that full $3 million contract to AGCM. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I was just curious, do you know offhand, is anybody here from ND Global Consulting?
No.
No. So, number one, that speaks volumes. I know that McKinney, Texas is a little bit of a distance, but it's probably maybe $800 round trip airfare to come down and be here and be present. That speaks volumes, number one, of AGCM because they've worked with us. But the fact that they're here and here to answer questions, it speaks volumes of that organization. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, or actually, we have public.
Two amendments. So the first amendment is Mr. Barrera's. So he was specifying the amount of this contract. So it's $3 million to AGCM.
Yes.
So you want to vote on that first, and then we can vote on Mr. Hernandez's amendment.
What did she say?
So the amount, Peter.
What is the first motion?
The first motion was to award the contract to AGCM of Corpus Christi. So I need to get into that because I think your amendment would be motion authorizing execution of 1 3-year service agreement for temporary staffing with AGCM of Corpus Christi in an amount, and then strike the ND Global in an amount of $3 million, right? strike each.
Kingsville to Medic 2, Medic 2.
Sorry, up to
Be
3
route
million.
to 520
This
West
is up to 3
Kennedy
million
Avenue.
each for
520
each
West
one. So
Kennedy
I'm just saying
Avenue.
up to 3
There's
million.
an 82-year-old
And then
female
to provide
having
needed
difficulty breathing.
support
Feels like
needed
she
with
might get an
CIP
anxiety attack.
projects
520 West
located
Kennedy Avenue,
citywide,
Medic
blah,
2.
blah, blah. And then it says FY 2026 funding of $1,501,382. I wasn't sure if that's correct still. So is it 1.5 in this fiscal year? And then 3 million, up to 3 million for the 3-year contract, is that correct?
So what's on the table today for council is a 3-year agreement for a total of $3 million for the entire 3 years.
For the entire 3 years. Okay, so the part on the end about the CIP?
That's just referencing where the funding for this year is coming from.
All right.
For the 3-year.
All right.
But the caption reads $3 million each.
It does. Yeah, it says
Each contract. So the one contract is with
647, 95-3, males, one female who's in the front seat. Courthouse to the jail, copy
That's why I
McKinney.
said 6 million.
But I thought we were going to double that and just do the.
47, go ahead.
Right, I think that's what staff is recommending is just do one contract for $3 million.
29, 28, 29, 20.
It's for
For 6 million, yeah. It's
Yeah.
6 million each for one.
It's going to be a 3-year contract for 6 million.
Okay.
Right.
So it's 6
Yeah.
million?
It's
Okay.
6 million. It's a
In a 3-year
three-year
period.
contract with the one company, AGCM. One company, AGCM, 3 years of a contract. Total amount, 6 million,
Okay.
or 2 million a year.
Thank you.
Okay. So
That was my amendment.
Okay, so his amendment was just the amount. So now we are clear that the amount is 6 million just to AGCM. So that's the
On a
first amendment
3-year
we're dealing with.
Okay, I haven't done open public comment, so let me do that.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll come back. We do have a motion and a second on that amendment. All right, so would anyone like to make comment on item number 13, the AGCM comment item? Okay, there being no one, we're closing public comment. Please submit. Oh, yes, sir. You can come up. Yes, sir.
Jansen Abraham, District 2, respected council members and mayor. On this agenda, I did not come here to speak behalf of that, but when I heard this, actually, I'm a supporter of local business. I'm an immigrant, myself, ND Global. I searched the website. It's full of Indians. I love them. But I believe a company that is locally here and supporting jobs for local people here should be supported with that amount and the resources to let them grow here. That's what this is for. So I believe bringing a company from McKinney and also lots of hired Indian people, my people, I love them, but I don't think what is their interest in the city. So I really appreciate all of your decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Mayor, can we do that voice vote? It's hard to do the amendments on to program them.
Does
We don't have them ahead of
understand
time.
where we are?
So do you so the amendment on the floor, the first amendment was made by Mr. Hernandez, right? And he said he's just to offer the contract to AGCM. And then Mr. Barrera amended that motion to include the exact amount. So the first thing we vote on when we vote on amendments, we vote on the last amendment made first, and then we go down to the second one. So Mr. Barrera's is first. That's the first one we'll consider, and the amount is $6 million, to offer them $6 million.
To AGCM?
Yes, ma'am, to AGCM. That's correct.
All right, all in favor, say
Everybody
aye.
clear? Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right, so now we have Mr. Hernandez's amendment. So in his amendment,
Are you still ready to copy?
the way I understand it, it's motion authorizing execution of one 3-year service agreement for temporary staffing with AGCM of Corpus Christi in an amount of up to $6 million to provide support needed. So the rest of it remains the same, correct, Mr. Zanoni? And okay.
Ma'am, yes,
So,
Mr.
so the rest of them will remain the same, but what I've read, those are the changes.
2401
So that's the.
Okay, Rebecca, everybody thinks we just voted on that.
No, ma'am, we just voted on the amount. We voted on the $6 million. So initially, Mr.
Hold on. So I thought what he said,
it's the
because
meter number.
Eric said I was going to do the same thing. What Councilman Barrera amended was to give the whole contract to AGCM.
But he was talking about an amount. That was my understanding. The amount was in question. So Mr. Barrera specified the
I'm good
amount.
with it. I mean, as long as AGCM gets to work for this, for the 3-year contract for $6 million.
Yeah, because he made the amendment first. So Mr. Hernandez made the amendment first, and it was seconded.
Right, but then he amended the
Right.
That's fine.
So he amended his
We all
amendment.
just thought we voted on the whole thing as one.
No, ma'am, it was the amount that was in question. That's what Mr. Barrera brought up. And then now we're going back to the original motion.
I know. Okay.
Okay, so does everybody understand the motion that I read?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
So please submit your vote.
Okay.
6 degrees, can I have a private?
Oh, we already did it. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing it.
You need to vote.
We need to vote.
We all did, but apparently. Okay, the motion carries. So the full contract goes to AGCM, 3-year agreement. All right, item number 14.
They voted as amended, but I don't know if you want to do that, but if you want proper procedure, we would vote on the whole thing as amended.
We will vote it as amended. Please submit your vote. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that's the final step. We vote on the whole thing as amended.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. There has to be a cleaner way to do
What are
this.
you looking for?
I can provide the council an email this week going over the Roberts rules and how we handle amendments, the ladder that we use, which we use right now. And I can use it on this example specifically.
Yeah.
So I'll provide that.
Item number 14 is a motion awarding, this is the last item pulled, a motion awarding construction contract to Bunko LLC of Driscoll, Texas for the installation, it's a, Asset Management Service Center Secure Enclave project for the installation of an 8,700 linear foot heavy-duty chain link fence. And this was pulled, Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Quick questions. I understand that this is a huge parameter to provide fencing for, and that's expensive, I get it. But going through this item, even the vendor that is being recommended, it looks like it's about $132,000 being spent on the decorative entry. Could you explain a little bit of that?
I think I'm going to have to punt that to Juan.
Councilwoman, good afternoon. Juan Rivera, Asset Management Director. Yeah, so that's a monumental entryway that's going to kind of direct folks into the Civitan Service Center. This project has been long going in design since 23. So it goes back to 2023 when we initiated that design of that project. So that was part of it.
Peter, $132,000 on a stone gate?
Yes, Councilwoman. So I don't have the number Juan May, but hundreds of employees go through this, as well as contractors. Right now, it's undefined and hard to find. And so we want it to be a sense of place, especially for our employees, but also for traveling public that may go there, or vendors. So the front gate has it's a little different than the periphery, or the surrounding the enclave, and so it has more substantial treatment, including brickwork, heavier duty gate, lighting, signage. So it's a low bid price, and we have the best price. It's below the engineer's estimate. But we do want, this place has been, I toured this when I was interviewing 7 years ago, and it looked pretty bad then, and it still needs help today. What we're trying to do with this yard is make it really a good sense of place for our employees that go there day in and day out. our vendors, and then the community itself that goes there to the animal care facilities right there. We have public meetings from time to time. So it's nothing elaborate. It's a pretty basic design, but the cost increase, and Jeff, the engineer, can talk about why it's more, is because it has brick and stone treatment and a heavier duty fence that has mechanical components to it.
4 years, correct?
I understand the cost to do fencing around
4 years,
it
10-4.
size, but it's
Okay, I'll just give you a heads up. I'm
$35,000
gonna
for
send
a
mechanics to
foundation for
Unit
monument
1006 to secure
signage.
the seats where the
$35,000 for electrical
1025s
at
are.
monument
It's
signage.
not securing properly, so a
$45,000 for
mechanic's gonna
LED
go and
lighting
tighten
at
the screws
monument
over there.
signage.
For what unit?
$8,500 for landscaping on both sides of the
96 times
monument
4.
sign. So those costs, and the monument signage itself, $8,500. Those don't have any bearing, according to reading the detail on this, on any of the mechanical gate openers, on anything to the actual fencing. This is all just decorative. I'm having a little bit of heartburn because we've got facilities that need air conditioner replacement that our community actually goes in and spends time in. They do researching, they do GED programming. I've got a facility that has tarping over books because of roof leaks. I'm really struggling to support. I'm sorry, I get it. It was approved in 2023, but $132,000 on decoration. I love our employees. I appreciate them, and I will always stand up and support them. But I don't think $132,000 is the way to do that here.
Excuse me. It's part of the total project, so we recommend it. That's all I can say is we recommend it. That we wish the price was less, but it's going to be a long term. It's probably 30 to 50 year lifespan.
It is, sir. It is, sir.
And again, we do want to recognize that this is the city's service center, and that comes with some type of treatment that you can see in the presentation, lighting and that type of thing. We don't dictate the unit prices. The private sector does, but.
So here's the thing, I mean, we could pick up the phone to a number of local vendors and say, hey, could you make me a pretty entranceway for less than $132,000?
Yeah, I think that'll be good. Thank you.
And I could probably have 3-5 people tell me they could, but I can't do that because that's not process. And I want to support this item, but I can't support that expenditure. It's already 1.27 million, so if you take that out,
to Q23 at 905 Driftwood.
There's some things that are added in case there's an issue. Another thing is $4,000 on permitting. Is that a local permit for stormwater pollution prevention?
Most likely, but Juan, you don't.
Most likely it is, but I'm not for sure, sir, so I wouldn't answer that question with a yes.
Jeff, do you know the permit?
It just seems like that might be something administratively that we could say, if you're doing this on a city premise, we don't need to charge you $4,000 to give us $4,000.
Yes, we permit all the projects here through Department of Services.
Development Services funded off of permits, and we pay permits on city projects, same as private projects.
Yeah, it's an enterprise fund, so the money. Yeah, so the service when they go out there, we have to pay them.
Okay,
when they be in development services.
So that's my question. What
you,
if
sir.
anything, can we do to take this portion of that provision? Again, this went out to bid. You have included 4 or 5, I forget, bidders in here. That's astronomical for an entryway.
Well, so Councilwoman, some of the things that I think you're adding in there are like the electrical to the electric motors that include the opening gate. So if you just took out the decorative parts, it's going to be way less than the amount that you were citing.
They're all listed as just the signage. On I don't know if you have the same packet I do, but it's the bid.
Right. So you've got the foundation for the monument sign. That was $35,000, and the monument sign itself was $8,500. Other parts of this, you've got electrical motors and a gate that can open and shut. There are a lot of it supporting that.
LED lighting at signage the LED lighting at the signage is $45. Electrical at signage $35.
Correct, and some of that's just specifically for the sign, but some of it is
Right.
just have lighting. So I guess what I'm saying is that that amount that you had is split between stuff that we'd probably want to do anyway and to support the decorative sign.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I've said my piece. I think,
Yeah.
to me, we've really got to look at these designs and say, you know what, I want it to be beautiful too, but we're not at the place for wants, not needs.
Right, I think we did that, Councilwoman. In fact, we toned it down. It would have been more. They're getting me the price, but you may see when you pull into City Hall, we have a similar treatment. You know, we put in a gate system there, and it was, I don't have the final number, but it was more than this. So,
You know, there's something that I think is important that a lot of us have experienced or taught our children or witnessed is you may have a home that looks plain, but it's clean and it has your essentials and it functions.
Right.
That doesn't make it any less of a home. It's just not lavish.
Right.
And I think that we can still have a reputable, respectable, beautiful facility that's not lavish. Thank you.
I move for approval.
Councilman Hernandez.
And maybe, I don't know if Sergio's, oh, there you are. Can you kind of explain to me why this is completely being paid for out of the wastewater capital fund when it encompasses more than just wastewater? Is that right? Am I looking at the wrong item?
Councilman, on the agenda amendment, city facilities fund.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong item. Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's not the wastewater fund, Councilman, right?
This is the
Coming out of the
city facilities.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's kind of a similar thing what I wanted to get to, but there's a lot of departments that are covered in this area. So why is it just coming out of one area, considering you have more than just the facilities?
Juan Rivera, sir. It's coming out of a past CO. So that's CO funding.
Well, I understand it's CO funding, but it's
coming out of the facility.
Yeah, so that is coming out of a capital projects fund, and depending how that fund, the debt is issued for the funds that are going into that fund, the service of that debt, if it's appropriate to charge to multiple utility funds or other funds, then that's how the debt payment is split. And so, but the budget for the construction is in Fund 3160.
Okay, this is not the way we do this. A lot of times we'll separate it out into the individual departments, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to go and reload.
Budgeting the cost of the construction for
Now, let's go ahead and get some racks and let's do the edge work, 'cause there's kind of deep. Just stuff them over there from 55 and do the edge work.
multiple construction funds, because you're going to capitalize that.
Okay, we'll go load that up.
Then when you're going to service that debt, to actually.
Yeah, I'm looking at them and they're deep, so, yeah, let's go ahead and take care of the edge
onto
work.
their respective debt service funds. So here you have.
Hey, we'll go load up rep and do the edge work.
Facilities. I'm not
All right,
sure
thank you.
what's
45
financing the
cents.
service, how this was budgeted during the capital budgeting.
4504, please.
So you have you done that work already to say who's going to pay for what? Because you're asking us to approve a CO, I mean, basically funding from a CO without knowing what department's going to be charged to for the debt service.
Sure, we know that I don't have the information in front of me, but when this is budgeted, so it's budgeted under city facilities, my assumption is that that's either a certificate of obligation or general obligation bond that was approved. In that case, then that is funded through the debt service fund, which is supported by tax, property tax.
No, I fully understand what you're saying, right? It's just we don't know who's going to
Hey, there you go. You can send me off and play it over here on Beard.
Not off the top
Give
of
it
my head,
24 over.
that we can find out, because we can tie this particular fund is funded by whatever debt proceeds we issued. And from the way we issued those debt proceeds, I can go back and see who's servicing that. That just is not part of this agenda item, because this agenda item, the number that's reported here is the fund that's paying for it, for the project, not the fund that's paying for the debt service.
I fully get what you're saying. I see where the money's coming from. I don't know what department that's going to be paying for that debt service.
Gotcha.
So what if it all goes to animal control?
Yeah, no.
Not likely, but I mean, what I'm saying is that we don't.
7-1 to transit radio check.
Who gets billed what? I mean, you have parks there, you have public works.
7-1, we have you loud and
fleet,
clear.
You have water, you have,
Pass to
I guess,
7-4.
gas
Thank
is there,
you.
right?
We headed to zone 1.
You have lots of different departments that you're going to be charging, but you know, there's I don't know what the split is. I don't know who gets what. Is it going to be split equally? How is that all going to work?
So I can kind of answer that somewhat. If it is a general government fund that's going to fund this facility, if facilities fund 3160 or city facilities is all government related, then that debt service is funded through the INS tax, which is our debt service fund. Now, if the utility fund is going to fund a portion of it because if there are any utility buildings on there, we're going to split our cost out.
You're doing it out of a CO, even though you have enterprise funds that are operating there.
I don't know exactly what is funding this. Like I said, I need to go back and see what the funding source is for this specific CIP. But if it is certificate of obligation, normally our property tax is what's supporting that.
Well, yeah, I get that. It's just where you're assigning the debt. You're not assigning debt to the water fund and then assigning debt to the general fund.
So it's not even debt.
Okay, bring this up specifically because we just had that meeting where we don't have a lot of debt capacity because now we're at 31% as certificates of obligation as a portion of our total debt.
Yes, sir. I have the answer here for you. The item is funded through general fund. It's not a debt. It's not tied to debt at all. The capital improvement plan here, based on the capital budget page, that's in the budget book.
Okay, even though it covers multiple departments that are not within the general fund.
Yeah, that is a budget decision at the time when this is being budgeted. Okay, yeah, go.
Camille Tyrus, I was the CIP manager at the time. So this was a decision by council to do a cash transfer from the reserves that year to transfer cash directly into the CIP. So this is not debt funded, this is cash funded.
It's cash fund
from the general fund.
So we're not going to get reimbursed by any of the enterprise funds for this?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
So how much are we talking about for the structure that we're worried about?
The entire fence is 1.2 million.
For the entire fence, fence and the structure?
How many linear feet, or what is it?
$1.2 million, Councilwoman, and it's 8,700 square feet, or linear square feet.
Okay, and then you've got rock, is it rock? The structure, the entrance? What is it?
So that small entrance is very small. It's just for the entrance, but the rest of the perimeter, the 87 acres, is going to be a chain link fence, 8 feet high, all around the outside perimeter.
I don't have a problem with it because we have got to start securing what we have.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you can still secure it with something that looks nice. And you've got the rolling gate that's going to go through there. So you've got to have a solid structure. So I don't have a problem with it. I don't. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Would anyone like to speak on item number 14? Okay, there being no one closed public comment.
Can I just add one more thing, Mayor, that this is a good use of funds. It's protecting millions in assets that have been stolen, i.e. catalytic converters, whole vehicles. So this is the big part of this is protecting taxpayer-funded assets.
Right. Okay. Councilwoman Paxson. Hold on.
Just for clarification, I don't have a problem with the project. I don't. That's why I said at the beginning, I understand this is a huge parameter to cover. My preference is just when we do go to make those solid structures, that we have the fiscal impact at the forefront. You can have things that look respectable, they're effective, they're sturdy, and they don't have to be exorbitant on necessarily the appearance. They can look quite nice and still be functional, but not luxurious. That was my point.
Yeah. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. it's 2 o'clock. The council's going to go into executive session on items 21 through 24 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. And then we will return.
Hi, the transfer. We can cancel the mechanics. I took care of it.
10-4, cancel the mechanic, you took care of it. 10-4.
10-4.
Round 35, 4 down, 3 rounds, plus 1.
Louis, that's going to put me away.
Two, doing a 1070 out there.
Yeah. In traffic. Gonna be in the 300 block of East Sydney. Should be out with Texas Victor Charles X-ray 6214. Victor Charles X-ray 6214.
10.
Please, David.
Street, 64 within street on a vehicle search.
Careful.
Correction, 208, can you re-advise your location? 626 West Market Street. 10 plus.
Two five six Q23 on Moorhead. Three two to 1527 Carlos. Come in. Where are you at? I don't hear you responding onto the radio where you're stopping at, and what's your ETA back? I was here dogged and made a mistake on the order. I was trying to get it corrected. I just got back in the truck, headed back to base. 10-4, 2 clear. Candy said perform the pickup? Yeah, Linda Cerna, she was ready for pickup.
Radio check. Crystal, what's the time that we went south today? 7:56 a.m. Copy.
We are just pulling into the parking lot. 10-4. They're doing a vote demo and they need to kind of clean up a little bit. What was that at, Chris? The marina. Oh, okay. On the T-head, right?
Yeah, I think it's Cooper's Alley.
Okay, 10-4. I'm over here on North Beach checking on something for Cam, but I can head over there and then I can get a hold of somebody to go out there.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Julian, come in.
Go ahead.
Can you meet me at Cooper's Alley? I believe they're out there, somebody on the crew.
Simple.
Contact.
Simple. Yes, sir. Has the mechanic been there? We were trying to get a hold of him to send him back, but we couldn't reach him.
I talked to him because I talked to him. Cancel the call. Talking about the mechanic?
Yeah, since we're due a fine, trying to notify him to go ahead and come back, but he couldn't reach him. So I wasn't sure if you had made contact with him since you took care of that issue.
Yeah, I made contact with him. He's been in prison for a little bit, but he's gone now.
10-4, thank you.
10-4. Seven one to 7-5. 7-5, go ahead, sir.
Okay, that's a 10-4 on those two individuals. They're down now at Staples Station.
10-4, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Route 14 a base.
Okay.
Base, whoever's picking up Jimmy Moore at the college, she wants to be picked up at the bus stop on Ocean Drive.
Bus stop Ocean Drive?
Yes, for Jimmy Moore, she wants to be at the university, 6300 Ocean Drive. She wants to be picked up at the bus stop on Ocean Drive, the main bus stop on Ocean Drive.
10-4.
10-4, thank you.
Send to Javier.
All right, 10-4, just wait there for me, please. I'll be there in about maybe 20 minutes.
10-4.
Put a pause enter.
Tulsa in traffic.
Well, 10.
Going into the 100 block at Southville. Gonna be out with Texas. X-ray John Nora 4743. X-ray John Nora 4743.
10. A208 status. Sorry. 10-4.
modified tire. 10-4, keep it posted.
Six 32. Check the property for welfare check on a fire. We have not had any reports of control burns. RP advises neighbors burning. He's concerned it's going to catch his property on fire. 7752 Highway 359, 7752 Highway 359. RP was transferred to fire marshal as well.
Seven five two.
10-4.
My map shows that in Orange Grove.
Caller advised it was going to be just north of the bridge on 359 before you get to the bait stand.
Ten four. Cooper's Alley, the T-Hit.
3 Charles 28, I'll be funny. 10-4.
Ten four, not clear to be safe.
10-4. You took your lunch already?
Yeah, I almost forgot. I was like wrong 9:30 something.
Oh, okay. 541 radio check, 10-8 from yard. Radio check, 10 from yard.
2-4, line clear, receive.
.38 radio check, 10-8 from the yard.
10-4, line clear, receive.
Okay, so I just sent you a picture along with it's on Alameda La Pond.
Chris, he's in the sweeper with me. I'm on lunch right now, but I can head over there after lunch.
Okay, that's fine, 10-4. Once y'all go over there, if you can take a look around some of those grates that are out there, and then some of those inlets that they put those cages in front of it. If you can take a look at them and see if they need to be cleaned up. We're expecting some more rain tonight.
All right, 10-4.
BN 905 Driftwood, 23 at 337 Sunset Avenue.
Roger. 12-10, 10-4. Reverse back to you. $32, 10-4.
632.
32.
It's a control burn. There's no fire. It's mainly just smoke right now. No chance of neighbors' property catching fire. Did they want contact?
And they were referred to a farmer.
10-4. I'll be 10-8.
Six eight one FM 2046. Stray dog wandered up to that address's front porch. She said it's kind of a neighborhood stray dog. The dog is covered in blood, not doing well. Animal control was notified. They called the RP back and basically said they weren't going to do anything about it, that it was her responsibility to take it to the vet and have it put down.
Mm-hmm.
Clear the courthouse, one male back to the jail.
10-4. Please what return safely.
646 at the trip.
646, 10-4.
Info. Wind background noise unreadable. Try again. 23.
To restart the queue, complete at 337 Sunset, taking 22.
You could try it one more time, please.
In the middle, face two. Starting with the bar in the middle, and face two.
Great, thank you.
628, 1041.
628, 10-4.
Pollution go, 5 o'clock, residue and panels overhead, so.
Look it up.
Okay, I have work order 287-191, 287-191. The address is 605 Williamson Place, 605 Williamson Place, and it's for a 33 above ground. On the city right now.
One more time.
287-191.
17. Well, 240 all the way around. Front door just swung open. 6:15. I was ever looking at the owner of your public service. His name's gonna be Mark Castillo. He said he'll come pick it up later today. He can't come get it right now. 6:15, 10. 12 time. I'm out with a vehicle here in the 100 block of East Sitton Street. Looks like it was a road rage incident. 12:10, 10-4. Tolton, you can 22, everything's 10-4. 10-4. 46 to dispatch. 10-8 from the yacht. Ready to check. 10-4, line clear, be safe. Thank you.
Visual.
Stand by, please.
Control to dispatch. Go ahead. Headed north of the bollard. Copy 1222. Well, 10. Are you taking calls?
10-4.
Call can name and public service number reference to information or question about getting someone to stop calling first.
10-4, can you text it to me?
10-4.
Stand by for traffic. I have work order 287187. That's 287187. The address is 510 Santa Monica Place, 510 Santa Monica Place. This is going to be for a grade 3 leak. It looks like on the meter dial. 10-4-17. 603.
603.
How you read this unit?
603, you are loud and clear.
10-12.
Seems like all of these are gonna need to be hit, Julian. All these in the four corners.
Central.
They keep coming straight.
Yeah, just go straight and come back down.
It looks like we got some more over here also. Right there. Okay, 10-4.
Yeah, Bobby, on the grade over here on North Alameda on the line, right next to City Hall at that intersection, it's all clear now. There was a couple bottles, but I picked it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of these inlets that have those grates that they put in front of them, and a lot of them need to be touched up if you want to come back and help out Julian. There's some on Josephine, Mexico, San Rankin.
Yeah, that's fine. I can just go over here on Muller and I can find the code and all that start and I can just go right now.
Just drive around and see where you find them, and if you do, just, hit them up.
Okay, yeah. The little trunks, Banshee and Alameda are also good. I checked those before I swung back around and hit the great ones.
Yeah, that one on the left, Julian, is pretty full also. Right?
Ten four, thank you.
10-4, you're welcome.
Route 49. Radio check, 10-8 from the yard.
10-4, 9 clear, be safe. Thank you, dispatch.
It's 47.
647.
Clear,
Thank you.
Six 15.
Good.
Do you have the name and phone number from that last complainant with the dog?
Hey, Jim, if you want to turn right there on Mesquina, there's one on Josephine and Leopard.
I'm gonna hit the other side of the ocean, right in first, and yeah, I it.
No, you're good. I got Julian right here with me also.
Is there one on that side street coming up, going to the city hall?
Yeah, right here where I'm at on Leopard and Josephine, there's one right here.
Okay, cool. Come around.
47.
47.
95. 2 females, 1 male. And they're all back to the jail. Copy.
47, go ahead.
9.5. 09.5.
10-4.
Exclude 23. I don't see any more, Julian. I think that should be all of them. See it, Tristan.
Okay. Okay, 10-4. I think I saw on the other side over here on Staples over there by the bus plant, that there's like brush in front of that gray. I try to get it. One, we're working on a spot on the back of your truck.
Okay.
Yeah, over there in the Corpus Christi Transport Authority or whatever.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll turn on here, recording.
Route 38, 10-7.
47, go ahead.
10.0. 10.0.
10-4.
46. 4 down for the run. Halting traffic.
12-10.
Gonna be in the 700 block of East Sydney. I'll be out with Texas. Charles Boy, 9064. Charles Boy, 9064.
10-4.
high school softball field?
1206, 10-4.
12, we changed locations. We're going to be in front of the day voting.
10-4.
638, 24th District Court, out of the office.
638, 10-4.
$34, 35 days? 1022. Oh, 1022.
Sent you a message, sir.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. It's your turn.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, motion authorizing execution of a real estate contract with Thomas Joe Smith for the purchase of approximately 112 acres.
Oh. He's back. Okay, go ahead.
I'll start over because you interrupted me.
Yeah.
Motion authorizing execution of one, a real estate sales contract with Thomas Joe Smith for the purchase of 112 acres of land near County Road 87 and County Road 22 near the Agua Dulce Hub in Nueces County, Texas, in an amount not to exceed $1,066,850. And two, a real estate sales contract with Midnight Sun, Inc., for the purchase of approximately 2,909 acres of land near County Road 87 and County Road 20 near the Agua Dulce Hub in Nueces County, Texas.
Dispatch is for one individual on 3070, please.
$277,520 for the purpose of the CC Gas underground gas reservoir project that has been on the capital improvement plan since 2021. That's my motion.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mayor, may I make a,
yes.
Can I talk? I just want to make sure I did ask and was confirmed that San Jacinto Title is not a party of this contract. Just want to make sure that got out there.
Company
yeah, no, we have nothing to do with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, please submit your votes.
It was 4953. Is there any sweepers that need to be dealt?
Did you want to do open public comment on this, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Did you want to open public
because
comment?
it's an executive session item, but this is it's an item on the agenda we're voting on. So does anyone in the audience, would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on this item, which is basically a gas? Do you want to explain in a couple of sentences what it is, Bill?
Yes, this is a underground natural gas storage facility that'll protect our customers from winter.
Can anyone tell me if the 93 is still coming out here to Flyer Bluff or Flex
Would anyone like to make
pickup
comment on it?
to go to Momentum?
Okay, there being none, we'll close public comment and please submit your vote.
No, sir, I'm only.
Okay.
Ten for it. Thank you. Close the sheriff.
Councilman Hernandez.
All right. I'd like to make a motion under
Yeah, I will be needing to dump
Section 15 of an agreement with Elevate QOF.
Are you still close to over here by
Section 15 says event of default by company following the events constitute a default by agreement by the company. The corporation or the city determines that any representation or warranty on behalf of the company contained in this agreement or in any financial statement, certificate, report, or opinion submitted to the corporation in connection with this agreement is incorrect or misleading in any material respect when made. With that section of the contract, motion determining an event of default for misleading material representation made to the Type B Corporation under the business incentive agreement between Corpus Christi Type B Corporation and Elevate QOF LLC for the development of a hotel and retail project.
Can we put that on the screen so that way the public can see it? So that way when it's watched on YouTube and reread and reviewed, so that way we're transparent? You have to zoom in. Because there's no way to zoom in?
Yeah, there is.
Why don't you do one document at a time? Do the motion on the right, zoom in so people can see it. Pull the page down towards you. There you go. Okay, they'll zoom in now so people can read it.
Keep going.
And now the other document.
Put it back. I was still reading it because I'm not sure what it is.
Zoom in a little more, please.
can we zoom in some more? I'm sorry, I'm 60 years old and wearing glasses. I guess we can't.
not. Can they not?
Can IT zoom in anymore? Is that it?
That's as far as they can do it.
That's as far? Okay, they
Yes.
said that's as far as they can get it.
So the motion is to determine an event of default.
Determining.
And what is that event?
Can you put the other document up?
Okay, you're gonna have to, I guess the event is the highlighted part?
That is the reference to the agreement that the motion is referencing to in terms of where it states where if you provide the city with misleading statements, which was covered previously, and we don't have all of the information.
Hey, Bobby, can you call me on my phone, this Chris?
Session here, but it's mainly the misleading information we got with regards to the FEMA information, the altered slide, a lot of the changes from one agreement from one to the next with regards to this project type B, and we saw some of that in today's public comment.
Where did this document come from?
This document?
Yes.
This is the city's agreement with Elevate QOF. Well, not the city's, but Type B Corporation's agreement with Elevate QOF.
Now, this was before or after we voted? After the council on the second reading?
This contract is the one that's the final contract after 2 readings.
And so this is the contract. So you're alleging default prior to this contract?
I'm alleging that we had misleading information provided to us by the applicant.
So you're alleged that, which is an event of default. So you're alleging misleading information prior to this contract. So does this contract, Buck, is it retroactive?
We can make contact at 1090 Lane, apartment 103. RP was that her son, Connor Marsh, returned home. He was not injured as a runaway, just for 43.
The language is somewhat ambiguous, so it could be read in two ways. One that it does apply to
Can I give her public service?
Representations made prior to execution of the contract, and
153. Where you can go.
Representations made after execution of the contract.
Even though 5 council members understood that there was a alteration on a PowerPoint presentation, and they supported this. They supported this. So I guess that's where I'm having a hard time understanding where the default was made. 5 council members knew of the alteration, and yet,
2801B. Can you please put the rest down?
5 council members directed staff to write this contract. So I'm still at a loss of where the default is. Because this is after the council voted, and every council member knew, what they were voting for. You abstained, right?
I abstain.
Okay, but that's what I mean. You had the choice to vote yes, no, or abstain. So does staff recommend we move forward with the motion? Peter?
Recommendation, Councilman. So Buck
Okay.
would have to, yeah, but it's illegal. Buck's going to have to make the.
Yeah, I would advise that the council take no action at this time.
Mr. Bryce, when you advised Type B to put them into vault, did they take your advice?
Not sure if the rules of disciplinary, I'm not sure if that confidential information can be relayed to the council at this time.
Okay. I understand that it's a legal department to give us a legal opinion and to give us the pros and cons legally in terms of lawsuits and that kind of stuff. But it is, and I'm going to quote Miles here, not not you. It's not for him to tell us what's right and wrong or what's ethical or unethical. It's to tell us what's legal and what's not legal and give us our recommendations based on that. It is incumbent upon us as a council to determine whether things were done correctly or incorrectly. It is our votes. It's important for us to do what's right. And if somebody misrepresents themselves in writing and in a slide to deceive us in order to receive an incentive, that is something that should not be accepted by anybody. Whether, you know, there was an example given earlier about hiring somebody that determined that their resume was not exactly accurate, and we decided not to hire them. And I get it's different, two different things, but the same thing applies. If you're being misrepresented, you don't want to do business with that group. Now, they do have an opportunity to cure. Whatever that cure is, it has to be determined by Type B. But ultimately, this is something that we should stand up for our contracts and do what's right. So then that leads me to another question. What's the remedy then if it goes back to Type B?
Well, then,
Is that for me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you. How would you cure this? I mean, we've already hired an attorney that we paid over $300,000 that basically stated that the lawsuit is my term. It's not a legal term, and I'm not Barney Davis. What is it? That it's a farce. You know, so we paid an attorney over $300,000 to argue that the city is moving forward lawfully. So, how would we remedy? How does it get remedied?
Arguably, I guess
what are the legal options for the Type B board?
Well, the developer in this case potentially could submit corrected documents reflecting.
How do you read this radio?
FEMA slides potentially.
Loud and clear.
So, of which we already know the answer. So,
suspect vehicle, white Chevy Blazer, black row, stickers on the back, unknown plate, lasting southbound on bypass, business 35, business 35.
We're not satisfied with that.
Unknown exact location at this time.
Because we're not following staff recommendation right now. So I'm trying to play this out. We send this to the Type B board. We have to figure out a remedy that the majority of this council is going to have to be satisfied with. Otherwise, are we going to do we have the ability to overturn it again or recommend it being overturned again?
What being overturned?
Well, here's the thing. Staff decided to move forward. I mean, Type B board said, we're going to move forward with this. They're well aware of the alteration. They're well aware of the extension that was requested because of the challenges that they faced in the construction of the extension. And yet, we're going to send this back to the Type B board.
Yes, that's going to create a decision point for Type B on how to deal with the notice of default and make a determination on whether to terminate or not.
So the Type B board, but we have to give them 60 days to remedy. So if they don't fulfill the remedy, that's what I'm saying. What's the remedy?
Well, then it's
1044.
Determine whether they have or not remedied the violation, the default.
So then it really does nothing, because Type B board, in essence, has already made very clear. I mean, that's my speculation, that it's going to go to Type B board, and they're going to say it's been remedied. We're going to move forward. We're going to waste more staff time.
Yeah, I think impliedly by them executing the contract and granting 2 extensions, they've kind of
They support
that.
They support the development and the incentive.
To pick up one.
Okay, I'll come back.
Bay 2, trailer with a center bar, and Bay 2 with a scale.
So we do this default letter to the hotelers. Type B board could not do anything, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is by sending that letter, you're going to trigger decision point for the type B to either choose to terminate or allow the contract.
And most likely they're not going to do anything.
Allow the contract to move forward.
They would have done it before. And the last time city recommendation was not to move forward, right?
6086 Central for comment
The
check.
city staff's recommendation was not to extend the agreement.
Got it. And to Councilman Bayeda's remarks about the attorney's fees, the only reason why it's high now is because, with all due respect, I'm not trying to fight with nobody, but the mayor conflict out the city attorney's office. So, I mean, that was told to me by Miles. That's the only reason why we're having to pay a lot more money in attorney's fees. We're still going to pay attorney's fees, but not as much if the city's attorney's office wasn't conflict out. Is that correct, Buck?
I guess the conflicting out incurred an additional expense, but we still had to.
Yeah, Mr. Bob, we're going to go to 61 and 20. So hold on.
For a whole year, you guys were doing the case, correct? Y'all were doing the legal stuff on the case for like a whole year.
I'm not certain on the timeline, but we did represent the city for
a good while.
For a while.
Yes, thank you.
9572, please, you'll be at the courthouse.
Address that. The man sitting back there in the back to the left, that's why we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, that's right. So,
638.
Yeah, Barney.
638.
Something else. So.
Yeah, the ATS for vehicle maintenance.
Jaw rule, that's it. Yeah. So, Mr. Cantu, the disrespect is louder. Yeah, no, it is. It's disgusting. But let me give you a little fact check here. Yeah. What Miles said to me, because this lawsuit was brought forth, that doesn't seem to end. And today, 5 people are going to continue to add taxpayer dollars to something. It doesn't matter what wall y'all hit. It is. Nope, let's keep finding something else. Nope, it was immaterial, everybody said so. Nope, it wasn't. No, let's slap their hands somehow. And so it's continuing to go on. What Miles told me, since we're talking about what Miles said, was that they are not capable. The same way that you and 4 other council members didn't feel that a certain particular law firm was capable of investigating this very issue. So you went and hired another law firm. I think that was number 3, to say, tell us something bad happened here. And Mr. Hernandez handpicked that law firm. He handpicked that law firm. And they came back and said, nothing here. That's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Now, again, back to your point. The reason we're spending money is because Miles said we're not capable of doing this type of law. This isn't what we do. And then, of course, you had your time, Mr. Cantu, but stop the disrespect. You can turn your light on again and talk. You can talk. You can turn your light on again. There's a process, Councilman Cantu. There we go. Please, all right, let's just stop. No, there we go. You're out of order. You're out of order. You can turn on your light again. There's a process, Councilman Cantu, and that's the problem. That is you made a statement, sir. You made a statement, and respect. Okay, follow the process. Councilman Cantu, I'm asking you again to follow the process. And the process is what everybody else does. Councilman Hernandez has his light on. Mark Scott has his light on. Councilwoman Campos has her light on. None of them are speaking out of term because there's a process. So Councilman Cantu, I'm asking you to stop the disrespect. I'm asking you to follow the process and have respect for your constituents. You decided to make a statement that involved me specifically. And I am making a statement to clarify, sir. Sir, again, Councilman Cantu, I am asking you to stop the disrespect in this chambers. There is a process. Sir, you're out of order. There is a process.
Copy,
Everyone's following the process. Look at your screen. Everyone except you. So Councilman Cantu, I am asking you again to please play by the rules the way your colleagues are. Councilman Scott.
Bring some chicken, come get some.
I will tell you that I think that the legal department
Nah,
would
that's all right.
witnesses at some point anyhow, so. I mean,
And I'm serious. Open that lid and you'll find some chicken in there.
It would be an opportunity, if the lawsuit continued, that they would be witnesses, which would have caused them to recuse themselves. So I think hiring
I
legal.
said, man, I love barbecue chicken, but I open that, I'm like, oh, hell no.
Look, none of this makes me happy. That's my first note. None of this makes me happy. I wasn't on the council when this happened.
I definitely will. I don't want you to
I don't
live
like
it up.
spending time with this. We've got a DCP
Hey, Bobby.
conversation to be had. We have water issues. None
Yes,
of this
sir.
makes me happy.
Hey, sir,
My
where you
second
at right now?
comment was, my sense is elevate.
Christina in Mexico, waiting on Chris to dump for Julia.
That have been
What's
made
up?
that they intentionally misrepresented.
Okay.
I
Is
just-
there any
that's
way
my
you
sense.
remember the veteran on
Others
Vanderbilt?
should, but disagree with that, and that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Is that I think they signed. They
Can
would
you go
say
put
in court of
eyes
law
on that
they
area, see
signed
if we
a
need a vector?
legally binding document in good
Sure,
faith.
I'll head over there.
That sets a bad precedent.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Anybody
it.
else that might want to come sign
Give me the
a
free up
type
a
B
vector right now.
document to do projects in Corpus Christi.
Yes, sir, no problem. Hey, Julian, I've already sent Chris a pin, so he should be meeting you here. If you want, turn on your lights, that way you can spot you.
On this issue. And I
Yeah,
think
cool.
this potentially puts taxpayer dollars at risk, because if the type B, who is appointed by council members, who are appointed by council members, decides to do the same, my sense is
Go ahead.
Elevate will sue. And
Hey, boy, just be quiet, moving the check for Michael and the other guy.
grounds to law to sue, and it will cost all of us money.
You can make
and that they
contact
will
with either
win
1008
in the
Route 27. You can route it down.
I do think the type B approved extensions multiple times, so there's evidence there that they don't think there's there.
If it is, it's going to probably be for the
to some
vector.
extent, it's political theater. I think people are voting their conscience, and I understand that, but I think the fact that we're going to do something, I think council members are saying they believe in their personal ethics. I think it's bad.
I sent you a pic. If you want some, go ahead and help yourself.
And as such, I don't support it.
I didn't know for Chris.
And I'm really sensitive what the world is looking at when they're
I'll be
looking at
Chris
doing
today.
business with Corpus Christi. I know we're saying that we think that they signed a document in bad faith, but it's been several years. And
Have a
several
reckless
statements and
driver
all this
coming
evidence
into your
that it's okay,
city,
and
35
the attorney says he
southbound,
thinks they might
white
win.
in color
I think it sets a
Tahoe,
bad
unable to
precedent for
maintain
people that
lane.
do business with the
Caller
city.
said she's been behind it since Rockport. Driving has not improved.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
10-4, 5, 10 is on duty,
I'm
and she's
grateful that you
10-6
said
at the
that,
office. I'll see if I
Councilman
can
Scott,
locate
about
it.
how the
10-4.
public views our city, because, there are some things that we
Wow,
have
that's
seen,
crazy.
and we've been told that what transpired was not illegal. But what we need to set, I think, right here is this was
He's waiting there, so you might have to talk to them first.
I mean, there is nothing.
No, I did. The first time I talked to him, I told him that, what do you want me to do with that dirt? He said he didn't care,
So we
it's gonna be
need to
kind of
set
wet.
that tone. We need to be able to.
Okay, 10-4. And I told them we were going to clean our part of it, the roadway, from one side to the other side, clean it up.
So for me,
10-4.
it may not be illegal.
Yes, sir.
But I will give you that second, Gil.
Did they move the car?
Morality and
Yeah, the car's not there anymore.
what we're being placed here. It's not
All right,
just
10-4.
about
Because I'm going to work on that little section too.
legality.
There's like a pothole right there. I'm going to see if I can get that
morals,
water
too.
out.
So this speaks volumes. So that's all I'm going to
Okay,
say.
10-4. Just a reminder, keep track of all the time, equipment, and personnel that you used over here. 10-4.
That was not my attorney.
Yes, and I will take a picture and send it to you guys.
And
I mean,
they did come up with
send it to
several
upstairs.
recommendations.
All the same.
It was, they had some
Okay, sounds good, Linda. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, it wasn't one that was handpicked by me. It wasn't the one I selected. Also, they did come up with several issues that they found and made recommendations on.
Hey, you want to get this in for Thursday?
But I want to state that, you know, what we're trying to do here is protect our contracts. You know, we should expect ethical behavior when anybody comes to us with a request for funding in any aspect.
I just want to see how easy it's going to be to win.
We don't want to accept any that
solo
anybody
team
can
over here.
misrepresent something and then expect us to just roll over on the next day.
It's not a team if you're solo, sir.
It may be. We need to do the right thing. It has to be done correctly, and I'm all about process. Even just an example earlier, what we voted on AGCM. I didn't vote for them the first time because it came to us without proper procurement. So I have a history on this council, consistency about doing things the right way. I don't take these things lightly, and honestly, politically, I could probably, you know, this would probably be best for me to just let it slide.
I didn't do all the cooking. They're just going to be there watching, eating.
But we got to do things.
I was going to say 4 of them on the team, though, don't know how to cook.
We got to do things the right way, and until we start doing that, we're still going to be a laughing stock down here of just, you know, a cesspool and den of corruption, and we don't need that.
Hey, go ahead and come back to the shop.
Thank you.
And you're right, it was a lot of internal recommendations that they made, and I would say that that Miles and that law department recused themselves because they vet every item that's on the agenda, and therefore that makes them witnesses. So that item was placed on the agenda through the process. Every item is, well, most items are placed on the agendas. And I only say that because of last week's item.
Radio test, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Councilman Barrera.
You know, with regard to consistency, what's the name of the firm that the audit committee hired or made a recommendation to do construction audits? Towson?
Oh, Towson. Right.
256Q.
Did we issue
Complete on Moorhead. I checked the board already. I'm going to 22. That's okay.
We sole source that contract. You know, so 50,000 per contract, of which it was not to exceed. I think it was over $1 million. So it's about 50,000 per audit. So of which they've been able to determine that we don't keep minutes.
Left on Avenue B, and then a left on First Street, and then a right on Avenue A, put them back on the regular route. Based on the description that he gave me, I'm going to head out there and see if that action is going to prolong or what we got going on. I'll be headed over there from Southside Station.
I think it's immoral to make this motion because it rewards the behavior of an individual that has tried to disrupt the system of the process that
do you have any other updates?
That of a competing hotelier.
501, that's a negative.
Of which a competing hotelier has a financial stake in the success or failure of this, of which their paid employees come to public comment. I think it's immoral to cherry pick items off of a deposition that was made public by that individual. That's immoral. And then it's created all this public perception so that way someone can come back and say, I'm just doing the right thing because I just want to make sure it was ethical. Well, it came through by unethical means. So you're rewarding unethical behavior and you're validating that unethical behavior by doing this. And, you know, I'm going to lose on this deal. And I've lost a lot lately because what's right isn't always popular, and what's popular isn't always right. So this undermines this.
That's a good job,
This is a perfect example of the cesspool if this passes, because we're utilizing public dollars. Now we utilize $300,000 to basically defend defend our position, and now we're possibly gonna use public dollars again in order to disparage council members and developers and cherry pick and reward that unethical, immoral behavior. So that's my opinion. All right. That's my opinion of where it goes. And that's, you obviously know where I'm going to vote. I just think it's wrong. I
Genevieve was
think
trying
it's
to
immoral,
contact
and I
you
think it's
again.
grandstanding, and grandstanding is what I'm doing right
Let you
now.
know he's back on route.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I think your immoral and your ethics are totally different than mine because being ethical isn't always popular nowadays, unfortunately. We've got a lot of corruption in our city, our county, our state, everywhere. We just do. And to me, I think what Mr. Councilman Hernandez is trying to say is this. We're asking the Type B board not to give them their money. It's totally up to them. I think it was recommended by the attorney to put them
No, that was good.
They chose not to listen to the attorney, and that's okay if that's what they want to do. I think what he's trying to say is if you're going to do business with the city, then make sure that everything you turn in is honest and correct, and you don't alter documents. And the council back then didn't follow the staff recommendations back then because they said it was a scam, but they went ahead and went with it. They didn't listen to our city manager and some others, and Heather. They didn't listen to him. So for me, I don't think he's trying to be ugly or mean, I think he's trying to say, who doesn't want to be ethical? I don't understand why you would not want to be ethical. This right here is just not a difficult thing for me. I want to be ethical, and when you apply for the city, make sure you're telling the truth because this is taxpayer money, and we owe it to them to make sure everything is above board. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I speak for myself when I say, if ever there's something brought up to my attention that could be done below bar, I want to look into it. When I've had public commenters come out and question some decisions I've made, I reach out to legal because I want to know what is honest, what is ethical. At the same time, I am tired of this and any other item dividing our city. We have to stop fighting on the dais, in the audience, in the community, and in the business industry. It's not going to change until we decide to change. I can't stand sitting here and seeing both sides getting so elevated. It's not right. It's not why we're here. Yes, we absolutely have to pursue ethics. Yes, we absolutely have to say that if you submit something knowingly to the city of Corpus Christi, it is not okay. However, the facts are that in 2024, the majority of the council that was sitting here at that time, they decided that they did not find those amendments or alterations as material. There's validity behind that decision as well. This council has set a precedent in the last 18 months that when something smells, they're going to look into it. Might take us a little longer to get information on some items, but we're looking into it if it's brought to us. We had an instance where a vendor was presiding over naming rights. And what did we do? We asked staff to bring them here so that we could express to them how we felt about the issue. And we asked for their process to be delivered transparently, and we provided to them our pleasure or our displeasure. And it was handled, and we moved forward. We had another organization that we discovered was working on property ownership and whether or not they paid taxes and whether or not this community that they swore to serve was being fairly served with opportunities for housing. What did we do? This council got together and said, we don't agree with that. We may or may not have the authority to change what you're doing, but we at least have a voice and we're partners.
Check 35
and
through 181 into Portland, UTL.
And change happened. We may not always be the key drivers of change, but we have used this platform and our voices to discuss that. I think it's absolutely righteous to say we do not agree. If you're coming to the city of Corpus Christi, we have too much respect for our citizens to allow there to be alterations knowingly done to business contracts. But this council accepted it 2 years ago. We were not here, but a council did. What I recommend is that we table this and we ask staff to bring this group in front of us so that we can tell them, we do not appreciate that. It was presented. Whether or not you agree that it was accidental, the right presentation, or not the right presentation, it was presented and the information was altered. We hired attorneys, we talked to the police department, we talked to several different organizations, and they all said it was altered. So let's follow what we have done so far, because this is between us and them at this point. We're displeased with it. What we're trying to do with this action is send it back to type B. If our issue is with the presentation they made to the city of Corpus Christi, then bring them here and let us tell them that. That's an arena where we can tell them, we don't accept that. We don't like that. That's us going straight to them and not sending it to another board.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, we're not sending it to another board. It's already there. They're going to make that decision whether or not they're going to give them the $2 million. You can vote however you want to. I disagree with you. Because if they were so concerned about being unethical, we wouldn't have them to go to them. They would have came to us. They chose not to do that, and they're not going to do that because they're going to tell you they did not do anything. They've already said that. You know, they admit to doing it, but they're okay with it as far as I'm concerned. And it would be great if we all got along up here. That's not going to happen. It's called democracy. And it's okay to agree to disagree. And when you walk away, you ought not to be carrying your feelings on your shoulder.
572, 573.
But I'm okay with democracy. I'm okay
I'm
with
sorry, 2073, 2072.
That's what it's about. That's what being in government's about.
Go ahead with
Politics are
2072.
tough, but you got to hang in there, and you just got to.
Hey, can you come into this dead end where Public Works is working at, so we can clear up this dead end before they start sealing it?
Peter, that's one of the problems I'm having.
Was that the one that you're talking about this morning?
Attorney, because he's not our
Yes, sir, on Transcending.
To do things, but he tells me one thing, and he tells the mayor another thing, and then it gets us to
I'll be right there.
argue because
2073.
one thing and he tells us another thing. You know, you can never get a straight answer from him. You know, it's either, you know, goes around in circles or whatever the case is. You know, I have lost a lot of respect for him as a city attorney. You know, I really wish we have our own city attorney for our council members, because, you know, we don't know what's the truth, and if sometimes he may be saying one thing and he tells another council member something else.
He's off the truck right now, but we're heading your way, Bobby.
Okay, 10-4. You got the address?
The city is in charge.
110 West Vanderbilt.
Is in charge with our money.
10-4.
So why can't we just?
10-4,
Everyone's
sir.
complaining
Heading
about
that
the legal
direction.
fees. How
Just
about we
minutes over
just
here.
stop everything and
There's quite a bit of water standing on both sides of the street, but
what can we do, Buck?
it's
I
gonna
mean,
take
can we
quite a bit.
just stop the process and let it go already? Let this lawsuit go and just, I mean, what can we do? You know, they're complaining about the money, so what can we do, Buck?
Tank there.
I mean,
your tank is half full. What?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This will be my third time dumping today over here.
I think that
you might want to dump before you come out here.
has a duty to defend its processes.
Yeah,
and
it's 10-4. We'll do that.
And that's where we're at.
If you need help, we also got the mini back there.
Yeah, send a picture to Chris, see if he wants to send more than one.
How can I
or
say
get a hold
You
and
have a duty to defend.
pump it up.
That means hiring attorneys and paying fees. I mean, you can disregard that duty and
How can we just drop this lawsuit? How can we just say, you know what, we're done? I mean, they don't want money, Buck. I mean, they're not suing us for money.
We're about halfway on this one right now.
They're not
This
suing us
will
for
be
money,
the third
so
time.
What are we representing? Like if they, I mean, if they have a problem, go sue.
Then the
go
mini
to her
back
or
report
something. I have
assisted.
no idea, but How can we get off the hook on this? And
What I'll
just
do is I can
move on?
count at a gas station real
I
quick.
can research that and get back to you, but I couldn't say just a one statement answer on how to make this go away.
Padilla, Matt, Sal, and Royal in Terrence Bay so they can knock this one out so we can get out of their way. The one on Ramfield, is it closer to the Bluff or is it Rossiter?
don't know.
No, it's right there. So you come out on Golden Oaks.
Yeah, I don't.
I get it, but just bring me back that answer later. I understand, Buck. I get it, man. And to Kaylin's and Carolyn's points of trying to get along. I mean, we're trying. I'm trying to get along.
And if he still has room, bring him over here to Terrence Bay.
Fight every day.
Do you see Padilla around by any chance?
I mean, the people that I talk to and the people that I represent, they want me to fight. They want me to speak up. You know, that's what I get. I don't get people, you know, telling me, Eric, you need to chill out or calm down. They don't tell me that, you know. And I just, sometimes you're going to disagree on different issues, but majority of this council agrees 95% of the time. There's 9 votes all the time, except for a few issues. You know, I personally don't have anything against you, Mayor. I really don't. Policy-wise, we might have different opinions. As a person, I care for you. I think you're a great person. I don't think nothing bad about you. I don't want no bad will towards you. But, you know, when I walk into the chambers and say good morning, start a great day, I mean, it'd be nice to have, hey, good morning, Councilman. You know, it works both ways.
See our bank tank, and then we'll start heading over there, sir.
Be a leader and direct us.
Hey, Mike, I'll move up a couple more, that way it's not right there by the...
I'm more than happy to talk to you about this.
No, but I have the floor. See, that's what I'm saying. I can't speak, but you could speak. And that's not right.
The item, Councilman.
I'm talking.
Stick to the item.
You were talking about that, so I'm directing it back to you.
Right.
I mean, just let me talk. There's nothing to hide.
Oh, yeah, there's 77 south end at the interchange, some kind of construction or barrier in the middle of the road.
Peace and quiet is nice, right? Look, you know, I pray every day that we get along and we move forward and make right decisions for the people of Corpus Christi. That's all they want, you know, and that's all I'm asking. You know, I just want respect. Other people want respect. So
10-4.
Buck, I appreciate you if you get that back to me. Figure out how we could settle this. You know,
15 to 10 in your drive.
You said at one point, so I mean, it's a lot of money for sure.
We can certainly get back to you on that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Eric's absolutely right. We've spent a lot of money on this already. So you guys, gentlemen, city manager, legal, you guys play a role in the organization. We say this is what we'd like to happen. You guide us how to do that in a way that protects the city and effectively meets the end. So if
dispatch, daily well, communications, radio check,
that we prioritize ethical behavior, particularly in business with vendors, how do we send that message? Because that's the interest. You tell us how to do that. I made a recommendation. You tell us what's an effective way to send that message?
Yeah, 2604 Atlanta Lane in Ingleside.
The Economic Development Department, city-wise, they've updated their applications to kind of have developers kind of certify that all the information is true and correct and create an affidavit to that effect. And so that's one of the recommendations from the attorney that we hired for the investigation made. And I can't remember off the top of my head some other recommendations that he made, but we'll also move forward implementing those as well.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that's there. So the second step or the next maturity of that is once we've gotten past that, and now the council is saying we feel like an application came before us with information that was not perfectly leading.
It did change between reading 1 and 2. The material changed. Whether anybody believes it was for good or bad reason, that doesn't matter.
53 shows he's on
So if
Charlotte
this
Oak
body
and
is
then first
interested in
heading off of
saying,
Yorktown,
don't
Charlotte
do
Oak.
that on this specific case.
Are you close by the
I
owner?
would say the city council always has the power to reprimand, so,
Just down the street over here
if the city
by
council
close
would
to
like to
Barbara.
reprimand
Oh, it was Matt,
LVQF,
Matt's on the way.
they could.
So then would you say, from a legal and a managerial point,
10-4.
like I recommended,
Mr. Ram, I'm going that way.
because now Councilmember Cantu has now asked for information, so we're in a waiting pattern for that. Are you saying that that's a viable solution?
That's an option.
To table and wait for you to bring information and then us to address this vendor?
Yes, that's an option.
Peter?
That's an option, or not to table, as Hernandez said.
I'm sorry?
Or not to table, just consider the motion on the floor, or deny the motion. There's several options. It's really the council's, at this point, it's a policy decision of the council. We made our recommendation about a year ago, or whenever it was.
I thought you made no recommendation on the second reading.
That was the recommendation, to not do anything,
Okay.
to do more study of what was on that altered document.
So see, we didn't listen to a recommendation, and now fast forward, there's been all this drama, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I am asking, how do we navigate this in a way that meets this council's end, protects the city, and sends a message, because our citizens deserve that. Don't alter your documents.
Yeah, I mean, you discussed them. You could have Elevate QOF come in. You could talk to the type.
12 minutes down now.
You could send the notice of default. You could request for the contract to be canceled.
But there's been a recommendation to
Buck's
take no.
recommending, the attorneys are recommending no action.
So none of that?
So I would say the motion that's on the floor is the most risky. Your alternative has a lot less legal risk with the calling them up to reprimand them.
Forgive me, Buck, you speak real low.
I said the motion that's on the floor has more legal risk than the option that you propose, which was simply, I guess, table this and have them come before you for potential reprimand.
So that protects the city.
Yes, that's low risk.
And if our objective is to set the precedent that we do not like to engage in business like this, that meets that end.
Yes, I believe so.
And then if we feel like it doesn't meet the end, then perhaps we resort to further action.
That's an option.
Then I make the motion to table until we get that information, and I would like to talk to them, because that's how we have been addressing issues so far.
So I just want to correct something. Peter recommended on the second reading. Initially, you didn't have, okay, I just want to make sure that's
It wasn't fully aware, it wasn't apparent to us that there was something
You
wrong with
initially
the
had no
document.
stance, and the second one you recommended. All right,
Yeah,
Councilman.
right, because that's when we found out. So.
She has a motion on the table.
Did anyone second the motion?
Did somebody second this motion?
Motion to table.
Which was to
Motion
table?
to table, second. Okay.
Kaylin? Just to table?
Yeah, she wants to postpone it, I guess, until, yeah.
So if they have legal representation, does that work? I mean,
Obviously they would have to agree to come, but we can request their presence.
Trailer in Bay 2.
Councilman Cantu.
I don't know how to do this, but can we do a motion to
Well, a motion to postpone is above a motion to amend, so we would have to take her motion to postpone first. Yeah, it's a postpone is higher.
Yeah, 933 is going to need it. If not, just open up the mic and I'll get it. I'm arriving to the affected location. It's going to be a little bit. Looks like there was a head-on collision.
Table postpone.
They got both sides blocked off.
I would recommend a second
Okay,
executive
simple. Yeah,
session
he's
on that
already
item
got
if
the
you'd like to discuss
information. He's going to go around the
pass
accident
forwards on
using
the
the next
current
lockup.
litigation.
Repeat that?
Said I would
Okay.
recommend
10-4. Thank you.
a second, another
He's waving at
executive
me
session
like you
to
don't know what he's
discuss
gonna do.
potential remedies,
Well, wait,
potential resolution of the
10-4.
pending litigation.
Yeah, 10-4. And Travis is calling and waving high.
Yeah, 10-4.
I'm sorry. Could you say that out loud? The mayor is asking if we
Idaho
want to
44
table
and Idaho
until we have
73.
another executive
10-4.
session. I understand that recommendation.
10-4.
My issue is I do prioritize
It's going to be
setting
a
the
right on
precedent
4th,
of ethics
a
in this
left on Avenue
organization,
B,
because
and then
that's
a left on
just.
1st, and then a right on
And
Avenue
if we're
A, and
saying
that's going to put them back on regular
that
route.
the city of Corpus Christi, not the Type B board, has issue with a vendor that feels comfortable with misleading information, then we should have the opportunity to make that crystal clear to them. So I would like to keep the second half of my motion for us to
39, 10-4.
Okay, so what's your motion?
to table and then to address Elevate.
Did you have a time frame on that, or just when it's
6:15, you're loud and clear.
Okay, so just leave it open.
6:09, you should say
Well,
today
today, we'd have to post later today. If
We call about itself down before you get to the interchange. Sure, right before you get on 37.
So June 2nd would probably be more realistic.
Okay.
However, can you be clear? Can you clarify who do you want to come in from Elevate QOF? The representative,
10-4.
like
I
the
was
lawyer,
just picking it up to tell you that was all I could take.
Philip Ramirez, and what about Kevin Bacta?
What about all the 15 owners of the property? I mean, we don't even know who the owners are.
The LLC ownership?
The investors, whoever.
Okay, Councilman, what did you have?
So my motion won't work then? I mean, I don't want to come back in June for this again. Let's go back to the E-session. Let's figure this out today.
We can get you.
Everybody says we're spending so much money on this. So let's fix it right now. Let's go in the back.
30.35. I'm going to have to deviate again. There's still,
post an executive
they're
session
still
for the
there.
19th to discuss
Emergency
potential
vehicles.
resolution of the lawsuit.
But the problem is that,
10-4.
you know, we keep on saying we're spending so much money on this.
All
It's
right.
costing us thousands of dollars to put an agenda item on the agenda. So let's go hash it back in the back in each session. Let's figure this out.
But I will state that right now the litigation is on hold while it's pending in the 13th Court of Appeals. So at this moment, we're not incurring any substantial legal fees.
I'm sorry?
I said the case is currently with the 13th Court of Appeals under review, so there's no active, the attorneys aren't doing any work at this time because it's just pending a decision from the 13th.
They charge us for every email and stuff. I mean, let's fold our cards. It's just, hey, let's vote. Let's vote. Let's get out of here. You know?
I don't know if it'd be done, yeah. The executive session would be to determine, do we withdraw the hired attorney for the lawsuit at federal court? That's in layman's terms on hold right now.
So she's saying, can we put it on for next week?
Yeah,
Is there
Buck said
time
we
to,
can do
are
that.
y'all able to do that
Yeah, we can do that.
for next week? All right, so then your motion stands. Did you have a second?
Mr. Scott, are you good with that?
Execute
Yeah, he's seconded.
complete at 10 Buccaneer, 17 to 314 Buccaneer Drive.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on this item? Please come forward.
6:48.
2766 Avenue I.
10-4.
Unethical is the fact that you all are ignoring the fact that there is another hoteler that has come and lied to
Go
you.
ahead.
A big lie about
Headed north of headquarters.
You choose to ignore that.
Copy
Is that
145.
ethical? Obviously not. So you choose and pick what is ethical. You have my own representative. Was she ethical when she sued the city? Talk about ethical. You need to be ethical about yourselves. You need to know what ethical is. Ethical is you're not willing to follow through with the other ones. You're picking and choosing. And I don't care. You should have never gotten into the hotel business when I told you the first place. Okay? That should never have happened. But you did it and you're in this one. And what happens if you withdraw it? You're giving them what they want to because you have to pull away the $2 million to do it and giving him what he wants. What he's paid so many attorneys to come over here and get from you all. And how is that being paid for?
What was your
That's
question?
my
You don't
question.
understand the note?
How is that being paid for?
They
Because
should be
I
at
am
Burlington
certain,
Coat Factory.
I'm truly certain that you talk about ethics.
Yes, that's understandable, but my question goes to the information that I have on the pickup. It says service does not use rideshare, no additional landmarks or special pickup instructions provided. Just not understanding that it does not use rideshare.
Show me that you can be fair.
Oh, okay, yeah, rideshare, that means Uber or Lyft. That's what a rideshare is. Those are rideshare services.
That's all I'm asking. That's all the taxpayers are asking. Show fairness to everybody.
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up on that a little bit. Can you explain that again?
You think they're better than others. I resent that. The taxpayers resent that. The people
Rideshare
resent
services
that. Take a look at some
are
of the
Uber
comments
or
I get on my
Lyft.
tea time.
Those
and
are
then you'll know.
rideshare services. So
And
you
I'll
can
be happy to
disregard.
send you the private ones.
3435, be ready, you're checking Nathan Yard in 3155.
Statement of fact. You came up here and made an accusation. That does not mean that it is true, and that is unethical. And don't point your finger at me up here like that. And you get paid to come up here by whoever the highest bidder is, and you know it. Thank you.
Rachel Caballero, D1, I think we should have to wear our sponsorships on our shirts. That's the fair and right thing to do.
Box. The one that's shown right now, the larger one that obscures the release date and the release number, did you drop that text box there?
I already told you that I had done that, yes, that there was a...
And did you drop the second text box that's now highlighted that again obscures the release date?
Again, it was a formatting issue.
This wasn't.
Okay, so it wasn't a formatting issue. This individual has admitted to forging documents, admitted to forging a federal FEMA document. This cannot be tabled. If we want to set a precedent to anybody that wants to do with a business with the city of Corpus Christi, we have to draw the line and say this behavior, this unethical behavior, this behavior that is illegal. Multiple people have said that. Multiple people have said that. And we have to draw the line. This has gone on long enough for decades. Decades. Scratch my back, scratch yours. Quid pro quo is the theme of our city manager. We have got to set the precedent and say enough is enough. You forged federal documents. We're going to take a stand against that. That is what I am asking for today. That is what a lot of community members are asking for today. We don't want to kick the can. We want to deal with this now. We want to say that this behavior is not acceptable when it comes to doing business with the city of Corpus Christi. This isn't rocket science. This isn't, I am not a paid propagandist. I am a community here that uses my own time to come here and say, guys, if we don't change the way that we do business, we're going to continue on the down slope that this city is going in. We have to have, we as a community expect our elected officials to have a backbone, to have a moral compass, to be ethical, to follow your code of ethics. Kicking this down the line is not going to help our situation. And we are sending a very, very dangerous message to contractors and anybody else that wants to do business in this city that it is okay to forge federal documents and say, oops, yeah, I did that, my bad. It is not okay. And I am tired as a community member, a tax-paying community member of this community, I am tired of the handouts to campaign contributors and to corrupt construction companies. I beg you guys, I beg you please to do the right thing here. Let's do the right thing here. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Robin Cott, District 3. You know, we come up here to speak and we get videoed like the dang paparazzi. It's very hard to come up here. I mean, I don't mind. I work out like crazy, so if she wants to take my backside all day long, let's go ahead and do it. Because I think I got a little bit better backside than she does. It's embarrassing. We come up here, we get called disgusting. The mayor points out people here, but we're not allowed to address people. Yes, the public is watching, and they're watching, and maybe she's not the only one who gets private messages. We get private messages too. If I had a student that cheated on a test or forged their parent's signature, I would fail them. I would fail them immediately. And if I went to the principal I worked for, they would say, you have the right to fail them. They forged a signature. But then when we come up here, it's okay to forge a document and give $2 million. I know for a lot of you that's not much. For people like Philip Ramirez who drive a Maserati, when I work morning, noon, and night, and I don't buy a new car, we have worked hard. Some of us can't take off to our hill country houses, other places, because we build businesses here and we have to stay here. We built homes, we have families, and we voted and campaigned for some of you. We put our faith in you. So we're just asking for you to do the right thing. We're also asking when we come to council,
If I want now to jail.
I've never once gotten paid. I don't have a nonprofit. I don't have any charges against me. I've never filed bankruptcy. I've been a model student for that. Yet we get put on little TV show, little radio shows and stuff for coming up here and trying to do the right thing. That's all we're asking. We're just asking to hear the evidence. And for one of you up here who said it happened a long time ago, well, I got to tell you, if a woman was beaten and raped 5 years ago, we'd just say, hey, man, it was 5 years ago. Let's just let it go. No, a crime is a crime. And I want to thank the ones of you up here who are fighting to do the right thing. And yes, for Mr. Cantu, he's in my district. I'm a strong Republican, but I got to tell you, this is one guy with some guts. And he will stand there and fight. When I make phone calls and say somebody in my neighborhood has a problem, he never asks me, how do they vote? He goes out there and he helps them. Do the right thing and vote with your conscience. Thank you. And from Ms. Campos, you walk and you care about animals, dogs, everyone. The rest of you know here are my friends, but let's just try when I walk off not call me disgusting.
We'll try. Thank you. Yeah, right.
Hello, Sandy Fernandez, Corpus Christi. It's kind of ironic that a few weeks ago when the subject of the hotelers came on, a certain councilwoman wanted to know why we were wasting time on it again. Brought it up, wanted to know, saying that we were going it over and over again, that the issue was done. And now here we are again talking about it. That's ironic. That's picking and choosing when the right time to talk about it is then and now. And that's not fair. What's unethical is when a councilwoman attacks someone in the audience. That's unethical.
648. Yeah, 2715 San Angelo.
Don't take action, get out from under it.
648, give me the address again.
You had people that investigated.
2715 San Angelo.
And now we're still stuck. There's no getting out from underneath it. But what you do for one, you need to do for the other hotelers. You need to be fair.
He's out of the truck.
Thank you.
Careful. Yeah, just go in front of that, sort of the house with the veteran stuff on it.
Good afternoon. Ajit David, District 2. Mayor, before I start my comments, what you did a moment ago was very inappropriate. I was sitting back there with the rest of the residents, and you called me out. That is inappropriate.
Let's see, Senator. or where the Hamlin Pharmacy used to be. You know what I'm talking about? It's close to Dodger. It's past Dodger's on Staples.
I would ask council to pay attention to the legal memo that
Can
was
you
circulated
analyze my
on the 30th. I'm going to read from that. It says
Yeah,
the city
I'll take care of it.
office became a possible witness
Thank you.
to an
City.
essential fact in this case when,
We're all
on
35,
September
taking
9th,
10-7.
2025,
No passengers on board.
Mayor Guajardo stated, and he states everything,
Seven,
Mayor,
one,
that you
nine.
sat on this dais and you stated on that day.
That's a
Please take a
10-4,
look at it.
thank you. Show me working 6 points.
This is wrong. City manager, you made the right decision. When the animal services director could not talk about things that he claimed he had on his resume, you took back his employment.
Yeah.
You never gave him a chance. You never gave him a chance to go ahead and fix his resume and come back. That is a standard that we have to set for people doing business in the city known as the body of Christ. That is what we need to do. We need to take a stance and have the courage to go ahead and do that. When your city manager says it's a crime, when your assistant city manager in charge of economic development says that this was forged, it was a forgery, at that point, you all need to take a stance and say, we just cannot allow this. These kind of defaults cannot be excused, it cannot be cured, and it should never, ever happen again. Mayor, you and me are on the same team. I sued the city, you sued the city. I'm a plaintiff, you're a plaintiff. I sued you, you sued your fellow council members. The only difference, I'm not seeking damages, you are. It's on your lawsuit. The other difference, at least I go local, in local courts. The mayor is in a Houston court. Shame. Again, what you did, Mayor, was inappropriate. I think we should set the standard. If you're coming in front of the city, and the contract is very clear, it says when misrepresentations or misleading information was given to the city, the default is triggered when they were made. It's a one-line sentence in the contract that Councilmember Hernandez had it, and the city does not have to give it a type B. It's the city's decision to do that. Again, I don't think this should go on any further. Look what we've gotten ourselves into. A simple thing. We should have listened to the city manager's recommendation. A moment ago, he was trying to clarify himself, and the mayor, you stopped him. Thank you.
So, statement of fact, the attorney's office department were witnesses before I ever said anything in regards to the statement I made in council that day. So I just want that to be clarified. All right,
Do you have the subject?
Okay, we're closing public comment. Councilman Hernandez. Hold on. Go ahead.
I want to understand what the motions are on the floor, and
So
maybe
you got three belligerent subjects at the
our
location?
city secretary can confirm this. It's to postpone the motion to give a notice of default until next week. Is that correct?
My understanding was we were going to postpone the motion or postpone this action to have to hold an e-session regarding this issue on May the 19th.
Complete on 314
There's three different things. Postpone this motion.
17
the motion
to
for notice of
608
default till next week. A second one was to bring an agenda item to, I guess, confront Elevate QOF in some capacity.
I heard Ms. Paxson say that instead she wanted to have the executive session on May the 19th. Yes.
Okay, well,
So
there's two, well, like I said, I want to clear this
Do you
up.
know that shopping plaza right past Dodgers on Staple Street? It looks like you're closer and Spare gave a trip to you.
And then a third one by...
I don't know, but if you send me the location, I'm trying to find it.
Bring an executive session item to...
Okay, I corrected the GPS, so it is going to take you to the right spot. You're looking for a lady with a walker near a medical office, but she'll be waiting outside. Route 22, don't worry about her. This other driver's going to be taking care of it. I'm going to unpause your route, so watch your manifest. It may change.
So to Mr. Cantu's point, Deputy City Attorney said if you want to talk about that, we need to do it in executive session. And Ms. Paxson agreed to have the executive session on May the 19th. So that we're going to have that executive session to discuss those issues. If I'm
Okay, so there's three
correct me, but that was
separate items here for executive session.
the executive session will cover your motion.
Where are you
and
on
discuss
split
issues.
up?
Can you
Never
kind of
mind, I
say,
gotta
do
go
you
to
need
corporate
that in
route.
three separate sessions, or do you want them individually?
My understanding of I guess the intent of the council
Let
is one, table your motion to June 2nd.
On May 19th, actually.
It said May 19th. You said that you could put it on
Yeah,
for May
man, it's also on
19th.
the way this way.
I thought they were going to have
Doing it
LAQF
might
going
grab
on
this this way.
June 2nd.
Not yet, but the goal is
And so
executive
forth.
session
They
next
should
week
knock it out real quick.
to talk about getting the paid lawyer off the project, just withdrawing from the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Isn't that it, Councilman Hernandez? I can't do it.
Okay, like I said, there are three things that were discussed.
All right.
Right? Postponing this motion till next
Mark
week.
Fleming is here to check out that cracking that
Putting an executive session to discuss
trap.
the existing lawsuit and how
He's
to
on the
settle it.
second floor of the
Right.
jail.
And then third one,
Sheriff.
to address, or to
Right
bring
before
in
they
Elevate
do the
QOF
security check.
or their members or representation to council for.
Team 10-4, break
discussion.
042,
Those are the
redirect.
three things, right? Am I incorrect?
I understood it was the executive session, so Ms. Paxton has her light on if she wants to clarify, but we
Yeah.
will just have
Let
that
me have
executive
Councilwoman
session.
clarify. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. This item, which, by the way, my original understanding was we were discussing everything back there with possible action. So this item,
42, it's going to be
I would
8
like
David,
to revisit
800 block
next
of
week.
Railroad.
And I think with Councilman Cantu's addition, I think both of those are good items to have side by side because they supplement. But I would like to bring Elevate here on that meeting.
266, I have
I don't know how
order
you have to set up the
335,
agenda, but I'd like that to take place
493.
before the
That's
executive session.
335,
Okay, so it'll be
493.
a public conversation with Elevate QOF.
The address is
Next week as well.
139
Before the
18
executive session?
Before exec session.
Domingo K,
Okay.
Yes, we can get that done.
unit
Rebecca.
number 1.
So just to be
We can
clear,
get that done because
That's
we're able to
139
go to executive
18
session, go to lunch when we want
Domingo
to.
K,
That's
number
Put it on
1
the
Yeah, I'm just
item.
for signal 1
wondering if
outside.
that's legally.
Yeah.
so there's three action items.
Yeah, well,
Postpone this one to next week. This motion to give a notice of default. Second, to provide an executive session with the council with attorneys to discuss how to settle the lawsuit. And then third, to have an open meeting item to address Elevate QOF prior to the executive session.
That is her motion.
For May 19th, yeah.
So that's,
Yes.
okay, so like I said, just for clarification, is three separate items, two executive sessions, and then one open session item?
Gil,
So,
it's one
Mr. Scott, are
executive
you good with
session
that?
that is going to cover
that's-
anything to do with
It's kind of
this
evolved.
topic, and one item on the agenda, which is, I don't know, I don't know where.
It was two executives because
Well,
he added one.
Okay, so I'd ask that we kind of cover what that agenda item would look like, so I make sure that, I would like to vote on this right now, but, I'm willing to give it a week as long as it's on the agenda.
We can, so that, just to be clear, because we're the ones that have to write this.
I don't want to do this, but I want to go ahead and have that option. I don't think Elevate QOF will come to council. Just from my perspective, they're in an active lawsuit. Why would they come in public? But if you,
The captions are going to be the one that we showed on the TV camera, the eye in the sky. So that motion that you read out will be one of the captioned items then.
okay,
And then the second one will be pretty much the same caption, 23, that's on today's agenda.
All units stand by for EMS
How to
page.
get out of the lawsuit.
All units stand by for EMS
But
page.
work on
Yeah, it'll be modified a little bit.
modifying that a little bit. And then we'll put an individual item on requesting the presence of Elevate QOF to speak to City Council.
I mean, I'm not sure how we get out of this lawsuit.
Attention
We have to
EMS,
send in the
attention
ordinance.
EMS, meet you
Okay,
en route
listen,
to
Councilman
600
Dunphy,
South
let's
Cutoff.
clarify
I have a
that's their
75-year-old
job
female
to do,
patient,
to
chest
have
pains,
a clear
has an
motion.
abnormal
We
EKG.
have a second
Again, you'll be
to
going to
submit your
Dr.
vote.
Russell's office, 600 South Cutoff.
to bring it back. We're bringing it back, you just laid it out. To bring it back in a week 2 executive sessions on the same topic and an item to request Elevate to come.
Yeah, 2 items,
Please
Mayor.
submit your vote.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just putting to postpone on here, because that's all I can do really quickly.
Do we need
I can't add that right now.
Do we need to invite them to?
You're going to have to put that in the minutes.
Okay, yes.
So it doesn't make a difference.
Obviously, we have put it in the minutes. And for the record, Mr. Roy abstains.
How about you, 4901? Yes, we're gonna go and dump,
Okay, so
but it's staying like a quarter because we got a lot of debris in there, so it fills up real quick. Yeah, you're good.
Rebecca, where are we?
So then we go back to Mr. Hernandez's motion. That was on the postpone with all that other stuff.
Let's see what we can find here to empty.
You're gonna what? Go ahead.
Okay, can you put up the last vote, please?
What is that here?
I want to make sure that we get through, be able to vote on this properly. I will change my vote to aye so we can get through this because I don't want to lose the opportunity to vote on this cleanly with the motion to give notice of default. I will agree to 1 week.
There's something right here.
So I will.
Just press that in, it's probably gonna be cleared. I'll be headed back to
Yeah,
zone 2.
it's tied then, so it still
It
fails.
still ties?
Yes, it does.
The motion still dies.
Wait a
It's
minute.
4-4.
No,
1.
that's right.
Yes.
It only goes for. It doesn't matter anyway.
Yes, sir. No, it doesn't.
No, it's
It won't affect
4-3.
the outcome if you change your vote.
4-3, 1, yeah.
But you would still need 5 because there's 8 votes.
Okay, Rebecca, can you clarify so we can move on?
Ma'am?
Clarify
Okay, yeah.
what's happening officially.
Oh, well, Mr. Hernandez, you're not going to do it right. Your vote, he's going to leave the vote stands, so it still fails.
It would be 4-3-1. You still
Who
need
abstained?
you
Just
still
the
need
mayor?
5.
Oh, the mayor and Gill. I mean, the mayor and Everett. So then it would be 7.
It would be 4-3-2-1. You would just flip-flop them.
I think it did 7. Okay, we're going to leave it.
Okay, so.
Now what?
Now what?
So now we go back to his motion. Mm-hmm.
So the original motion. Rebecca, would you like to read the original motion?
So it's, so if it's present and voting on a motion, then it would be 7 would be the council members that we would be looking at. So if you were to change your vote to aye, then the motion would pass. So but you said no, right? Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay, so the motion is motion determining an event of default for misleading material representations made to the Type B Corporation under the Business Incentive Agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Elevate QOF LLC for the development of a hotel and retail.
Put it to the base, private, on 3042.
So we go back to his original motion because the motion to postpone failed.
Now, is there a second? You seconded it. Okay. All All right. Okay, well, please submit your vote. Go ahead. Councilwoman.
On the next round, Mike.
Yes.
Help me understand this. What this motion is asking is to request type B to look at sending a default.
This motion is designating, is finding, this is, the city is determining a default of the contract, which would result in the city sending a letter to that effect.
Say that again?
I said, if the city council moves on this motion, it's to determine a default, which would trigger a letter to be sent of the default.
To who?
Yeah, the city would send a default letter to Elevate QOF. What Buck is saying is that the Type B board would have to take the next step, which is to request the cure to the default. And the Type B board would take the next step, if they chose to, of considering default of the contract or not. The city council can't do that because the contract's with the Type B board. So we would issue if the council approves this, the city would issue the default letter. The contract requires a 60-day cure period, and that would be between the Type B board and Elevate QOF.
Start of the days.
The next choice in the contract is terminating the contract, but that can only be done with Type B and Elevate QOF, since the contract's between those two parties.
That sounds way different than what we discussed. That doesn't seem to be in parallel to what we discussed in executive. My understanding was this was asking Type B to default, and then because they would be the one seeking the cure, so they would be the one sending the default.
They would make the decision on whether to terminate based on the default or the cure thereof.
Well, let's just clarify about who's sending the default. What's the motion?
Okay, so
who to send the default?
The motion's to determine the default, which then will result, so the city will send a letter based on that action.
You may want to clarify the motion to say that the city, I don't have it in front of me, but is the city sending the default notice? Or does it say the Type B board should? Rebecca has it. What does it say, Rebecca?
I was about to, so it says motion determining an event of default for misleading material representations made to the Type B Corporation under the business incentive agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Elevate QOF LLC for the development of a hotel and retail project. And I'll send that to you in just a minute, so you have it in writing.
If the council wishes, that motion could be updated to specify that the letter is sent.
Yeah, I request that. Who's sending the letter? Councilman Hernandez, is it the city or is it Type B? If you could amend your motion just to make that clear. Otherwise, we're going to be back here for,
Well, if you go back to the contract, it could be the corporation or the city determines that any representation or warranty on behalf of the company. So based on the language in the contract, it could be us or the corporation.
Right, we understand that. We just want to know what the council's pleasure is. Is it
well,
we send?
If we're the one that's asking for the default, it should be the city then.
Okay, good. So we're clear on that. So the city would send the default letter then, based on this. That's what the motion's saying.
Well, I'm going based on the contract.
Okay.
On whether or not who can do it.
It says or in there, but you're clarifying the contract to say your desire is to have the city issue the default notice, not the Type B board.
I mean, we're the ones that are voting on it. I don't think Type B is voting on it. I don't think that would be appropriate or legal. So it would have to be the city as we're the ones voting on it.
Okay.
Y'all are sure that can happen?
Well, yeah, the contract says.
I mean, in terms of legally?
Yes, the contract allows the city to send the notice.
I'm going to go back to Miles, but he had said we can't do it because the contract is between type B and
Yeah.
Elevate.
We
not
can't, we
the
can't,
city.
we can't
But
terminate.
I know the contract says it, so I think that's,
Now, what Miles may have said, Mayor, is that either party can issue the default notice, the two parties being the city or type B. Okay, either party can issue the default. Only one party can terminate the contract. That's the type B. The city can't. So that's what Miles was telling you, that the city can't terminate the contract. Only type B can. But either party can issue a default notice, the city or the type B.
So if this proposed motion is for the city to send a default letter and type B does nothing with it, then what happens?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. So all it is us saying, we found your information inaccurate.
We found what?
We found your information inaccurate, basically, because there's no teeth to it, for lack of a better word. So nothing can happen unless type B chooses to take action.
It gives type B, I guess, the teeth that's not existing now, and there's no letter's been sent.
Maybe.
Buck, you keep confusing me. Help me out here.
The type B is the only body that can terminate the agreement.
And we can do this because they haven't been paid out yet, so the project's not closed.
We can do this because it's provided for in the contract, that the city can make that determination and send notice of default.
So if this motion prevails, then it goes to type B. And type B has two options. They either agree or reject. If they agree, they give them 60 days. If they reject, it goes nowhere.
No, once notice, the will have 60 days to cure, and it'll be up to the type B to determine whether that was sufficient.
I had one from 8.2 Walmart.
To their discretion.
So they don't have a contract with us, but us sending this a letter triggers them
To
to have
petty elementary, possible blocking off.
And triggers the type B to
All of the patients.
So type B decides if they've cured accurately.
That's correct.
But we're not giving them direction on what is a cure, or you're going to tell them it's the slides?
That's
up to them, isn't it?
I mean, I guess the letter was specified just as the motion stated, the material misrepresentation.
Okay.
So we're back to the original. All right. Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay.
302.
Motion carries. Rebecca, you got that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so item number
Can
16
I,
is a zoning case number.
Can I get an individual on
9181
Unit
America Alpha Group
22?
LLC in District 1 ordinance. We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on item number 16?
I'm gonna need a private.
Okay, there being none, close public comment. Yes. Oh. Councilwoman Gibson, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
I noticed in the packet that it was stated there was 2 residents in opposition, but I couldn't find their...
So there's only one resident in opposition that lives in the 200-foot buffer, and that resident stated that there were existing issues with drainage. So drainage concerns with the existing property.
Let me know, Naval Base Building 1869.
And can we, which we've done in the past, have the developer
Yeah,
engage
if you're
them on
pulling
their
up to
resolutions?
Building 8, it's right, it's the left
Councilman,
right before
Hernandez.
Building 8. You're gonna pull left to Open Bay.
Just the
And for the
surrounding
warehouses.
homes around
Thank
it
you.
are what's their zoning?
So, and I'll go to that slide for you, Councilman. So all of the surrounding are zoned as single-family residential, which are still considered medium density, which is consistent with the future land use map for this property as well.
But it's all RS6?
It's all RS6.
And these would be the only ones that would be changed
days,
to...
RSTF is what's being requested.
You know, I always stated that if it was something in my district that I wouldn't do it in another district. So anything that's, you know, I can imagine the people with families that are in RS6 and invest that kind of money into their homes and then have duplexes behind them. I don't think that would be necessarily appropriate if it wasn't that originally. I think it's, I wouldn't do that in my district, so I'm going to oppose this rezoning.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilman Roy.
Oh, you know, let's go ahead and vote.
Okay. Please submit your vote.
I caught my ride. This is running a little late.
Are y'all gonna put it up?
Hey, where you at?
Carmel.
This is zoning case.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm gonna...
Apartments, the duplexes.
DJ, check his phone. Can it just send a work
Motion
order
carries.
for Chestnut?
Item number
Pretty close to where you're at.
17 is a one reading
check that one
ordinance
out, please.
awarding a
I'll go check out
construction
one of the other
manager
ones.
at risk or CMAR contract to Raytech Construction Resources for the reclaimed water for industrial use project.
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there public comment on item number 17?
Take a picture for me, too,
There
please.
being none, I'll close public comment. Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you. Is this investment something that's going to further all of our efforts for effluent?
Yes, it sure is. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. This is a huge part.
Okay, be 4 down, 3 round, plus 1.
It'll allow us to get 10 to 10.5 million gallons a day of water from the OSO wastewater treatment plant to Greenwood, where we distribute it. The 16 million gallons a day projection of effluent won't happen without this conveyance line.
Okay, and did we do we have an impact study to make sure that we're still going to discharge enough fresh water into the OSO to preserve it?
Absolutely. So our consulting engineer, design engineer, Ardura Incorporated, they did a study for the discharge into what we call the blind OSO, and they've also met with the Bays and Estuaries Foundation as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nick.
Can I just add to that, Nick? I think I talked to one of the outdoor employees last night, but they did 2 independent studies, one on OSO and one on Greenwood.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes,
So we have 2 technical papers that we'll be sharing with the environmental community based on this research that shows no impact to the ecosystem.
That's correct.
Leaving enough water. Is that right?
Yeah, we're actually reserving minimum amount of flows going into both of those bodies of water.
We have those 2 technical papers, so we'll put those maybe on our website, Dan, so Nick, so people can get them.
They will go on our Securing Water website, which has an effluent page, groundwater, and seawater desalination.
I put them right under the effluent page because there'll be a lot of interest, and we appreciate Ardura doing that work.
That's correct.
So we have that for the record.
We do. Thank you to Ardura. And just for the public, we kind of sped through this. This project's going to deliver non-potable water from the OSO to the Greenwood wastewater plant to support industrial reuse of reclaimed water. So this basically takes the demand off of and the reliance on our potable water system. So this is a huge project. It's a first, and I mean, this is a huge milestone for us. And one of the pieces, as we were talking last night,
49
session of diversification.
Can we get a private on unit 22?
10.5 miles of 36-inch force main from the OSO again to the Greenwood. So it's a big project, but I mean, this is a really big day. It really is. I don't want it to be overcome by, it's late and we're just trying to get things through, but this deserves a lot of credit, and thank you to everybody who worked on it.
Yeah, and we want to thank the industrial partner, Valero, as well, who's building the second leg of the pipeline, so
you.
to speak.
Frank,
They went to the ship channel
Right.
at their expense, and that one's $100 million.
Yeah, so whenever you get a chance, make sure those, that scrap metal by the refrigerators gets moved over.
Ratepayer.
Okay.
And they're going to
Wonderful.
deed the line over to the city, so we're going to own the asset at their expense.
That's
So we want to
correct.
thank Valero as well.
Okay.
And if I could, I do want to recognize the team that's here. We have Dan Leindecker with Ardura, Chris Smith and Todd Fisher with Raytech. Jeff Edmonds is here as well as Wes Nebgen. This whole team worked very hard to bring this to all of you today.
Great, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I'd like to personally thank Dan Leindecker on this. I know he had this as an idea well before we even thought about it. And he advocated for it, and it was, I give him a lot of credit for it. Raytech is a contractor that we have that has been very helpful to us at the city, and I appreciate them and stepping up to do this. Challenge is, how fast can we do it, right? The faster the better. We need that water sooner rather than later. So anything you could do to move up the timeline as much as possible. And anything you need from us, don't hesitate to, if we need to acquire something or whatever, let's make it as quick as possible. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, I thought that was poignant. What I learned is that you're actually going to break this up into 3 segments so that you can get it, 3 different segments going at the same time, right, Dan? Is that? The question I had was, why not start at both ends, meet in the middle, and you guys said actually you are.
Yes, sir. That's why we went out for the CM at risk methodology, so the contractor can assist us in scheduling that. The idea, though, is to break it up into 3 segments and possibly more on the pipeline portion. Yeah. And then we also have the pump station portion that we're doing this. And back to accelerating this project, Councilman Hernandez, when we initially started this was design bid build. And then midstream and discussions with city staff, we decided to go CM at risk. And we basically shaved off 3 months now off the original timeline. So we're still looking for ways to save time, Councilman. And but this is the first step in doing that.
Great project. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, does anyone in the public, in the audience, like to make comment on item number 17?
Josh Frederick, just one of the things I talked to Councilman Roy about and wanted to get across to the rest of you. It's a project like this, if you guys could give them special dispensation to work maybe just a couple hours later into the day, 2 hours over the course of 20 days is an extra 40 hours. That's a full work week for a crew, because we do need that water and we need it as fast as we humanly can. I know that maybe some contractual things that might pop up, but any outside of the box thinking that could get this project done faster is something I think everybody in the community would be in favor for.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your votes. Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Dan. Item number 18 is an ordinance approving policies to be implemented during level 1 water emergency.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I do have a presentation for you. I'd like to go over that. And
He's advising the address is 4528 County Road 2221. 4528 County Road 2221. Contact from Gabriel Soto. The father just struck him across the face and took his car. I believe the car might be stuck in a ditch. It's going to be a maroon Honda CRV.
It's a 2-reading ordinance approving policies to be implemented during a level 1 water emergency. As you know, on March 31st and April 21st, we had council workshops to review these items. Additionally, we have discussed to review the definitions once again. A level 1 water emergency is initiated when the city reaches a projected 180 days when the total supply is not enough to meet the demand. This is what we work to avoid every single day. Some of the other terminology that you will see and we will talk about in the subsequent pages, Baseline usage, this is the determined usage of each customer class to establish its allocation. Curtailment percentage, this is the required water reduction of water supplies for customers for our supply to meet its demand. And allocation is the amount of water a customer may use per month during a level 1 water emergency. First, we'll talk about the residential customer class. The city has approximately 91,000 residential accounts. The fixed baseline would be 8,000 gallons a month. The curtailment percentage is set at 25%, resulting in an allocation of 6,000 gallons per month. Again, that is implemented at the date of a level 1 water emergency. This is some historic use of our residential customers that we've seen. The residential accounts are below 4,500 currently. And one thing I'd like to point out, you can see for almost all of our residential accounts, they're already achieving this allocation, so there would not be additional measures required for the majority of our residential customers. Our commercial customers, all commercial customers would have an individual baseline established. This also includes multifamily units as well. We will review the data from 2021 to 2023, exclude the lowest month exclude the lowest value for each calendar month, and we would then come up with an individualized baseline. The curtailment percentage remains at 25%, which is how our commercial customers would get their allocation amount. Wholesale customers. As you know, we have a number of wholesale customers. San Patricio Municipal Water District is certainly the largest, followed by South Texas Water Authority. We have the Nueces County WCID number 4 and others. To determine the wholesale customers baseline, we will use the data from 2022 to 2024. Again, we'll exclude the lowest monthly value and develop their individual baseline for each of the wholesale customers. The baseline would then be reduced by 25%, which would then determine the allocation. This is a change from the existing plan. What is presented allows for a larger baseline for our wholesale customers, and we feel is much more appropriate than what was in the existing drought contingency plan. Large volume customers, this is the same methodology, 2022 to 2024. You remove the lowest value of each calendar month. And again, the only difference in this case is there is seasonality. And I do want to go back. The wholesale customers also have seasonality. So they have a number of different customers, so we're providing them with allocations per season: summer, spring and fall and winter, so 3 separate seasons. That's implemented at the level 1 water emergency. During the level 1 water emergency, we have to ensure that the water supply meets our demand. That's the most critical. That has to happen so that we can ensure consistent pressure, so that we don't have issues with regulatory agencies and notices from TCEQ. You can see on this slide where the majority of the curtailment is coming from. The total is about 15.7 million gallons a day. We have wholesale and large volume customers providing the majority of that curtailment. The residential customer is already below, and then there's approximately 600,000 gallons a day that would be provided through the curtailment of the commercial businesses.
So let me make sure.
One thing that I absolutely do not want to skip over, some of the other changes in the plan, and I want to talk about it now as we talk about our residential customers. The document is being changed
repeating 15,
so
90,
that a
34,
residential
08,
customer will not be cited for exceeding their allocation or their baseline. That's certainly a clarification from what was in the
Navigator
previously
SUV.
approved drought contingency
Vehicle is
plan.
clear. Insurance is unconfirmed.
Surcharges are also a part of this plan. We've identified the surcharges for our customer classes. For a residential account, it's an additional $4 per 1,000 gallons for a residential customer that goes over their allocation, and that is only charged to the amount of water over the allocation, which is 6,000. And then it goes to $8 per 1,000 gallons if that customer goes over their baseline, which for a residential customer is 8,000 gallons a month. The commercial businesses, you can see the amounts are all the same, as well as for large volume users and wholesale customers also. An important note, federal government, state government, and political subdivisions of the state are exempt from surcharges.
cut off. You say it was clear?
Swimming pools, and this is a topic that comes out a lot. The city manager has worked closely with our Parks and Rec department and the corresponding other departments. The city has decided to maintain the same operating hours as last year for the pools. The important note is that the Parks and Rec department has purchased pool covers to cover those pools when they're not in use. They're using additives to minimize evaporation, and those are significant steps that will save on water evaporation. And we appreciate the Parks and Rec department taking those proactive measures for this upcoming summer season, which will be well ahead of a potential level 1 water emergency.
And we'll see if we can get in there.
Another item that we would like to cover
Is
is
that pretty good
car washing.
already?
So the current restriction for a
There's
level
still
1
quite a
water
bit of water,
emergency
so I don't
is
know.
the
I mean,
use
this
of
one
water
to
to
stay a little
wash
bit
any
longer.
motor vehicle,
We'll come back
motorbike,
and hit it
boat
again.
trailer, or other vehicle is
Yeah,
prohibited.
just dump and hit it one more time.
We've worked on this, and we were recommending the following change. First, I do want to clarify that the flushing of a boat motor is absolutely allowed. The use of water at your house to wash your boat can be done with a 5-gallon bucket. Additionally, commercial car washes and boat washes are allowed to operate as a commercial business, and they will be issued an individual allocation just as any other commercial business. Something that we talk about is different types of water sources. It's important to note that there are businesses that utilize other sources of water, which may include water brought in from other entities or a well or some type of recycled water. Staff is recommending approval of the changes that we have worked on, and I stand by for any questions.
Nick, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for working with all of City Council to make the draft something that's going to become, hopefully policy. There is one thing that I had brought up, and I'd like to bring it up again because I'd like to amend the motion today, and that has to do with boats. And we talked about this, the boat washing. Boats are another huge investment, as are homes, just as much or even more sometimes of that of a home investment or the swimming pool investment. And I think that in talking to some boaters who are here with us today, it's very apparent that it's not only recreational. I think a lot of people think boat owners are just recreational boat owners, and that's not necessarily the case at all, especially here on our island. It's a way of life and a way of making a living. And of course, tourism and the impact. I think I said just last year, 30 to 50 fishing tournaments were had on the island that gave an
That's right on 3021.
yielded a $30 to $50 million economic impact. So it's extremely important. One gentleman told me he had 2 boats in the marina, 2 boats at home, and that is his business. So it's way bigger than what I had even initially thought. And I believe that, and they believe that the corrosion because of the salt is extremely important to be able to wash these boats. So in conversation, it was brought about that a positive shutoff nozzle, and I spoke with you and staff about this, would be a good, everybody agreed that would be a good recommendation, something to bring forward so that we can wash the boats, preserve the integrity of that investment as we do swimming pools, and of course, watering our drip water, or whatever it's called there, for our foundations. So as we have this conversation, I do want to make a motion to amend provision to allow boat washing, which would include vehicle washing, because that's the same difference here in this coastal community, the same issues we would have with the use of a handheld hose with the positive shutoff nozzle. And thank you, Councilman. And we can have that discussion, but I think it's a very important one. And I'm glad that I want to thank you, and I want to thank your staff for joining in that conversation, because I wanted to make certain that we're all on the same page. And as I told the news media earlier, the draft, the comment was made, well, y'all made all these changes that are allowing things. Well, the draft is just that. It's a draft. And doesn't mean we're inclusive of everything, which is when you came to us and had these conversations and different people told you different things, and then we tried to incorporate them in the best manner possible. But it is my understanding that what you're bringing forth today is a good policy to move forward. Or do you want to, in terms of what your staff, what you think?
Right. There's been a tremendous amount of work put into this, and it's not just, of course, on the document itself, but on water supply modeling to understand. And again, this is, we work every day to ensure we don't get to level 1 water emergency. However, these are things that we have to prepare for and we have to be ready for. So the changes we're talking about today, those are changes that would go into effect when we get to a level 1 water emergency.
If we get to a level.
Yeah, if we get to it. And I do want to, I want to thank just the staff, which is really the entire city staff. It's not just CCW that has put in a lot of hours working through all of this.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you for bringing that up. I also did receive some information or tax regarding the boat washing. I guess because I don't have a boat and but they did also mention that the city also provides, I guess, hoses or what have you when they're coming into some of our city marina facilities, whatever. That will continue, I would imagine, right? Because I just needed to confirm that.
So we're working with our marina staff. So of course, what the city manager has tasked every city department to do is to look at ways to reduce water reduction well ahead of level 1 water emergency. And I can honestly say that the departments are working very hard on that. The marina, let's talk specifically about the marina. They will be given a allocation and a baseline just like every other customer, and we will make sure that they adhere to that. We will look for them to quote unquote lead the way in their efforts, but it would be allowed to be done at the marina as well. But we are going to monitor their allocation.
Okay.
And we've talked with staff about it. They understand that.
I also wanted to bring to your attention and to offer another amendment to page 4 of the 17 resource management.
4802.
The last sentence in Paragraph 5, water emergency.
638.
Level 1 emergency, where it says.
Jail 95-1 to Dr. Dow.
Sentence,
10-4.
the city manager or designee can modify the timing of triggering a level 1 water emergency
Go ahead.
if the regional demands can be fully met with
Head
alternative
over
water
to
sources other
110
than the
West
combined
Vanderbilt.
reservoir storage. Other sources may include water from the Mary Roads pipeline.
110 West
future water
Vanderbilt.
supplies. I don't think we need to include such as the Inner Harbor
That's a big
desalination
10-40.
facility. I would like to offer that amendment to eliminate that last sentence, or that last part of the sentence that says such as the Inner Harbor desalination.
The mayor's amendment's on the floor. You can offer a second amendment, but only if it's amending that one. That's a different matter, so we're going to take yours separately. So we would vote on the mayor's first, and then we can do yours if there are no other amendments.
Okay, that's fine.
So we'll just wait.
Okay.
Councilwoman Paxton.
That's a big 10-40. I'm coming back at you. We are en route. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll meet you there. Bobby's over there with Michael also.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you guys coming together and taking all of the feedback from council over the last few weeks and making a lot of really big changes to the original plan. I really appreciate you guys being open to that. A couple of questions. So you mentioned in your presentation that residential customers were not going to be subject to
We started dropping the hammer in his mini bastard breaker.
So I really want to clarify this, so thank you for asking. So there will be no citations issued if our customers go over their allocations or their baselines.
That was what I wanted to ask.
Citations may be issued if people conduct prohibited actions, which is water theft, irrigating inappropriately against the ordinance. Those are times when citations still could be issued.
So it's listed twice in the document how you have it, how you just cited it, is that no customers. So my question is, what do we do then when we have, someone that has, millions of gallons a day that we've asked them to reduce by and they continue to use?
So are you referring to a large volume user as an example? Absolutely. So one thing that we've been very clear on, and I absolutely want to reiterate, those large users are key to making all of this work. CCW will pay very close attention to those accounts. If it feels like they are going over that allocation, we will be in communication with them. These are high representatives of the companies that we know that we can reach out. We have their cell phone numbers. And if that case is happening and a resolution can't occur, then we would have to start turning valves and shut the water off to those users. The other part about this is I know all of those large volume users are working very hard. I feel very confident every one of them are going to meet their allocation. They are working very hard to do that in an effort to be a good partner. They are certainly stakeholders, and they have certainly shown how they are committed to working with the city and Corpus Christi Water.
And I appreciate that. I really do. Staff has said that repeatedly, and in my individual conversations with industry partners, I have every reason to believe that they feel that way. I have talked to other representatives of industry as a collective entity, and they didn't give me that feeling. But talking to individual industry partners and talking to staff, I have reason to believe that. So my question is, with it listed twice in the
Kind of looking at where that the third palm tree is further down. Kind of like the first one.
Are we given any kind of room that CCW can do that? Like you said, if they can't find a resolution and they continue to go over, now we got to talk about some conversations. Can we do that with the way this is written? Do we need to add some kind of verbiage that says,
well, I don't
we're
go all
not
the way
subject
back
to
there.
violation you know, maybe put it in a generic clause in there as like, however water use
Don't
that
get off on that road, please.
threatens the
Nobody.
water system, the city manager, water COO, whoever can do something. I don't know. I'm trying to see if this document as written gives CCW the room to do that.
Yeah, and one thing to just mention when and I know this is more than citations, but when you look at citations, we don't have the authority to issue citations outside the city limits. So it's one point I do absolutely want to make clear. In my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, but in my opinion, understanding the document and the state water code 11.039, when we get into situations like that, legally, my opinion is yes, the city and CCW have that authority to do that. We don't want to, but
has legal also backed us up on that?
47637119, repeating 47637119.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to try to go quickly. Unfortunately, we couldn't connect yesterday, but I do have a nice list of questions. In the package that we got, the
2016 GMC
when it goes
pickup.
through Section 1, changes to
Vehicle is clear. Insurance is
measures in
confirmed.
Section 10.5 and 11. At the very bottom, there's a section here that it's talking about wholesale. It says, except as otherwise provided by contract. Could you give me an example? What would that look like? It's basically saying that everyone's going to be asked to curtail by 25%, but then it says, except as otherwise provided by contract.
You know, one example that I can bring up is our effluent contracts with Valero. They wouldn't ask to be curtailed.
86 Leslie is eligible. Class Charles expires 2030. She is clear.
Like I said, the drought contingency plan had a very detailed baseline methodology for all the wholesale customers. We didn't feel that that was appropriate, so we established the new baseline.
One patient, one rider.
Customers are going to be provided their allocation. You know, the residential customers have a set baseline, but when you look at it, the commercial large volume and the large volume users will all have individual baselines and allocations that we will track.
So it doesn't mean that we're exempting people from curtailment.
We are not exempting anyone.
Unless, of course, they're on an alternate. They're not on the potable supply.
Yeah, 2100 Westland Circle.
If that's correct, this is all a message from the Corpus Christi water.
Yeah, 2100 Westland Circle.
The change that we're making is we're adding to the definition of motor vehicle. That's on changes to section 10.3, stage 2 response. So my thought is to take this definition and make it synonymous through the document everywhere that it's mentioned, because right now it's there, but then as we go into the other stages, it falls off. So for instance, it says motor vehicle washing prohibited except C stage 2, or motor vehicle, is allowed, say, C stage 2. So my thought is to make it synonymous throughout the document so that it's not confusing.
Yeah, and it's a matter of, I'm not saying it's not confusing, but it's a matter of function of how the DCP is written. So you implement restrictions at stage 2, at stage 3, the same restrictions apply, and you add more restrictions, and then at level 1 more, it builds upon itself. That's the methodology of the
I guess my concern was if you actually read the next stage, it specifically says motor vehicle, and then it says motor vehicle C stage 2. So my concern was if we're in a stage 3
right behind you, Bobby,
and they pick up the drought contingency plan and it says my motor vehicle, well, what about my boat? Well, I get it. We're talking about it here, but the document just says motor vehicle.
Right with the bar in the middle.
So that's what I was concerned with, was the interpretation of it. And then similarly, irrigation is listed in section 55-153, subsections F1C1. and also in E3A. So there's two sections where irrigation is listed, and my concern is it says irrigation of turf is prohibited entirely. I think it would be prudent for us to add, like if you drop down that section in the F1C1, if you go a little lower, it says, it talks about auxiliary water supply, so I would think to tag that on to there.
Okay, Cynthia, that's Miss.
And then there's actually two references to what Sylvia brought up. One's on page 31, section 16.7. One's on page 7, 8.5. I would omit that entire last sentence to both of those sections.
Bucks County, the 302.
What is the section? Nick, I mean, can you reference the section we're talking about?
It's, so there's, page 7 is section
494901, about 2 minutes out from location.
what the councilwoman is referring to as the last sentence
First
of
National
the
Bank.
first
I thought we got people
paragraph,
calling
last
in
sentence
of
of the
reference to
paragraph.
a seat in his vehicle. He's going to be in the handicap parking
Other
space here in the
sources may
ATM.
include water from the
They're
Mayor
advising
Roads
that he's
pipeline
taking
or
up space
future
and
water
needs to get out of there.
supplies,
It was
such
called in by a
as the
Christopher
Inner
Funk.
Harbor Seawater Desalination Treatment Facility. That's in section 8.5. And then in
4900, Bobby, we're on your 6. Yeah, we got you.
Why is that?
Councilwoman Campos made the record.
To include, I guess I should pull it out.
in the exact same sentences on page 31. They're identical sentences.
All right, I'm at wait right here. No pastors.
The sentence is referring to an example of what a new water supply may be.
I'm sorry, Nick. Can you say that again?
The intent of the sentence is to say that a new water supply might be, it's actually referring to increasing the production from the Mayor Roads pipeline, which we've done, or such things as a new seawater desalination plant, such as Inner Harbor.
So is
Water reuse, it's all a part of our diversification.
What page was that, Nick?
So it's page 31 and also page 7.
Okay. I'll read this while y'all talk here. Councilman Hernandez. Can't see.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, I know I bust your chops a lot, but on this one, I appreciate the work that you've done on this. I listened, addressed the concerns I had specifically. I appreciate that, really do. I like the fact that you thought how the baseline was going to be hard to manage because it didn't match up.
1585 leaving Freelander, yeah, they had those parts, but yeah, they said their phones were down.
Round number goes along with our billing cycle, how our billing works. Still need to probably work on some of those days are 32 days, some are less. It maybe have a 4-4-5 type of situation where you have consistent billing cycles that make sense.
Right, we send out 100,000 bills a month. And to close a cycle requires a certain amount of effort. There's certainly verification, there's field verification, there's office verification, and then the other thing that gets in the way are holidays, which that affects when we close out a certain bill cycle. So that's the reason for all of this. We have 22 separate billing cycles, and that's why at
heading to Rush, 5
you
minutes
may
out.
see 31 days in your billing cycle, 30 days,
Okay,
32
when you pick up, when you get to Rush,
the one thing that I do want to just reiterate is we're really excited. The IT staff has put together a really strong portal so our residential customers can review their usage. We are not ready to release it yet until we have an
In a 3061 radio check.
that way we can finalize it and
Okay, the reason I
Finish
say
the programming on it.
the reason I say that is that not every month is 30 days, right?
Correct.
So
In the billing cycle,
and
yes.
the billing cycle is not on it. You know, you could have a billing cycle in the middle of the month type scenario. So.
Supervising vehicle needs a jump.
How does it best do this, right? And I think maybe you need somebody to do an evaluation of your billing plan and see how you can improve it.
Route 35 doing quick 1070 all clear at the Vito on
These
Parkway.
scenarios. And like I said, when I say 445, the first 2 months is 4 weeks, and the third month is 5 weeks. That way, you have a consistent time all the way through. But you're going to have to. It just when you have somebody's usage versus a different billing cycle, it doesn't quite match up. You got a little bit of an offset there. So you're going to have to work through that and then explain it to the public.
Right, and the portal is set up per 30-day month, so it can match the allocation.
Okay.
Right, so the portal will take that into account.
And like I said, I appreciate you putting it all together. Also taking into consideration what we had said about making sure we treat every customer class equally, have the fines there equal. That way we don't run into any possible PUC challenges. I think you did some good work here. For the purposes of trying to help out a fellow council member, I'll second Councilman Campos's motion. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, when's the next dashboard update?
So it's going to be next week. So we hope to have it very early next week. What we've committed to is doing a minimum of every 30 days. And certainly we've seen, I'm probably getting ahead of myself, some beneficial rain, so we feel good. We will be happy to present it next week.
At council, right, Nick, at city council on next Tuesday?
That's the initial thought.
That's
yes.
the plan.
Because this is a 2-reading ordinance.
This is a 2-reading
Second
ordinance.
readings next Tuesday?
Yeah.
So I guess my point is, I think a conversation, it's good to have both sides of the equation. Where we at on our water? Yeah, I get that we need to come to a conclusion on what it is and what the allocations are going to be and how we're going to treat the financials. I think it's also important to let folks know that if it's moved back, that's a good thing.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's moving back. Had a chance to look at other cities. I think this is in line with your changes, and I want to thank you for that, Peter and Nick and Steve and your team. I do think that we've gone soft, by the way. I looked at the 1984 ordinance, and they charged $3 for the first 1,000 gallons over, and then $5 for the next 1,000 gallons over, and then $10 for the next 1,000 gallons, and then $25 for each additional 1,000 gallon over the allocation. So I would ask you, we kind of think about that. Some really outlier that says, hey man, if you really misbehave, get ready. It's significant. So I would throw that. It's not the end of the world, but I would throw a thought that maybe we need an outlier, like a $25 in this instance. And I think you added, it's like 4 and then 8 is 8 on top of the 4, so it's a total of 12.
That's correct.
Anyhow, I would think about an outlier that it's a really high number, and that's what they did in '84. And I had the opportunity to have lunch with Ed Martin. I think the world of Ed, and he was city manager back then, and he said it worked well. He said, most people were cognizant, and they reduced their water usage, and then those that didn't paid a hefty rate, which softened the financial blow, which I guess we're talking about in the next month or two, right? The change in the water rates that we're going to have to implement to handle all this, right?
It's a combination of reduced revenue from increased water sales and also our new water supply projects.
All right, I appreciate that. Mayor, I agree with I'm supportive of the positive shut-off nozzle. And I guess the way it would work, right? If you're cleaning your boat at your house, you got your
435 right?
You use it as you see fit. So it's as long as it falls under your 6,000, or the 6,000, then that's your business. And if it goes over, you're gonna pay significantly. And if you're at a car wash, well then they've got their number, And so I think boat owners that are going to car washes regularly need to get ready, because I suspect those rates are going up, because we're going to charge them more if they go over their allocation. And then if you're a marina, you've got the same issue. I wrote a note that I appreciate your statements about the city's marina. I think this is an opportunity for us to lead by example.
Yeah.
And I heard that in the community. And I think they're supportive, but like, hey, what are you guys doing? You know, and I think that we can lead by example. The last comment for what I really want to say is, I do think industry's supportive. Everything I've heard, and I'm in conversation with a lot of those folks regularly, and I think they're all in. They've been very supportive. I haven't heard anything different. What I do want to circle back around, and I'm going to walk around the edges of this agenda item, is, to me, let's get this done. Let's come to a conclusion. But it's really all about the efforts of today's water and moving that date back, which to me is really all about the 16 million gallons a day that are going to be sitting in our wells by the end of June that we don't have permission to use so far from the TCEQ. And I would hope, and I think you're working towards a request of TCEQ for some sort of variance to those guidelines.
It's been submitted.
Okay, because if we can put 16 million gallons a day into that river, that pushes that date back significantly, I would think. I mean, 16 MGD a day is significant. And then when you bring on the other items that you guys have been working for, I think that's a great story to tell. I suspect that we want to say that, hey, we just need a 12-month waiver, because in the 12 months we're gonna have that interconnect online, which you guys have done, and then we're gonna have that well-filled pipeline to our desalination efforts. So I appreciate that. Anything I can do, I've been in Austin, I've had conversations with friends. I want to help make that happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Yes, I'm going to say I pretty much agree with Councilman Scott regarding maybe looking into increasing the allocations, you know, once you go over the 6,000 or the baselines, and then it's actually a larger amount that we could charge, because again, that would be a deterrent. The only problem is that this is only for emergency level 1, correct? It doesn't apply to the other 2 and 3?
The surcharges, I think you're asking
Yes.
about, so they can be enacted. That's a council vote that would have to happen. They can be enacted at drought stage 3, which is what we're in today. With the provided that this first read gets approved today, next week there'll be a resolution for council to approve surcharges when level 1 happens.
Okay, so I think it's important that we do visit that. The only problem, though, right now is because of the drought exemption surcharge that's still in play until hopefully we get it taken care of by the voters in November. It wouldn't affect them, right? I mean, even if we were to adopt it now, I mean.
That's correct.
Right.
The surcharges would not, that's correct.
The ones that are signed up for that are paying the drought exemption surcharge fee, it would not affect these
right, because they're paying that, they've been paying that.
Yeah, so, but again, I mean, it would be good to, you know, get those rates established. But back to what I was.
Councilwoman Campos, I hate to interrupt you, but just I want to make sure I'm hearing it right here. We're recommending that even large volume users
Contact Randy Barajas. Randy Barajas. 361-331-2328. Repeat, 361-331-2328. Senior welfare concerning his son.
Okay, not in stage 2 and 3. That's what I'm trying to.
I see.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's why you know, I'd be in favor of doing the emergency only to try to get our industrial users to curtail some of their, you know, water usage, because they have to cut back 15 million gallons per day. Okay, so back to the original amendment that I wanted to make.
Transcending
wanted to make sure that whenever we have that line, because we have other water projects, that's why I wanted to eliminate about just solely on the inner harbor desalination, because we have like the groundwater, we have the effluent, the water. So let's just leave that line out, and that's why it would be just more consistent. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that I, was making sure that y'all understand why I was saying that. Okay, to include all the other water projects.
You want to include all of them?
No, if we just no, but what I'm saying is we just say future water supplies. Period. We don't have to say exclusively what they are. It's just other water supplies.
Right. So I think the key is the sentence before, which I'll read. The city manager or designee can modify the timing of a level 1 water emergency if the regional demands can be fully met with alternative water sources other than the combined reservoir storage. And I think what the councilwoman's saying is just end it there.
That's it.
Or
Thank
list
you.
them all, but end it there. Same difference.
Okay.
256, I have no,
Thank you.
there was no permit or inspection.
I just don't understand why this has to be on the burden of the residents of Corpus Christi. I mean, this is not their doing. This is not their fault. And to camp them at 6,000 gallons a month on a 8,000 gallon family per month, I mean, it's just, I don't agree with it. I really don't agree with none of the stuff for the residents. I think the residents have already been trying to cut back for the industry of not watering the grass and doing their part. And there's no fines right now, right?
So there's no citations, Councilman. There's no citations for exceeding your allocation or your baseline.
So the residential, commercial, and the large users are all paying the same per 1,000 gallons, correct?
For the surcharges.
Yes.
That's correct. So we've made that consistent.
So they go over 1,000 gallons, they're gonna pay $4 extra. And if industry goes over 1,000 gallons, they'll pay $4, correct?
So that initiates when they go over their allocation, just like everybody else.
What is your usage right now? Like, what are you gonna go to a level 1? Say, for example, Valero. What is Valero could use per month?
So currently, Valero is using about 8 million gallons a day.
Okay.
Right, and we know they're working very hard to on the effluent project.
I agree.
We'll take that back.
Yeah.
So what we've done is they will have an individual baseline, and then that will be reduced by 25% to come up with their allocation, and then they will have to meet that mark on a seasonal basis, and those are the accounts that CCW will monitor.
So right now they're using 248 million gallons per month. So they're gonna, from that amount, they're gonna go down to 25%.
Well, you gotta remember how the baseline is determined. So if we could go back, I'm just gonna go back to the large volume user.
Is there any room in back of Brush Country?
It is. Looks like it's 8. Slide 8. So they will have.
Well, no way be returning one from court.
2022 through 2024, we will remove, for example, out of those 36 months, we'll remove the lowest January, February, March, April, May. We'll take those low months out, and then we will average the remaining data to come up with the
one standby. I gotta
and then whatever
go look for something real quick with
they
this
have to
subject.
reduce that by 25%.
Registered to a Javier Vera out of Alice
It's
Insurance
important to note, so the 25% is equal across all customer classes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for doing this and putting all your effort in this, you and your staff. I just, it's hard for me to, it's not the people's fault. And
right, I mean, with the issue is, and I can speak confidently in this, is the lack of a diversified water supply and
Route 22.
drought.
Yeah.
49 around plus 1.
No, I agree
And
with
doing
you.
the 1070 all clear.
Messes up and all that good stuff, but, I just don't think that it's fair for the residents to cut back if, they're not using all the water and they're not the problem. And I'm okay with industry using the water. I mean, the city told them to come to Corpus Christi. We had water for them. And that's why we're looking for water. We're not looking for water for the residents. We're looking for water for the industry, and I'm okay with that. But at the same time, I don't feel like it's the residents' fault that they have to cut back. I don't think it's right for them.
Route 14 is going beyond Brush.
We use very, very little of water versus
59 radio check,
and I
Tenant, clear.
understand they're the powerhouse here in Corpus. They provide jobs, they provide an economy, and I understand it and I get it. But at the same time, it's not right for the people to cut back, for the families to figure out, okay, we can't go over this much water, take less showers, don't flush the toilet, it's tough.
I think we've shown that largely the residential customers are there, and largely they won't have to make any adjustments. And for those, we do know there are situations with large families, extended families, certainly understand that.
Yeah.
We are absolutely working, staff is working to streamline the exemption, the variance process. And once these items we can move forward on them, we'll be rolling that out.
How's the condition of the water meters? Are they pretty accurate?
So we do have a capital project in our capital plan it's a multi-year project to replace the water meters. One thing that's important to note, when water meters get old and they don't read accurately, they read low. So an old meter reads low, which it doesn't benefit the ratepayers, but that benefits the individual customer.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have right now. The water the rain that we had a couple days ago, was it Sunday night? Has that reached our lakes already or no?
So oh yeah, it was just the other day. So we didn't see too much of an increase. Of course, yesterday we're watching it closely.
Mm-hmm.
One thing to note, I think the rest of the week is going to be relatively dry, but it looks like better chances next week. All of that plays into the update to the water supply dashboard, which we'll have for you next week, Councilman.
And level 1, you don't estimate to be in level 1 till what month now? Or you haven't figured that out yet?
So it's September, but once we have the new water supply dashboard and projections, that might be modified. And we're committed to providing updates at a minimum every 30 days, and we'll be about there next week, so we want to make sure we get it updated for everyone.
Okay. And then one last question. How are we doing with the contracts for the refineries and stuff, water contracts? Are we working on that?
Well, we're going to be at the end of County Road 1266. County Road 1266.
Okay.
And then
Recovering stolen
one of
property.
the other contracts that we really need to, I'll make you aware of is Lyondell was to install
how about you, 4901?
which they've done. They'll be starting everything up this week, and then we'll be initiating a contract negotiation with Lyondell-Bissell.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the updates. I appreciate you guys working on this and kind of fine-tuning it some. But one of the things, I had a school reach out to me, a private school, and one of the things that they asked me was that they have a a football field that is grass.
Man, Mike, you
Most
said
of
that for the first time all day. I already started out of breath.
ones, they have artificial turf. But with that being said, I want to make sure I understand, because their question was, if they do a good job in terms of conserving water in all the other places, can they water their football field?
Per the drought contingency plan, irrigation is prohibited.
Is prohibited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would even be at a residence as
Right.
well. Mm-hmm.
So they're not, you know, because, and I understand that, because if we were to just hold them to the numbers and throw out some of the restrictions, then I think that would be counterintuitive as far as what we're trying to accomplish. But
that's correct. It can get really complicated.
Yeah.
To a point where you would be monitoring every single customer every single day.
Yeah.
And the intent is to set up guidelines that we can follow and that will provide the results we're looking for, so that we can make sure we always have enough supply to meet our demand.
On the same lines as that, though, have we ever thought about doing something where we give some type of rebate if somebody changes their entire, like their residential property to xeriscape, or their, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it has been brought up before, and I'm not saying we shouldn't look at it, but I'm just saying that those kind of activities do have an impact on the ratepayer. As you know, we're an enterprise fund, and all of our operations, maintenance, and capital projects debt service is fully funded by the ratepayers. So to initiate programs like that, and say you set aside X amount of dollars for that, that same amount of money has to be recovered in the rates, so we maintain the balanced budget.
Yeah, and I think it's a challenge. And the good thing is that I'm hearing a lot of dialogue out there where these commercial accounts are starting to come on board, and they're really looking together, getting their boards together, getting their staff together, and saying, okay, what can we do?
Vehicle is clear, insurance is confirmed.
Where are we using water? And so I think it's a good thing. So I know, like everybody has said, we know that the residents have done a phenomenal job in terms of conserving, and industry's been aware. Now we've got that middle layer that's also looking at it, so hopefully we'll be able to extend the dates out even further. So thank you. Appreciate the presentation.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. On the section relating to variances, I wanted to verify that
Corey Carroll is eligible. Class Charles expires 2033.
Sensitive information.
Yeah, and that question came up earlier. It's come up a couple of times. I'm going to be very clear. CCW or the city, we do not want any medical information. What we're looking for, there's some key components to the variance requests that we're looking for is, a customer to show a historic usage, show what they're doing, some of the specific conditions as to why, and what they have done to reduce their water usage, right? It helps if you show, okay, I've done this, and this, and because of that, I require this. That's a very strong application.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think the confusion is where it says, list the reason you're asking for this exemption or something. And at one point it says, is there, a medical issue or something? The impression that I've gotten from community members is that they're interpreting those words and that request is like, upload a note from your doctor, prove that you have a medical issue. So if there's a way that we could maybe put something on there that's like, no, we don't want your sensitive medical information. We just,
Correct.
Just declare it,
Mm-hmm.
And then I was going to reiterate, but thank you for reading the sentence before that final sentence on page 31 and 7. On section 55-152, 5B2, it's talking about a level 2 emergency. And it's similarly saying how we would undo triggering that. And it just says if the city manager or water COO determine that we can, they see it necessary. Do you feel that is there a section somewhere that says, under level 2, that's saying, God forbid, but something terrible happens to our water supply immediately or suddenly, or there's an interruption that's not drought related necessarily. So is that, I guess my question is, do we need to put something that's like once water is restored? Does that make sense?
I think it's worded appropriately, because well, let me back up. So a level 2 water emergency, there's a significant event. It might be a natural event such as a hurricane. It could be a major infrastructure failure at the water plant or on the Mary Roads pipeline. Those events require immediate and swift action. I think it's written well. When those issues are resolved, you come out of a level 2 water emergency. If you start adding language, once water is restored, is it restored to the whole city? Is it restored to the island? Is it restored to Cal Allen? Is it restored but not having enough pressure? I think it almost gets so limiting on how you come out of it. You're almost limiting your ability to come out of it as quick as you want.
I appreciate that. That's fair. That was just my thoughts. So my last question, something that kind of stuck out to me in one of our more recent presentations is basically that even though there's such a level of self-curtailment by the resident class, we're still kind of using the same amount of water. The way it was described is some of our large volume users, with the condition of the water that's coming through, the higher TDS, the composition of the water is slightly changed.
133.
But they actually have to use more in order to facilitate their needs. So basically everything that was conserved ended up being used anyway. And so my concern is, even though a lot of people they went through a lot of sacrifice to try to cut back.
It's going to be closed on Memorial Day. They told me yes.
To the system. Is there something that we can do to safeguard that? Does that make sense?
I think I understand your question, and I'm going to answer it. Please correct me if I'm off track a little bit. The safeguards, so water quality is important to every customer class. And there are certain customers that, because of water quality, they may use more or less, or it may change the amount of usage. The effort that we're making in terms of effluent reuse, that is what safeguards that. So it's bringing on those other projects and utilizing it. The complicating factor is, and we need to remember this, is our wholesale customers also have large volume users. So it's incumbent, if we're providing an allocation to a wholesale user, it's incumbent upon them to issue allocations to their customers. And one thing, we do not want to get involved in their business or overstepping our authority as well.
Sure. That may go back to the status or existence of contracts. Because, if we've got somebody that uses, I'm just going to throw a number out there, 12 million gallons a day, and we go into a stage 3 drought for a year and a half, and the community has been cutting back. We've got small businesses who can't function because of restrictions. We've got all of these really tight restrictions. Then we say, I have a contract with you for 12 million. That's it. Everybody's kind of cutting back right now. It's not going to be 12 plus 2 because it's higher TDS. It's not going to be, it's 12 million because we're trying to preserve the system. Is that a provision that we could explore? Or is there one in existence and I'm not aware? Because it looks like it didn't actually cut back a lot on the system.
I guess I don't understand where you want to get to, or what the, I mean, to impose actual limitations, which I think is what you're talking about. But that's really the allocations. Once we hit level 1 water emergency, and we provide those allocations, those are the affirmative restrictions.
Well, I guess so we have the slide that you gave us that says this is our target if we reach level 1. Even though we're not in a level 1, we're in a drought stage 3. There's a lot of provisions that ask customers to cut back on essential use. So the understanding is, even though we haven't given that a firm number,
Louis, got a trailer with a on day 2. Way 2.
15% is a rough target. I could be wrong on that.
There's goals.
There's goals.
Goal is the word, yeah.
Perfect. So in a stage 3, which we're in, the goal would be 15%. So this is indicative of a 25%. So this is saying all of our customer classes have yet and will be asked to reduce by these amounts. Our residential class has already superseded that, even though our goal there was 15%. So during level 3, while we asked for a goal of 15%, and residents went down to 30, we didn't see an overall system decrease. Does that make sense?
Are you gonna want to do it one more time?
And there's certainly different circumstances throughout all of our customers. Some of them are bringing on new water supplies as well. And I'm not just talking about our wholesale customers.
Where you're at?
They are bringing on new water supplies also. I think what we've seen is in stage 3 efforts, monumental efforts made by our customers. And I'm referring to, think about Mathis and Beeville, who those communities are drilling wells. Maybe they didn't achieve that desired result, but those communities have stepped up and they're moving forward with those projects. And the same you can say for industry and large volume users. They are making those efforts. Sure, the reductions aren't seen yet, but they are coming.
235 everyone complete, and 408 Buccaneer Drive, 17 at 3126 Rockville.
We're reporting through all the council support on the projects. We're starting to see the benefits. So it's hard to. When you bring on transformational projects, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And I think as a community throughout all our customer classes, we've seen significant efforts at stage 3. And those efforts are going to be realized if we get to a level 1 water emergency.
Thank you. I acknowledge that. I just specifically mean as far as increases, but thank you.
Nick, thank you for the presentation. At this time, I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18? Come on down.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor. Dan Harrington, District 4, serve as President for Padre Island Business Association, also on the Marina Advisory Committee, and I'm a boat safety instructor. So I'm here to talk about boats. I appreciate your amendment, and I just want to give you a couple of stats on boating here in the Coastal Bend. According to Texas Parks and Wildlife, there's 8,043 registered boats in Nueces County. About 3,000 of those are stored behind houses on the island and in Flower Bluff. There's 330 active guides in the Corpus Christi area. They generate about 18,700 private trips annually. 18,700 for paid trips. And then there's about additional 71,000 trips that just boat people go out on their boats annually. So it's a lot of folks on the water. Corpus Christi also accounts for 21% of all saltwater fishing licenses sold in the state of Texas. So that's a ton. There's, as the mayor mentioned, there's 30 to 50 tournaments locally. Those generate anywhere between about $400,000 and $800,000 annually in economic impact directly to our community. Overall, fishing adds in excess of about $1 billion in the state of Texas, and we get a big chunk of that here in Corpus Christi. If you don't have tournaments, if you can't wash your boat, they don't come here. Things like La Posada, I know there's a breast cancer awareness regatta. There's a lot of things that go on that economically are very, very positive to our community. I appreciate the amendment for the water hose to be able to a positive shutoff valve. It is not a wash to a 5-gallon bucket. You're going to use about 50 gallons of water because you're going to keep refilling that bucket. It's not efficient. It doesn't get the snapper or the whatever off the boat and clean the boat. And you have to do that in order to maintain the vessel, to be able to use it. And if you're a guide and you're fishing 360 days a year, you've got to use it to keep the boat clean and keep your customers happy. So I would just encourage you to
I'll be in the 100 block of South Pirate. I'll be always Texas, Tom Boyd Charles, 3294.
the mayor's
Tom Boyd
initiative there
Charles,
to
3294.
allow that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
902, Mike.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Boy, I wish I could be up here talking about.
You calling 4902, sir?
Also,
Yes,
that's
sir.
another
We're
reason
only
why
gonna
we
get
should
the
have
green
Ann
light or
Arbor
not yet?
DSL, because we are a tourism community. And
We're
so we need
right
to
here
take
underneath
all
the
those
underpass
employees
at
and
the red
everyone else
light,
that comes into our
heading
town.
that way.
I just want to thank Mr. Winkleman, which I've never done, or anybody in CC Water in the last 6 years, for actually listening to public servants and looking out for the community. So I want to thank Mr. Cantu, Ms. Vaughn, Mrs. Vaughn, Mr. Hernandez,
Hey,
Ms.
did
Campos,
they have
and Ms.
construction
Paxson
going
for
on? I
putting
didn't get to
pressure
go
on
over there
staff.
because
This is what we're
Marcus
asking for.
told me
This
to
is
turn
we're
back.
asking for leniency
Yeah,
on the
there was
people that use the water
AEP
the
doing work right
least
there.
and are trying their hardest to conserve the most.
Okay, yeah, we're right here,
So I
Saratoga
just wanted
and
to say thank you guys for
cross
handling
town right
that.
now,
That is
heading
leadership.
that way.
Thank you.
We're stuck at the right.
Anyone else?
Okay, sounds good.
I just need to see if Puerto Rico can watch my body cam footage so you can
I
translate
do
for me.
want to thank you for looking after the people. As long as you keep them in mind, that is the best thing you can do. And as long as you keep their ideas of what they need, that is the best thing you can do. When I judge people, I judge them for their overall performance, not for one issue. But I do ask you to take a look that when you take a look at what we call the high water, one of those is our interest. Our industry is producing a lot of oil right now, which we need. A lot of it. So we cannot cut them back to where they can't produce. We have to be able to produce that in order, not just for ourselves, but for our nation as well. So I want you to keep thinking about our people first, but I want you not to curtail them back to such a point to where they cannot perform what we need. And what we need right now is oil. We cannot afford to lose that. We cannot afford to lose what's going in and out of the port. So it's important that you take that into consideration as well. As far as is concerned, you need to just chill out. There's more to come.
Going back to the yard.
Anyone else?
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Steve Indralunas. I'm a recreational boat owner. I keep my boat in the Corpus Christi Marina, and I'm not affiliated with the yacht club in any way. I am a member of the Marine Advisory Committee. We've heard people speak both in this chamber and at a meeting last week with Mr. Scott, the mayor, Mr. Barrera. Appreciate the time that you spent with us. We heard from the boat owners about the importance of maintaining their boats and what impact there would be if the boats were not maintained, not only for the boat owners, their engines, their boat systems, sanitary conditions on the vessels, but the impact to the local industry. Mr. Harrington spoke as well about the impact on our local industry.
Is it a Toyota you're out with?
I hope the City Council will respond by adopting the amendment to allow washing of boats. We've talked about the
Tom Sam
5-gallon
Frank
bucket being
7877 Tom Sam Frank 7877. Sorry about that.
As Dan said, you're going to be spilling all the water on the ground, and it's not going to get to the parts of the boat that really need the high pressure. So What I would like
corrected license plate November 2025, expired November 2025.
City Council
2023 Chevy 4-door. Insurance is confirmed.
say this
Vehicle is clear.
roughly 50% of the boats are going to be washed at local car washes after their use. The car wash owners and the managers of those are going to be on allocation. They can best determine how to handle the usage. They can have timed washes for boats. They could put surcharges for boats being washed. They can ban.
Dominguez is eligible. Class Charles expires 2029.
Owners can work this out. City Council doesn't need to be involved in it. Roughly 40% of the boats are washed at residences. These boats are stored in the canals, on trailers in their backyards, on boat lifts, and the residents can decide how they want to use their allocation. City Council doesn't need to micromanage
yeah, we'll be,
the remaining 10%
jumping
are
at,
in the marinas, and we've discussed taking steps in the marina, allowing boat owners to wash their boats using low-volume, high-pressure nozzles. This is an effective way of keeping the boats clean, and it doesn't require any more of your involvement. We had talked earlier about staff being overwhelmed with all these different things that they're tasked with. We can clear this from the staff's plate. They don't need to be involved in this. Let the owners of the businesses, the managers of the marinas, the residents, and the owners of the boats work this out. Adopt the proposal, the proposed amendment, and then you're done with it. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. King Mary.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
323. Dr. King
We're
Mary,
gonna close
32.
public comment. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, Nick, I was kind of going to ask the same similar thing. I mean, if we're leaving the car washes on an allotment, and I would imagine, you know, most boat users would go through the bays and have spray. The benefit of that is we capture that in our wastewater system because it captures it in a drain. We're working on a project to reuse water, so I think that's an ideal situation. I don't know how much water we're actually talking about here with people washing their boats. I can't imagine it being a large number.
14410-203-1441-0202.
Residences.
I would say at residences.
It's hard. I can't I don't know.
I mean, I can't imagine it being a huge sum of water. Plus, if it's at a residence, it's part of their allotment and they have to account for it in their usage at home, correct?
Well, you know, one thing that I do know is commercial car washes, they do, the newer ones do recycle water, they capture it better. At home, it's very hard to capture any water used.
I guess we would encourage them to use car washes to wash their boat so we can capture that wastewater.
I think it's, you know, I
571,
I think it's important to provide some optionality, which I think the DCP does, because you don't want to limit all circumstances.
Okay, I think, you know, we're getting in the weeds there, you know, and I guess I'm guilty of that as well, but, you know, we need to make data-driven decisions, and it's not a huge amount of water. It shouldn't be something we should be too concerned about. And the allotments for car washes should be based like any other commercial operation. I know we had this conversation that there's probably some restaurants and some commercial businesses that use more than a car wash. So I think we just need to treat them fairly. You know, they invested money in a business here. We shouldn't treat them any differently than anybody else who's invested money in businesses here locally. Other than that, I think we're okay. And like I said, I do appreciate you guys listening to us and telling us and us giving you the feedback of what we hear from the community. So you got some thanks from some public comment as well. So I think you hit the mark here with the amendments that you made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Nick, so we're done with public comment and all the input. Thank you for taking in, we're going to make these amendments.
To be clear.
Heard today. We're going to add them and change them.
I think there's a couple of amendments.
There's a couple. Actually, there's some on the floor. Okay, and for the record, I want to say I heard somebody say earlier, I'm not sure how they knew all the individual conversations, but it's my understanding that every council member up here had something to say about surcharges, about citations. It wasn't just 3, 4, 5 council members. It was everyone. And that I know the two that were in my meeting certainly did. And so this was a council effort, maybe in separate meetings, but it was a council effort to come up with what's here today. It wasn't specific people. That certainly was a team effort. And I'm thanking you for taking all of that in.
And then, of course, we clear for line.
All right, so Rebecca.
Okay. Mayor, we have your amendment first, and it's on page 8 of the ordinance, letter E. And you have the wording here that you want to use, Mayor?
Yes, it's the one to make a motion, to amend provision to allow vehicle and boat washing with the use of a handheld hose with a positive shut-off nozzle.
Okay, and you do have, and there's in parentheses, it provides the full section that would be amended on E. Do you see that? So it's use of water section. You're
Right, but
changing
that's not part of the motion, I don't think.
That's the language, I believe, that's going to be inserted into the ordinance, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, so, okay,
You see how it
we can
says-
read that.
Okay, so it says use of water to wash any motor vehicle, motorbike, boat, trailer, or other vehicle. Is that right, Mr. Ramos?
Yes.
Okay, right? That whole section is going to go in the ordinance.
That section, so the first part of her mayor's amendment will allow us to add it to the proper.
Just for the record, yeah, I was going to read it. So. But yes, I understand. Okay, so boat, trailer, other vehicle not occurring on the premises of a commercial car wash station is allowed on any day if washing using a handheld hose equipped with a positive shutoff nozzle or a 5-gallon bucket or smaller. So that's what would actually go into the ordinance.
Right.
But that's what the mayor was saying.
So we have a motion and a second on that one. So we're just going to take that.
Are you ready?
one
And I
first.
have this one written, Mayor, if you'd want to do an electronic.
I'm sorry?
vote.
Oh,
I
you do
this
have it
one.
written. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Sure, go ahead.
And I just put in your caption.
Wait, do we vote again?
Can you give me the 17 to the field center real quick?
Table.
Okay. Mr. Barrera? Okay, and Ms. Vaughn? You thinking? Didn't take it? Okay.
Okay, the motion carries.
114-10.
It came up twice for some reason.
Okay. So then now we have, so it passed. So
Yes,
I think,
yes,
did it
motion
show
carries.
the result of the voting?
I think it did.
It did pass.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I just don't know if it didn't show up here. So then we have Ms. Campos's amendment. So her amendment is on page 4 of the ordinance.
We need to show that. Did
Show
it
what?
show it on screen? Can they
I'm
put it
not
up on the
sure.
screen again?
I was looking here.
I don't think it did.
Patroller to dispatch, back at HQ.
The 90.
Can they put it up?
Copy 347.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you. Okay, let me go back to it and see if it'll show it.
Mr. Talia, so you picked me up from the yard.
And it's doing this weird thing it does, but it did pass.
Oh. Huh,
It's
okay.
possessed.
Sorry. All right, Rebecca, what's the next one?
Okay, so then the next one is on page 4 and is of the ordinance. It's 5A1. And in that paragraph, we're striking the part of the sentence, the last sentence that says, such as the Inner Harbor Seawall Desalination Treatment Facility, that's stricken. So the last line, so the sentence reads, other sources may include water from the Mary Roads pipeline or future water supplies, period.
Okay. And we have, yeah, I was on 2 places.
So I'm just going off of the ordinance. I'm not sure where else it is, Mr.
So it's in
Winkleman.
2 places in the plan.
Right.
But it's in one spot in the ordinance, which is what we're
Okay.
voting on today.
So
So
we're just
the
looking at
plan
the-
would be modified
Right.
to match the ordinance.
Wait, did you have
The
a second?
ordinance is yeah.
You did?
Yes.
All right. Please submit your vote.
Okay. No, ma'am, just the last part of the sentence. No, ma'am.
No, I thought the whole sentence. Yes.
Because the sentence before said if water is
Right. It either needs to be struck out completely or include all of our water projects. But that's not fair to say, take out one water project that is real. So either way you,
Yeah, she's just striking that part.
well, I mean, she just asked sentence. Yes, it is the sentence then.
No, that's just that part of the sentence.
Well,
ma'am.
okay, but it does, other sources may,
It'll be 2 votes, so we'll count. Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's a 1 reading.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
It is right. I misunderstood. Councilman,
Is this?
Look, I just want to say it's just giving an example. It's not relevant to the plan. It's just verbiage that is unnecessary.
right.
It's just verbiage that's unnecessary. It's just verbiage that's unnecessary. That's all.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion
Individual.
carries. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
$640.
Okay, the motion carries.
$640.
Is there anything else? No.
Clear the district court with 1 and route back to jail.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
640, 10-4.
Item number 19, or, well, not quite the last one, but almost. Discussion and possible action regarding revisions to the city's utility payment arrangements policies for seniors aged 65 and older and veterans with the goal of making payments more accessible and affordable to prevent disruption of essential water services as requested by council members Cantu, Vaughn, and Hernandez. Who's going to speak on that? Councilman Cantu.
Thank you. Nick, so I brought this to City Council because I'm getting a lot of phone calls in my district that seniors and veterans are having a hard time getting their water reconnected because the city policy is 50% down on what they owe. So for example, they owe $1,000 for whatever reason, they have to come up with $500 to be on a payment plan. I feel that we need to protect our seniors and our veterans, 65 and over, with a better policy. More affordable. I don't think it's right for a senior or a veteran to decide if they're going to pay their electricity bill or medication or the water bill, you know, and there's families out there that are waiting for the end of the month to come to make a payment plan with the city of Corpus Christi. And water is not a want, it's a need. And, you know, I believe that the city will get their money, and we need to work with these families and these seniors and these veterans because it's hard right now for those people. And I just don't think that they should live without water till their next paycheck. For an example, we had a meat processing company some time back that didn't pay their bill for almost a year or over, and we didn't shut them off. You know, why are we shutting off seniors?
It's like Halo 6 listed Sterling Aviation for Halo Base, 810 pounds of fuel, one on board, be there in about 7
For
minutes.
them to be shut off and require 50% down payment for for their water to be connected back on I think it's ridiculous, and I think we need to do better. We must do better as a community.
Route
And,
49,
you know, I don't know what we
Visit
can do,
West,
but you
4
know,
down, 3 around,
I think 15 to
left
20%
1,
down is more
times
reasonable than
2.
50% down, and maybe a longer term to pay it back, so you know they don't have to be disconnected again. You know, I know there's some times that they get disconnected. They try to make a payment plan. They can't afford it, so they go and tamper with the water meter and turn the water meter back on, and then you guys go back and lock it and charge them more fines and whatever the case is. I don't blame them doing what they're doing. I mean, they need water, you know, and I just feel like, you know, we don't punish the big users, but we always punish the small people and the ones that are trying to make it. So what do you think we can do to better that policy?
Sure, Councilman, I appreciate those comments. I would, if you afford me some time, I do have just a couple of slides that goes over what our standard process is when we talk about payment arrangements. So if I could just ask for the communications team to put the
4507 versus 242.
So the payment arrangement policy, and I'm going to roll through this. This is just a couple of slides, but all payment arrangements require some sort
near
of
industrial.
down payment, right? We always view that as a way for the customer to show in earnest that they're willing to pay the debt and pay for the water. The reason for that is we are trying to work closely with the customer, but also protect all of our other ratepayers who any delinquent accounts they'll be subsidizing if it's not collected. So we're always cognizant of that. But if we go through this, and I do want to recognize the UBO staff, who I think does a great job day in and day out, working with all of our customers. Margaret Morin is here today. We appreciate Margaret being here with me. The team, ever since I started at CCW, my opinion, has gone above and beyond to work with our customers. All that being said, if a full payment is not possible, then we request 50% of the past due balance with a 4-month payment plan or payment arrangement. So at the end of the 4 months, you'd have everything paid off. The cutoff, meaning if the first plan, the 4 months was not achieved and payment was not made, then if staff turn the valve and shut the meter off, to reinstate it, it's a 75% past due balance, and it's a 3-month arrangement, so that time frame is shortened a little bit.
8 down, 3 around.
If there is what we call unauthorized usage, that's when a customer essentially opens the valve or uses water without setting up an account. For instance, someone could purchase a house, not set up an account, manually turn on their water valve. That's theft of water, and we take that very seriously because that affects our ratepayers. In fact, that's part of the water loss numbers that we talk about a lot. That is 100% of the past due balance required. There are situations where a customer may move and they have a balance from a different residence. So those are what we call closed accounts. It's 75% of the balance is due, and it's a 3-month arrangement. The arrangement terms, they do not appear on the bill, but they're made directly with UBO staff, and they're entered into the account system. It's important that they deal with our resolution specialist, so that can be taken into account and documented within our system. The account owner has to request the payment plan, and if the account owner is not available, then we just request a letter of authorization just to prevent another person for trying to make a payment arrangement that is outside of who the account is with. we do have some maximum to the arrangement
45 observer,
limits.
1042.
So a maximum of 2 broken payment arrangements is allowed within 12 months.
1045.
There's no payment arrangements allowed for unauthorized usage. Again, that's theft of water. We take that very seriously. Tampering or history of tampering with city valves and infrastructure. Or just having non-sufficient funds where we can
Is that what all that noise was?
the account whole. One thing that we do offer is there are a number of different agencies that provide utility assistance. The staff at the utility billing office is willing and absolutely willing to get our customers in touch with those other entities so that it can help them
William
pay
Frank
with
Wall,
their
8363.
utility bills.
William Frank Wall,
All of
8363.
this is a big part of the project. The staff does go above and beyond every day to work with this. One thing that we do not do is we do not ask a customer's age ever. So that can complicate things, but we do not ever ask for a customer's age or their status, things like that as well. But we do every effort that we can to work with them to get them back on track.
Do you guys, when they set up services, don't you guys ask for a driver license, social security number, and all that good stuff?
We do, but it's, you know, I mean, we're not tracking age. And a lot of times not all of our historic accounts, long-time accounts have all of that information.
Nick, can I, Councilman, if you don't mind, Nick, if a customer says, look, I can't do the 50%, and they may say they're a senior, does the UBO make exceptions based on the appeal of the customer at the time?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's talk about that a little bit, about what type of exceptions are given. Is it, it's not a hard and fast 50%, or that's it, we hang up the phone, right? You negotiate with the customer?
That's correct.
Okay, talk to the councilman about that. That's what we're interested in.
Yeah, so the 50% is not a hard and fast rule. That's where we start, and it certainly shows a level of commitment. However, there are cases, as the city manager said, where a customer may say, look, in this first payment, I can do 20% or X, and we will absolutely work with them. The goal is to get them back on track and get the paid bill over a period of time. So that 50%, it's not a hard and fast number, but we've got to tell our resolution specialists where we would like them to start.
So when do you guys disconnect? How many months behind?
Well, it all depends on a couple of factors. One is there a theft of water, right? If that is ongoing, we will absolutely reach out to them, but we take that very seriously. If there's a payment plan set up, we don't shut the water off. If they miss a payment, we will reach out with phone calls, emails. That way we can work with them to set up a payment plan. Sometimes we can't get a hold of the customer, but we're going to continue to try.
So you guys don't go and just shut the water off?
We don't have a team of people standing by waiting to shut water off.
10491616 1049 1616 last name.
If a client is up for disconnection, we will send them what's called a disconnection notice.
Correct.
More times than not, once that's issued, the customer will pay that immediately, because there are situations where maybe that something happened in life, right? They were out of town.
I'll play out of Pennsylvania for the trailer.
Missed a payment, but it doesn't happen immediately after that disconnection notice is sent. None of this is immediate.
X-ray Nora 24673, X-ray Nora
And as you can see from how we
24673.
set up the payment plans, this is over a period of 3 to 4 months.
It just disturbs me because there's a lady that called me a couple months ago, and she's probably about 80 years old, and she couldn't afford her 50% down payment. Yes, she did and go, or her son went and go and turn the water valve back on. And she had to use the water
53,
hose from her next
correction
door
on the
neighbor
trailer you hauled.
till her paycheck.
We did not get a
her
28
Social Security
return,
check came
negative
in.
29.
So, you know, there's people out there that are struggling. You know, I remember in my 20s, I struggled paying my water bill, you know, and I'm guilty of doing what people do to get by. That's what people are going through right now. And a lot of people are not open about it because it's embarrassing. But and I get what you're saying, but, you know, these phone calls that I get, and there's more than one, you know, that they can't afford the 50% down, and you guys hold them to the 50% down. Just because they want to go open a water valve doesn't make them a criminal. They need the water to survive.
Yeah, 53, Mr. Guy, we got the 28 for the Pennsylvania trailer.
You water meter on there, and y'all know how much water they take in, and you know, you guys could bill it. So, you know, I really want to fix this policy. If you guys need more time, I'll give you guys more time. But we really need to fix this policy and figure things out for these seniors and veterans, because you guys are telling me one thing, but I'm hearing different from these residents, and we need to help them. And I just feel that we have we have to do something for them, because, you know, nobody should be without water in Corpus Christi. And if the big users could go with months without paying their bill, then why not residents could do that? You know, it has to be an even playing field.
The in the reference to the big users, I'm not sure when that occurred. I can attest. I'm sure I wasn't here at that time. One thing, when you look at our policies, I think what I would recommend, what I would like to do is to set up a meeting with you, Councilman, meet you in our UBO office. Okay. We can go into detail the steps staff makes. One thing that we do feel confident in is the SOPs are put together and established by our expert staff from the UBO office. That is the team that deals with our customers every day, and they've developed these guidelines for our resolution specialists to assist as many people as possible and to protect our ratepayers. So there's a balance. We recognize that. I would like to better explain to you how we go about things. I know we take a lot of notes in our call system on our calls. And I know typically when I investigate complaints from any customer, there's a large amount of information that I have to vet through to better understand the situation. Yes, sir. So we feel strongly that it's best that SOPs, standard operating procedures, are developed by the operations department because they understand them. They're involved in all the circumstances. However, I'm absolutely willing to go through this with you in more detail.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I'm going to try and speed through this because we've got all lights on, but I have had quite the opposite experience in working with Margaret. And Margaret, I'd like you to come up if you would, because I know you deal directly, if you don't mind, Nick, you deal directly with customers. And I feel like, I guess what Nick just articulated, which is we try very hard, or we do, and you can take it from here, but to work with everyone. We are not here, we're here to facilitate, I would think, and I'm taking words that I've sent you so many people over years, and I've seen you work on payment plans and making certain that people, we don't just flip some switch and say, oh, well, sorry, you didn't pay. I mean, and I think that's what was just articulated. You know, this is an internal document and it's a standard operating procedure, but you've explained to me and my staff many, many times, it has to start somewhere. You have to hand something to if I went in to work there tomorrow, you have to show me something and say, this is where we start. However, our goal is to help, to facilitate. That is my understanding of your department and the experience I've had. But would you please tell us a little bit about what are the real workings, the ins and outs of what you deal with over at the UBO?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Margaret Moran, Utility Business Office Manager.
Communications, radio check test,
And
1, 2,
Mr.
3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2,
correct
1.
in what he said that we try to do every day. The first and foremost two objectives that we have when we have a customer call in that cannot meet that payment is first, we ease their anxiety. We hear it. We have compassion. We have empathy. And the second thing is we put the water back on without even thinking about the payment at this time, okay? Each case is unique, so we have to hear their story first. But 9 times out of 10, we work through it. It takes weeks because we have to work with the meter shop guys, also the gentlemen and the ladies that work over there. And we work with them to, whether it's a constant flow, whether they had a major leak, we will put their account on exemption, which means their account is not going to get cut off, disconnected, and or they're not going to incur any penalties in the meantime. So in the particular case that you're talking about, Councilman, is that the lady did call, we worked with her, and there was some pertinent information that was missing on the email and or call, but we worked with her. End result, we had a nonprofit agency pay off the entire balance of $2,200. So it works out. We go above and beyond with these nonprofit agencies that we work with. And we will continually call, constant communication. We also helped a veteran. His wife passed away. His wife paid the bills. He didn't know how to pay the bills. A friend of mine contacted me when I was out of the country and on vacation, and she said, what can we do? Because she knew the position I was in. And she said, what can we do to get his water back on? It had been off a year, y'all, and he didn't have any AC either. He was like probably 80-ish. And in working with the nonprofit agencies, we turned the water back on immediately. We didn't worry about the payment at that time. We turned the water back on. We got him an AC, worked with the Nueces County Veterans Office out in Nueces County, got him an AC. His refrigerator was broken. We got him a refrigerator, yes, and we got him a fan from Parks and Recreation also. So we all network together. We work together. And his Salvation Army paid off his bill completely. So those are just a few of the stories that we work with the customers. It's a guideline. The SOPs are guidelines, but we are very flexible. But each case is unique, though.
Right. Margaret, thank you so much. Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition,
One
one of the
minute,
things that thank you, Margaret. Thank you so much. We appreciate your compassion, and I know we've worked with you before, and I know one of the individuals in Jennifer's department when she was there before.
Oh, on this one, you would have to get with Chris. I don't think we got one. But the other one before, we do have one.
You know, the other thing is that
as far as for Vanderbilt, I don't believe we have one yet, but we can get Ken to make one tomorrow.
Or symposium that we had. How much money did we raise from there?
It was
more likely, like I said, we're gonna have to go back tomorrow, so it ain't gonna be close.
The only reason I bring that up is that I say that
address is 4641 Yolanda Drive, and it's for a pool meter tampering.
Everett, Mark, and I are all senior citizens, and we could afford to pay our water bill. And then
we're clearing shoreline.
Everett and Gil are veterans, and they can afford their water bill. So we just need to make sure that they determine it's need-based. And the reason I ask that is because we had Mission 911. We had them go out and facilitate when we have individuals in that situation. So I asked Lauren to come. And Lauren, can you come up and tell us how the program works? I know you've helped. Share with us how much that you've dispersed so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren Cargill. I'm the executive director with Mission 911. So with the American Water Works Association, the One Water Summit last year that was hosted, we were selected as the recipient of that funding. So we got about $86,000 dedicated for CC water bills. We've done a total of about $48,000 in assistance. We've helped a total of 803 people, 20% of which are seniors through that funding. We still do have a small amount left of that funding, but those will be up here very quickly. And so something, as y'all are kind of thinking about shaping this policy, kind of to what Councilman Barrera said, really taking into consideration need-based, because there are far more demographics to take into consideration. We serve a lot of families that are at risk of homelessness, and so we have a lot of single moms that come to us who can't pay their bills, dads, veterans and seniors, of course, but
Over
just
there at that
families in
side street
general.
off of
So,
Glen Oak, where we took the break at.
Yeah, and
We
you
need
know,
to
thank you
divert,
so
yeah,
much
we
for
need
what
to
you're
divert
doing. And I
traffic
guess
that
that's
way.
the one thing. I'm glad you brought this up because, the, how much funding do you have left?
we have about 29,000 left, and as y'all know, we're coming into summertime, and so kids are
I'm
about to be
currently at
home.
39.
Those are going to go very quickly. The need's about to go up, especially utility bills. You mentioned, people having to choose between their medicine or their
Let us
bill.
know
We
in
see
the
that a
open
lot
air
when
when
we
you're
have
down
families who come to us,
to
and they're
25.
trying to decide between paying the rent, paying a utility bill, making a car repair so they can get to work and keep their job.
Real quick, I'm
Yeah,
under work
and
traffic.
thank you, Lauren, for what you're doing. And thanks for coming.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank y'all. Does anyone else have any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
I think we're okay.
Awesome.
Lauren.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
But Nick, Peter, I think, that was very creative of what the water department did. I mean, I know it was Drew's, dream child, but, basically, it was all the department that went and did it. So we just need to look at some program like that so that way we can raise the funds. And so that way we can continue to do that. And that way it's not necessarily, the challenge is that when we cut these breaks, we want to be able to manage it, but it's the regular ratepayer that ends up paying the difference because we have to make up the difference somewhere. And so we need to do our part to raise funds for an amazing program like that. They work with that population of the people that need to be served. And so we really need to get creative, and we just have to assure that their funds don't get depleted. I mean, it was a great idea, and we need to continue on with it. So thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thanks for reminding me that I'm approaching that senior and veteran thing, but I'm already there, I guess. Yeah, I'm already knocking at that door. But a couple things I want to mention. Nick, we talked about this before, and I just went through right now and checked what I was looking at before. I know that there's people out there that, ultimately it'd be nice if you could just sit there and set up auto pay. But sometimes people can't do that for whatever reason. Maybe they get paid different times. Maybe they get paid on commission, and it varies. I don't know. But one of the things that when you use your phone, and so I want to just bring this up, when you use your phone and you go through the application and you go through the process and you make the payment and you put your debit card in and you put your information in, then it populates and it goes to that screen on your phone. The last thing that you have to do is you have to hit confirm. There's a green confirm button way at the bottom, okay? The problem with that is that when you see your credit card information was taken, it was successful, and then you have the confirm down there. I know a lot of complaints that I get are
Going to be back at the First National Bank in reference to that same mail subject. They did go check up on him. He's unresponsive and he's slumped over the steering wheel. He's sweating and the vehicle is off.
But I'm making it public now because maybe we can do something.
Yeah, he's driving off. I'm with
needs to be
him.
moved up further so that people can see that it's not the last thing that's on there. And I think that people won't miss that because really what's happening is it's fielding your phone calls. And I'm sure you get phone calls about that, right? No, I get people that talk to me about that all the time.
Steve Ray, Army Park welfare check. Plot number Henry, B3,
mostly for people
no
that
call,
are
no one advising that he has been drinking. He sounds intoxicated. I don't know why he called 911.
Somebody contact me the
Steve
other
Reed,
day and
Army
they said,
Park,
look, I'm a landlord.
83.
My tenants are responsible for their utilities, okay? In this particular case, their tenants didn't pay, a couple tenants didn't pay their utilities, and they're saying that ultimately he said that he had to come back and make those payments. Is that true? Does it ultimately fall on the responsibility of the landlord if the tenant doesn't make the payments and they signed up and then water's in their name?
So, yeah, what I can say is if the tenants sign up, it's in their name, and they cannot be reached, they out of state, we've got to reach out to someone who is a responsible party And
I know where he
many
can
times
meet
it
me at.
starts
I'm
with
heading
whoever
that way.
the
So I can
property
know.
owner is.
So you have somebody, so that, I don't know, is that the norm? I'm not, I hate to say it, the only people I rent to are family members, but,
Well, the goal is that responsible party, that property owner would know how to get a hold of the tenant.
unless they skipped on them too.
Yeah, that could be next.
So that is an actual valid thing, because I really never heard of that, and I thought I'd just bring that up because, again, any of these situations that happen when people don't pay for whatever reason, it falls back on the ratepayer. Somebody's got to pay it.
It sure does, and we take that
Sorry,
very
man, I should come
seriously.
clear with
As all of you, we watch the rates very closely. Every action we take, I tell the entire department, every action you make affects the water or wastewater rate. So not chasing down, not trying to find the unpaid balance affects it as well. So staff, they do their best.
Yeah, and it sounds like you guys do everything
Well,
you can.
53.
I haven't
That's
received
negative.
many
We do
phone
have his
calls
name
of
in-house
people that are
with
saying
debrief, but
that
there's no information
they
attached. No
called
name,
because they
date
were
of birth,
delinquent or had an issue
or
and
even a
somebody
lot
didn't work
number.
with them. I have
Correction,
seen that
it
on the
does have a
commercial
lot number
side,
at that
though.
location,
I had
but
a guy that called
last
me
contact was in 05, I believe.
basically he was delinquent on his current commercial water bill, and then he wanted to expand his operation next door. And they wouldn't give him
136. Are you at the
a
location?
new,
On your report?
what do you call it, a water meter, because he hadn't paid for the one he had next door. So I understand those circumstances, and I think on the commercial side it's a little bit different. But it sounds like you guys are doing a great job as far as looking out and trying to come up with resources
Yeah,
to
for
be
break
able to help people,
136,
so thank
requesting
you.
an officer for a motorist assist. South, under more, south, under more. Envy is
Most of
silver
us
and
up here,
Paolo with
all
a
of us,
flat.
and you out there are blessed, so you don't think about this about your water being turned off. And if you've never been there, never done that, you don't comprehend it. I grew up with a single mom, 8 kids. It was nothing for our water to be off. They turned it off, and they weren't kind like they are now. I mean, they just turned it off, and you were without it till you could pay it. So when Eric brought this to me, the first thing I thought about was single moms, because I think a lot of that goes on. And I appreciate you, because I can tell you're very compassionate, and that's what they need, because they're embarrassed about having to come to you and tell you they can't pay the water bill. So I think like Mr. Sinoni said, I think it's not just those two. I think it's the circumstance, what they are. Do you charge a reconnect fee?
There is a reconnect fee.
Well, then that might be something we look at, because if you cannot afford your water bill, you're already short of money, you sure can't afford a reconnect fee. So maybe we need to kind of look at that. And my other question is, is there a high rate of people calling in that they cannot pay their water bill? So we have a lot of turnoffs because of that?
I talked with staff earlier this morning. We have some of the lowest amount of delinquent accounts that we've had in the last 10 years or so. It's very low compared to other utilities as well. And certainly, and it's not just residential accounts. The delinquent with residential and commercial are the lowest we've seen. I don't want to overspeak, but in approximately a decade. And then our wholesale and large volume users, there's no delinquent accounts at all.
Well, that kind of figures, right?
I'm just going through the class.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, and I think a lot of it has to do, because you do have organizations that are out there helping, so that makes a difference. And I'm with Roland. I think that, what Drew Molly did on that, when he raised over $80,000, that certainly has come to use, and that might be something that we look at as a council mayor to come up with some kind of fundraiser that we can do for that. Already thinking about it? Okay, thank you.
I'll talk to you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Just some questions here. How many assistance organizations are there?
That we work with? 23.
23. Late fees.
About 43.
What's our late fee?
Stand by after you drop off Elizabeth River.
I mean, there's no late fees. Oh, you're talking about the total? What's the total?
Like a dollar amount. Like if you have a late fee on a month, what? 5% of the bill.
5%.
Okay, so and then you have a reconnection fee. What's the reconnection fee?
$55.50.
Okay, and there's no, I
256.
was looking at the website, you know, the utility bill doesn't just include water and wastewater. It includes gas, it includes solid waste, now it includes stormwater fees. But on the rate page, the only thing you really see is the utility rates for water and wastewater now. And it's been like that for the last couple of years. You don't include the other fees on that rate page. Probably need to add those back in so you can have an understanding. So you have some situations. So if you're, and it's self-defeating, right? So 5%, if you owe $200, your late fee is what? $10?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so if you're behind a month and
Well,
you're $400,
14 hours, can you
then
call
that
for
becomes
disturbance
$20.
here at 1902 Luigi Web Portland Police Department? RP's in the parking lot in a black Traverse wanting to file a report. Those are just not letting her leave the vehicle.
You know, you just, it kind of, you can never catch up.
Jeff Weiss can redirect me.
No, I understand it. Just remember the reconnection fee is
I'm
entirely meant
23, which
to
is they're currently leaving out of the parking lot right now.
Somebody in the house, you know, unlock it, turn on the switch, turn it.
Exactly, so we're trying to cover that additional labor that is expended because of the situation to keep the rate whole.
I get you. I understand, but what you end up having is, you know, the bill becomes the fees, and you know, I think you have some dispensation with some of those fees to help people that are struggling. You can include that as part of your policy. You have this thing where you have 3-month arrangements, 4-month arrangements. Does anybody have 6-month arrangements?
Go ahead and check your message.
You know, Margaret did a very good job. There's a number of different circumstances. We're not, these are guidelines. I like how Margaret explained it. They are guidelines. So we absolutely work with our customers. In the people listening today, it's absolutely critical you reach out. If you're having an issue, we get it. It happens. Please reach out and
Male is calling the female. She came here to file a report.
Okay.
Male is surrendered out of car.
You know, and a lot of people don't always know what the resources are available.
We're not outside of that vehicle anymore.
You know, I didn't know there's 23 organizations that can help with utility bills.
One thing, I'm still making my way to my unit right now.
We put something out on a regular basis on
114, what do we have and who are we looking for?
Constantly communicate that. I don't know what the appropriate help is for.
136 is still getting information. The other sedan went towards 181. Billy G. Webb. I'm sure right now.
As Councilman Barrera made it so articulately clear that not everybody that's 65 and not everybody that's a veteran needs help.
Checking the status on that.
Right? So it's one of those things where you have to be more judicious with who needs that help and who's struggling, and how do you do needs-based. I don't think we're set up to do that, right? Who do we have somebody that kind of qualifies people? UBO?
Right, we are not equipped to do a needs-based assessment, right? So if any of our customers reach out and they need our assistance, we do our best to assist them. We have a team looking at the needs of customers if they call out to try and assist.
Okay, so I think what Councilman Cantu is ultimately trying to get at is that we don't have a method to assess people. I mean, I'm sure Mission 911 has the ability to do that. I'm sure the Salvation Army has counselors that can do that. But I don't know if you want to partner up with an organization that can work with all 23 to give a kind of a standard qualification to where you can get assistance quicker, because I think you have too many connections to try to get people connected to assistance organizations. If you have 23 of them, who's to say one goes to another and one goes to, you know, okay, well, do we send this one to this organization or do we send that person to that organization? I think you need to kind of standardize your process so you can, I mean, because what effectively happens is that somebody ends up without water for 2-3 months. And it's very difficult. And I understand what Councilwoman Vaughn and her family went through. My family went through the same thing. I remember filling up the bathtub so we could flush the toilet. It is a very real thing that people experience and is not comfortable at all. So I have a lot of sympathy for
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
particular situation. And so if you can,
Hey, you want to
know,
just keep going,
you have
going
these
back that road
situations where you
all the
can
way to
waive
Yorktown?
late fees, where you can, maybe give a discount on the reconnection fee to where it's at cost. Certain things, you just got to put together a policy that takes into consideration on how you get people to organizations that'll help, get a standardized way to do it, look at the
2053.
terms that you have. And
You want to keep going all the way to Yorktown?
just think about it, in an open,
You're
and
on
take
roster.
assistance
Make sure
from
it's
people that,
complete
the
on roster.
organizations that do help.
Always said it
Get, solicit ideas from them. I mean, they're the ones that deal with it on a regular basis.
all the way down the street, right? The
Okay?
street of
And then
Westward.
I don't
All the
think
way
there's
down
going
to
to be an
Yorktown.
action coming out of this right now, but maybe you can come back to us
Yeah,
in a couple
definitely.
weeks and
Make
give
sure
us
it's
your
all complete.
recommendations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm very confused. I almost thought you worked there.
Yeah, once you
Because
get down
I
there,
thought
you
that's
get
what
it back
you just said
where
we
you
did.
were at that dead end.
And I guess I want to know more about, I don't think that having 23 organizations is a problem. Isn't that a good thing? That you're able to say, we can go here, it's not just one avenue, so there's an abundance of assistance. Is that an issue?
I think it's
would
a
like,
benefit having the additional resources.
Well, me too, but I want to clarify those points because, go ahead and come up. But Margaret, just walk us through it because
638.
I'm conflicted with what was just
Hey,
said.
from Dr. Scott,
If it is an
951 back
issue,
to
then
you.
I understand those statements, but if it is not, I see it as a benefit that already exists.
So for the 23 nonprofit agencies that we have active right now, a lot of them have stipulations, like some of them are only for the 78413 zip code. Okay, but when we talk to the customers and we email it to them or mail it to them or come into the office and hand it to them, we tell them that these are funded right now 100%, and they've been active in sending us the assistance to us.
Okay, we just start that
So
dead end.
we help them and we
Where do we
walk
go
them
after that?
and we will wait and we make outbound.
Just continue on that Russia and go towards Yorktown. Get those new neighborhoods.
Or we call the nonprofit agency ourselves. We do the legwork sometimes for them because for whatever reason they just don't feel comfortable calling into the nonprofit agency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Margaret. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have from time to time reached out to the water department for, different reasons for different people calling in, and the ones that I've had been commercial, but I think I ended up reaching out. This was because the water bill is one, we've got the gas and all that. It ended up that one particular customer, it was actually their gas that was the issue. And I didn't know this, but the gas department had like a plumber program because they couldn't turn on their gas because, they couldn't afford the plumber to fix the gas so they have that. I'm just wondering, and when I called them on a different issue, which was the water, the water department does not have a plumbing program for people that, it ends up that they don't realize, right, that they had this water leak and it ends up being like super high and that's how they end up, getting cut off. So is there a...
So yeah, sometimes it's referred to as plumbers to people, a plumbers to people program. CCW currently does not have those programs. We are looking at them in earnest. We hope to present something for council consideration so we can take it live October 1st. However, as a number of you have said, there's a funding component to that.
The address is 3338.
So if it's funded by operational funds, there is an impact to the overall ratepayer. So that's something to consider. And then the administration of it, we have to be careful of. So what I can tell you is we're looking into those programs and trying to develop something, but that'll require consideration from the council because it will affect rates.
Well, okay, well, that's good to know that in October, y'all are going to be possibly looking into adopting or getting maybe like a plumber's program?
So, yeah, we're looking at a number of different programs with the intent to bring, it may be one of them or a couple of them to go live in October, but there's a lot of details to work out. The biggest is the funding component. And
Okay, but for some reason, the gas department has it going, so I'm just saying, why not speak to each other? And
we do.
okay, and why is it that the gas department has the plumbers program, but
completely
the
at 3126 Rockfield, 17
I
yards.
understand that they went also, I guess they were able to get grants for the gas department, as I understood. So, anyway.
Yeah, right. And we do talk to the gas department. I would say the water department and gas department.
26 Rockfield.
It's not just myself and Bill Mahaffey, it's others.
Yeah, because anyway, the other, I think, issue that has come up for some of my constituents is the water bill actually being under somebody else's name and them not being there, but they're living in that household. And it just, it's like, it gets cut off and they can't like negotiate because they're not the one that has that water bill. I mean, it's just, that occurred to me because I was like, well, why can't you just get it up? Because it's not under my name, it's under somebody else's name.
We don't know when property is sold. We don't know when houses are sold.
Or when spouses or partners split up, or whatever.
We don't know, so it's incumbent upon the account holder to reach out and make arrangements.
But that's what I'm saying. They cannot make, the one that is left there in the house is not able to make the arrangement because that bill is not under, I'm just saying because that came across when I was block walking and I was like, oh, it didn't even occur to me, but okay. So,
I mean, it's important. The account holder needs to provide authorization so we can change.
No, I know, but if the account holder is out of the house or, you know what I'm saying, but the family is still living there, that's where they were having problems speaking to the water department because they're not the
I mean, we do have to be very careful. There are a number of schemes that happen as well. So staff works very hard to try and make sure that things are legitimate and changes to an existing account are done appropriately.
Okay, so we do have a way to make sure that our department, our water department, works with these type of scenarios, I guess?
Right, they're working with people every day, and a lot of times they'll request information so that they can come back and we can get it figured out. We are really cognizant about, though, making changes, unauthorized changes. We don't ever want to make unauthorized changes to an account.
No,
It could get us into a lot of trouble.
I know, Nick, but at the same time, you've got a family of 4 living there, and the parent that's there is not able to make the arrangements because the partner is out of the house. You know what I'm saying? Although, I mean, this is what I was told. She said, we owe $500. We can't get it. It's not under my name. It's under my partner's name. And, that kind of thing. And I'm like, well, I'm sure there's got to be a way. And she said, it's because I'm not in the contract that I can't make arrangements. Is that true? Margaret? I mean, this is just like one scenario, but again, yeah.
Yes, and that has come up in the past, Councilwoman. What we do there is we will talk to the customer, we'll close the account, and then activate a new account under their name.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Okay, so when I suggested that to her, she says, well, I don't have my ID. And I'm like, okay.
24.
So this is another obstacle. So I guess that's where these other agencies can hopefully help. Like I tried to refer her to another agency that would help with IDs so that she could get her ID, because you have to have ID in order to open the account.
But there's different forms of ID that are accepted, though, valid IDs. There's different
231, do you have the address for Ridgeland Street for after repair?
Some of the council members did bring up this issue because it is something that, people are struggling on a regular basis.
Thank you. Give me a moment.
Like you said, every situation is different. I just wanted to highlight that I am grateful that Drew Molly was able to, get about 86,000, I think y'all said, or 80, okay. But I was just calculating what that person had said, and I think she said it was 48,000 and 480 accounts, so that's like 1,000 for each account, something like that. I just heard that. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money per person, but it's okay. I mean, I'm just saying that I think that if we keep working at this, we'll come up with the solution. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Paxson.
Nick, do we have, or what's the difference between a standard reconnect and a reconnect if it were done after hours or on the weekend?
In terms of price?
Yes, excuse me, forgive me.
Yeah, there's no.
47. Back in the county. I'm out at the jail. 2,095.
Okay. I had some people reach out just while we're having this discussion saying that their experience is it's like $250 to try to turn on after hours as an emergency reconnect.
I'm not aware of that. We can look into that.
Okay.
I do know other systems have that. I mean, I've lived in other places and I've seen that.
Sure. So I guess first, I commend Councilman Cantu for bringing this forward. I appreciate that his efforts are always thinking of the community member. And I appreciate you having this presentation, Nick. This is actually very helpful to work with this item.
I'm here till 8 o'clock.
I'm hearing the community.
So if you get anything, give me a holler.
And what I'm hearing from you guys is the 50% is a guideline.
Thank you.
But what I hear from the community alludes nothing to the 50%.
231, did you need a
is
work
that
order for
if there's a
the Richmond?
disconnect and they can't pay their bill, it's 50% non-negotiable upfront.
No, Garcia's going out there.
And they kind of come very distressed.
10-4.
And they're distressed, they're embarrassed, and their feeling is, I couldn't afford my bill in the first place. I don't have 50% right now. I'm still dealing with
the customer came up to me that they smell gas kind of coming out of 2026.
I feel like they don't reach out to us
unless I'm going to check it out. But you want to make me a work order for us to go in the area?
There's something that's still a barricade.
Make sure I have it correct. 2026 Mandy
Some
Lane.
people will go to their representative before calling city, and we try to redirect them to city. It's usually that 50% is one of the top things that I hear.
You just put my passerby.
Which is a barricade to folks when they've fallen into a delinquency situation. So I don't want to say that what you guys are saying is that it's a scale. I don't want to say that's incorrect. So I'm not sure how it's connecting to the actual caller or the end user, but somewhere that feeling is I don't have 50% and I need to get my water back on. Somewhere that's broken down. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but that's the feedback that I get from customers. The other thing, so you said a maximum of 2 broken payment arrangements is allowed within 12 months. That's another sticking point, is they'll call and they'll be like, I got my water back on, but of course my water got disconnected because I was in financial hardship, and I finally got it back on, and now I'm still in financial hardship, so I missed another payment, so now my water's back off. Now I'm in another trouble situation. Now I owe 50% of 2 bills, and it's really a distressed situation. And I'm encouraged to hear that there's 23 orgs or agencies, but the problem from the users is when they're trying to call, either one, those agencies are usually so busy, they're not getting through often. Or 2, sometimes they're saying their funds are exhausted. That there's a lot of challenge still, so it becomes really daunting. So I'm curious how, if there's still, I think she said 50, or did she say 30 or 50,000 left in that fund? I forget. I'm curious how
30.
We can create that situation to where they're not chasing 23 orgs. I'm glad they're there, but it's not always a guarantee that help is available for any of them at a given time, because a lot of them are helping with other things as well, so their resources are limited.
Right. We don't control those agencies and how they operate. They all operate under their own separate rules and guidelines. our goal is to try and direct people to someone we think that can provide help and assistance.
So
But at the end of the day, I can't control who has, who can help out and who can, who's busy, who's open, who's not.
I absolutely understand that.
I think we still need to go down at the very end inside that new,
as like
those new houses back to the right side.
especially while there's still funding available. It may cut out some of those other points where there could be failure. And then where you say in the agency assistance portion that their pledge is part of the down payment and the customer is responsible for the other half. Have you guys experienced where even having this water fund that their pledge does not match the 50%?
We also still have 8 piles on carabines.
Back on or.
Right, I think that those are one of those circumstances that Margaret was doing a great job of
5330.
explaining, is where we'll work together. So say you have an agency that may cover 28.5%, like Margaret said, they're working with us. The goal is not to shut them off from water for all the reasons that all of you have talked about tonight.
Maybe that's something we can look at, is why do they have this impression that the 50% is just a cold,
40,
fast, hard,
42.
don't move around it. Maybe they just see it on a website. Maybe they hear it from their neighbors. I had to pay 50%. Somewhere something is like, I can't get you 50%, so I'm going to suffer without my water on.
Right, I can't speak to that, but I can speak to how staff interacts with them and the level of effort that they make to try and help and assist.
Has there ever been something, to Councilman Cantu's thought, like a rate class or a special designation for our senior / veteran? Because I know when we've been going over this variance discussion, there are some minor differences among rate classes that we have levers to exercise. Just a question that may be a resource.
Yeah, right. I know historically, well before I came to the city, it's been talked about where we run into problems is to inappropriately assisting a certain group in totality and focusing on that group and not having the ability to help all of those people who need help. Right, so you don't want to put all your efforts into a certain group, whatever it is, and maybe 10% of them really need help, but you're foregoing the help on the other individuals who need assistance. So it's hard to set up a program because you may be disproportionately assisting a segment of the population.
Councilman Scott.
I'll be quick. Hey, Margaret, thank you so much for what you do. I think you're amazing. This has been wonderful to listen to all that you do and the compassion your team has. You're amazing. It sounds to me like we need to work hard to create more really good paying jobs, which means we want to support industry in any and every way that we can, because that's what's helped increase our average pay rate, which, the ability to pay their utilities. I remember the days when we had a massive unpaid account, and the community was really angry. And the sense was, hey, that we have to pay that. The community does. So that's the flip side of this, is that we need compassionate support, but we also need.
So how did you said that they were clear?
You guys are. So I just want to say.
For the new subdivision you're talking about right now, it's clear.
Just taking them out and set it aside and send it to some organization like.
All right, 10-4.
Mission 911.
I'm headed to Carabine.
Or is that always through a, some other financial avenue?
I can't speak to a lot of different cities. What we would like to do at CCW is set up a program.
It's all clear back here, Homer.
That going forward in the future.
But would you take an amount like
the back is clear, the new neighborhood to the right is clear.
86,000.
How about fire?
Gave it to Mission 911. We didn't have it this year. Do some cities just allocate a certain amount of money to an assistance fund? If you're going to come back and talk to us about that later, I'd love to kind of.
We're going to come back and talk to you. The mayor's we're working with the mayor on a program, but I can speak for San Antonio. So the city of San Antonio dedicated a certain amount of monies every year.
Yeah. Do I still need to go down there to GPS it or no? You just go to Caribbean.
And then there's opportunity for
No, we're good. We can clear that one.
throughout the entire year. There may be one-time philanthropic donations. So it depends on who's giving the money. Some of the entities have a fixed amount they try to give.
Yeah, that's what I was. Just correct that, please.
But so I talked to Drew about this because it is something that we did not have at CCW, and we really do need to have a utility assistance program. It's pretty common.
Okay.
It's very common across the utility sector, across the country. We just never did one.
Okay, I appreciate it.
So we'll have more information coming. The mayor's working on something pretty earnest, pretty aggressively, and that'll be a good news story for the community.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Maybe something to bike going your way.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think there was a little bit of misunderstanding of what I was trying to say here, is that I don't know what your formalized policy is.
Explain it.
I don't know where I would find that policy online on our website. I think what we need is just better information as to what that is and what it isn't. And, to Councilman Cantu's mention, I think it was Sam Kane Beef that hadn't paid in a while, but I also have the example of the old Kings Crossing golf course, where they owed us like $65,000 in back water bills that we never collected. As a matter of fact, I tried to get Paul Chapa to put it on a.
We got some policy on Paradise back here.
Put a lien on the property to try and recover the funding. I don't think we ever did that. There's just want a formalized understanding of how this works, how we work with the partner agencies that help do this, and then have maybe look at those policies. Because if you have, does a late fee apply to your if you're on a payment plan?
There's no, if you're on a payment arrangement, a payment plan, we're not continually charging you the late fee.
Are you sure?
Yes. Okay. Right, Margaret? If they're on a payment plan, we're not charging the late fees. That's correct.
No. Okay.
So yes.
Okay, but by the time they got to that payment plan, they're probably $500-600 in arrears.
Hopefully they have reached out and are working with us, especially if they're having issues paying a bill, that we can set them up on a payment plan to avoid that.
Okay, if you can come back with, some formalized policy plan, something, because it's not online. Maybe we put that online if you're having difficulties with your payments, that you could do that. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Real quick, first of all, thank you guys for everything you guys do, but it's unfortunately that I hear different stories from different people. I really like to meet with you, Nick, and your team about this, and make some
unit. What was your call sign?
I just somebody just text me, inbox me on Facebook.
There's 24B. Swap has been made.
They owed a couple grand on a water bill, and I guess she owed it from some time ago, and she moved into a new house, and they made her pay that $2,000 before they put the water on. So I think everybody's story is different.
824 missing Mary Ida Zebra Edward Norris Street, and it's being called in by a fraud calendar with a phone number of 361-548-4905. Again, that's going to be 361-548-4905. And he's advising a vehicle owner taking out green tags, saying that several vehicles and trailers are going to be parked on the street. Requesting officers out to the location, advising it's going to be an ongoing issue with them parking their vehicles on the street.
Do help Mission 911 and other places, because I reached out to them a few times and they did help in whatever the case is. But a lot of times, they don't have all the documentation they need to be set up with Mission 911 or someone else, and these are seniors that we're talking about, they can't work, so they're older people, that's who we got to protect. So
1261-10-4.
You know what I'd like to see? Some data. Maybe you can keep us informed on how many accounts are delinquent, how many are senior citizens, and most importantly, how many you help every month. And break those down to some of the things you've heard. The senior citizens, how many of these senior citizens their water's being just cut off? Because that's a very big concern for me if that is happening. But I think this has brought forth a good thing. Because you
625, 10-4.
I'm not going to go on and on. It's 7:40. But I think it would be very helpful for the council to know how many, like you said, Nick, none of us would have known that we have very few delinquent accounts. And that's impressive. And that goes to show the work we're doing, because there are people in need everywhere. And Peter and I were in a meeting yesterday on our finance, and the outlook, it was countrywide, inflation, and unemployment, oil and gas, our gas prices it is not good. And we all see that, at almost $5 a gallon. I mean, it's fluctuating. But my point there is, I don't see things getting better before they get worse, unfortunately. And that means struggles for people who, it was such a good conversation or discussion. But anyhow, I think it would be very helpful for us, Margaret, to really break it down so we can see. And there's always, the kind of like the sideliner that may fall in, between the cracks. And I know y'all probably do your best, but obviously this, we care quite a bit. And I also wanted to make it a point. I love that you have 23 organizations, because, for example, the $30,000 we have, that is only for people who are on TANF and SNAP. If you don't fall in that level of income, you can't touch the money. So it's so it's very much, I guess it's got those parameters that if they don't fall in that category, then you've got to, thank God you've got the 23. Because I'm sure people call you who make over $54,000 a year, but are having hardships. Maybe they don't make $70,000. And those 23 organizations are who's going to help them. So anyhow, two quick things. Can we put a rain barrel, or can we consider purchasing a rain barrel on the utility bill? If somebody said, I'd like to maybe just one per year or something, I don't know. I don't know if people need more than one. But if somebody said, I would love to buy a rain barrel, put it on my bill. Can we do that? Look into that. And what was the second thing? A little flyer. So maybe some of these people don't know, as was mentioned earlier, that there is help through, you can go to Catholic Charities, you can go to Mission 911, you can go to Community Action, or Nueces Community Action Committee, or you can call the water department and look at those 23, right? But maybe a little flyer in the utility bill saying these organizations can also provide help might help us help them. All right, so we have two more. Councilwoman Paxson.
I forgot to ask real quick. Do you know how many reconnects you do a year?
I'd have to get you that information. Yeah, I'll get it for you, but I don't know. In a calendar year or fiscal year, or what do you?
Calendar year is fine.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Mayor, thank you so much for opening that line about the rain barrels, because that is a pet peeve of mine. I don't know how many I've purchased for our nonprofit organization, but that is an issue, and I hope that we will. I know this is not germane to this, but I'm glad that the mayor brought it up. The other issue that happens with the rain barrels is just picking it up. Like, I have a small car. I mean, I could barely fit it into my car, but it would be something if we could get the waste department to be able to deliver like they do our recycle or our bins, so that when somebody purchases, they can take it to the home, deliver it whenever it's scheduled or whatever. But again, this is not really part of the conversation, but I'm glad you said something.
Well, it is, because the other part of that was, somebody asked me about delivery. I just forgot to mention it.
Yeah.
But that could be something y'all can just think about, like a senior citizen or 65 or and over. I don't know. There's a cost to that. So someone has to pay for that. So something to think about. I think it's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
59.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to ask everyone to submit, or did we do? There's no vote on this. Oh, I'm looking at the ordinance. I'm sorry. Okay, we do have a water supply update.
Correct, yeah, we have one more item, that's a water supply update by Nick Winkleman. Margaret, thank you for staying so late.
Oh, Margaret, thank you
have
so
to
much
work at
for
8 in the
staying,
morning,
for
so,
being here. Thank you.
Yeah.
There is no main hospital Boulevard. It's just that Chris.
Okay, Mayor and Council, our water supply projects update. So we typically, we go through all of the projects that we are working on in regard to diversifying our water supply portfolio. We'll review our surface water sources, groundwater, the wastewater reuse, and then our seawater projects. We'll start with the surface water. First, I'd like to just show, this is information from the National Weather Service that they provided to us on Monday. Generally, there was a little bit of rain, 0.5 inches to 2 inches within different areas of our watershed. The circles on the map denote the reservoirs. The one on the left is Choke Canyon. Closer to the city is Lake Corpus Christi.
No, I believe it's a boyfriend.
East, of course, is Lake Texana. So with the storm was beneficial. It provided a little bit of rainfall to all of the relevant areas of our surface water supply. A little bit of history on Lake Corpus Christi, and again, this information was compiled by our partners at the National Weather Service. We really can't thank them enough for sitting with us every week to go through both what has happened and what is projected to happen. So on May 11th, you can see Lake Corpus Christi was over 11% full.
What is that? Show me Southside Station now.
11% full. And you can see we were 1 month ago and 1 week ago as low as 8.5%. Just a little bit of historic information for you.
You want me to park it at the big when I get there?
And this is numbers from yesterday. Lake Corpus Christi 11.4, Choke Canyon was at 7.4. They combined western reservoirs were 8.5%. Yesterday, Lake Texana, the Lavaca Navidad River Authority reported a reservoir capacity of 79%. That is welcome news. And just as a reminder, and we say this a lot, but that reservoir drains relatively fast, but it fills relatively fast. It's a pretty efficient watershed, and we're thankful for the beneficial rain there. The lower Colorado River has also benefited. There's currently all of the water that we have requested from the lower Colorado River Authority has been available, and there's no, we'll call it a watch on our request. So they've been saying the water we are requesting is available.
The wrong spot. This is 2601 and this address is 2606.
The groundwater projects, we have the Evangeline Groundwater Project, also known as the San Patricio County Groundwater Project. We have not yet heard any information from the administrative law judge on her opinion from the preliminary hearing. We did, through the seller's attorney, receive some correspondence yesterday, essentially stating that opinion would be forthcoming later this week. So we are watching that carefully and seeing what happens.
647 at the jail, copy ending.
Currently, 48,000 linear feet of pipe has been delivered to the
50.150.1.
Garney Construction has mobilized. They have their construction trailers set up and their offices established, so we can continue our efforts in developing this project. Again, the administrative law judge, we hope to have some kind of information this week so we can understand a path forward and how that affects or doesn't affect our well permit applications. The Nueces Groundwater Program, The program continues. The eastern well field's operating. The western well field, there's 7 wells online. The 8th well will be online later this week, so we're excited about that. And then the 9th well, we will be test pumping and conducting a water quality analysis
1027
this week as well.
Reference a
Drilling continues
missing
on wells
path.
10, 11, and 12 on that site. One thing to note that we have submitted a variance request to the TCQ for the western well field to relax the water monitoring program that does essentially limit the production of our wells due to various TDS levels in the river. So TCQ has received it, and we will wait for them. I'm sure they will reach out with questions.
And Nick, about approximately how much water are we getting from the western well field?
Sure. So currently the western well field is about 9 to 10 MGD, and then the eastern well field is about 4.5 MGD. That is with the current restrictions, and then we'll be bringing on another well later this week.
So about 15 in total then?
That's a fair number, yeah. It's about that amount.
Okay.
Our brackish groundwater treatment project, this is a big component of the puzzle. We are working with TCQ on the permitting for the discharge, for the required discharge of the plant. Again, the plant is located at Owen Stevens. The advantage there is the proximity to distribution, as well as we have available power at Owen Stevens. The conveyance line is at 58% design. Garver is conducting that. We will have multiple contractors working to bring that conveyance line from the western well field to Owen Stevens. The projected completion of that line is in December of this calendar year. The pump station is in design, and we're getting ready to finalize the procurement of the pumps associated with the pump station at the western well field. There will be 2 500,000 gallons ground storage tanks at Owen Stevens. There'll be 1 3 million gallon ground storage tank at the western well field. All of those tanks, the procurement is complete, and they are on order, and we are working with our supplier, our contractor, to get those installed and fabricated as soon as possible. There's ongoing site civil work at Owen Stevens. And then electrical, I mentioned, power was available at Owen Stevens, which is a very, very important part of this puzzle. There is, we will be working with AEP. They will be providing some temporary transformers so that we can have power available for the first phase of the project.
I'll be roving till 9 p.m.
Equipment after that. Wastewater reuse. Thank you all for your affirmative vote today. That was an extremely critical part of this project. It's a multi-phase project, and it includes work that's being done by private partners such as Valero and Flint Hills. There's work that's being done by the city and our design engineers, and now our construction manager at risk, Raytech. All of this is coming together in the effort of being able to utilize 16 plus million gallons a day of effluent water. That is beneficial because it's a water supply demand offset. We are, one of the advantages of our situation is we have large users that can take that water. If you look at Valero, will utilize 8 million gallons a day, that's 8 million gallons a day that go to one place. We don't have to have multiple lines. We don't have to pump it in different directions. It really sets us up for success. Reduce our water supply in a very efficient manner. The CMAR project that you approved today, and because of the great support, We didn't go through the presentation.
Outbound on
The projection
SCID
is
right
to
before
have
airline.
that
Someone's
line
trying to
and
cross
pump
the freeway.
station completed. It'll be middle of next calendar year, so look at July timeframe, plus or minus. We'll know more as the team continues to work through that. Our next efforts involve seawater desalination. The target is to bring a contract to this body for consideration on June 2nd. That's with the Corpus Christi desal partners. Staff continues to work with them both surrounding the technical parts of the proposal and, of course, the legal parts of the contract as well. We have additional meetings this week, and we are working very diligently, both city staff and the Corpus Christi desal partners. We can bring a good contract to this council for consideration on June 2nd. The Far Field Modeling Committee meetings continue to happen. We had a meeting last week. Our next meetings are May 21st and May 28th. The Far Field Modeler would also be presenting his findings to this council on June 2nd. We are working, if the project is approved, we would be working to award a contract for an owner's representative as well. And then forthcoming would be an RFP for an operations and maintenance agreement. The Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Project, just a repeat from last week, the TCQ draft intake permit is in hand. The draft discharge permit is in hand. There's a public meeting scheduled on May 27th. That's at the Ortiz Center. That's a function of the requirements of the discharge permit. The NRA has contracted with LAN, Lockwood, Andrews, and Norton to design their conveyance line. We are coordinating a meeting with them, CCW is. We want to understand where they're at on the design of the conveyance line, because if there will be a water supply agreement, we need to understand the most cost-efficient connection and provide that, get that water into our system. So that meeting will be scheduled within the next week. Barney Davis Seawater Desalination, as all of you know, CPS Energy has agreed to collaborate with the city, and that collaboration will be in the form of potentially a lease agreement on the property, or maybe even a sale agreement on the property. The city continues to look into options, which may include creating possibly a public utility agency. We will continue to evaluate potential partners for a public utility agency. CC Polymers, we met with Aquatech late last week, and that was a very good meeting. Aquatech has stated they would like to provide some information to city staff to consider. We're hoping to have that next week. They continue to work closely with CC Polymers on the path and their schedule on the full build out of that plant. The work is proceeding. If you recall, the first phase of the project is about 9.4 million gallons a day. That potentially would be available 1 year from the date of financial, you can call it financial close, basically when that contract is set, agreed upon, and all parties have agreed to it. So we don't have, again, we're waiting on some information from Aquatech. We made some initial statements about how we like to see the contract structured, but those discussions will continue in earnest once we have a little more information.
Yeah.
One thing that Aquatech did state during our meeting this past week is they feel that there's no additional modifications needed to the intake our discharge permit. One thing I do want to remind everyone is there will be a TCQ permit required for because it will be a potable water supply plant, and TCQ will have to permit that new plant. There's been no changes to this plan. 2 meetings ago, as requested by the council to include this as part of the presentation. This is the projected delivery of new water supplies. This is the same chart that's on the last page of the water supply memo. One thing to note, there's a couple of things to note. One is once we have the information from the administrative law judge, that may or may not affect the delivery of the Evangeline project. We plan to update it once we have that information. The other things that may change is our reuse projects. We know Valero feels very confident about delivering their portion of the project ahead of schedule, which means they could take the initial 3 million gallons a day a lot sooner than what was initially projected.
102.10.
They've requested a little more time before I update the schedule just so that they can confirm the dates. And then the other component is Flint Hills Resources. So their contract is starting with 1 to 2 million gallons a day and going up to 3. Allison wastewater treatment plant. Flint Hills is working very hard to move up that time frame. I'm waiting for some confirmation from them, but we're believing that it'll be very favorable that they'll start using 1 to 2 MGD as early as late summer, July, August kind of time frame. So once I have a little more better information and the team is confident on it, I will update this document.
Go ahead.
Another item that we talked about last week is the water conservation plan. So the committee has been working very hard on that. The draft will be available for the committee and all of you to review on May 13th. We've worked to set up some council discussions on that so we can get input from you. We are expecting to bring this to council for consideration on May 19th. And I do want to applaud both staff and the committee for their hard work on this. There were some very insightful meetings and very insightful discussions. So that process, we're thankful to all the volunteers who assisted in that and the full committee who provided their input. With that, Mayor and Council, I'll stand by for any questions.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. I was curious, when we did that, we did the motion to authorize or direct staff to talk to or look at the proposal from Axe H2O. I would have thought there'd be like a little reference to action taken under Barney Davis, just to kind of, you know, we're building a story here. We're staying consistent. We're keeping everybody just transparently up to date with all the actions we're taking.
Sure.
So I would have thought that would have been referenced, even though we're not taking action.
So after the, we can do that. I will do that. After the meeting, last council meeting, I had a discussion with them. We had a phone conversation, and I reiterated that we're waiting on some information from them, and they said that they were working on it and they would provide it. Other than that, I don't have any updates, just that we're waiting. As we were previously on information, we know they're, you know, this property isn't secured yet. There's a lot of questions, and they're working on that, but we're waiting on that information.
A caveat to the Barney Davis slide, something on there, just to highlight that we're looking at that. And also the 7 Cs project, maybe?
There's a meeting this week on the 7 Cs project. We haven't met since the last council meeting. So there's nothing to report there, but there's a forthcoming meeting.
Okay, so maybe both of those will be on next week's.
That's correct, and hopefully I've got something to report back
Appreciate
for
that.
you. Yeah.
On your slide, I think it's slide 20, the forecast date with all the items.
Yes.
I believe the way it was described was the 26 million from the wells would be available by the end of May.
What we've been consistent is saying is that the western well field, which would be fully operating, would be done by, substantially done by the end of May. So the original western well field is 17 million gallons a day. The ERF property or the extension is an additional 9 MGD, and it's been pretty consistent on this slide that comes online in June and July.
For which one?
For the ERF property.
Okay, but I mean, so it wasn't too long ago that we had a water update, and I think Councilwoman Campos was there. I was on WebEx, and I was adamantly asking, are we at a place where we're going to have everything construction-wise, technical, mechanical, to where we would have the east and the west done by the end of May? And I was assured a number of times that that was facts.
So, right, so there's been no change to that. I think where maybe there was miscommunication is and I remember that conversation, is the ERF property. And if I recall at that time, and I know it for sure, we had not even closed on the ERF property yet for the water rights. So, I mean, this map on 20, the plan has not changed.
The conversation specifically said east and west. Those were the items that we were moving forward on. Ed Rochelle, they were starting to drill, but that was not counted in that. It was 17 and I think 9 or 10 from the east. And I was assured multiple times that there was going to be no holdup from our production to getting the full volume from both of those tracks.
Yeah, let me back up, and I apologize if I was maybe off track a little bit. So, yes, by the end of May, both the original eastern well field and the 250 acres of western well field will be substantially complete. However, please remember that we are limited to the production because of the monitoring program of the bed and banks permit.
Well, that's my whole thing. That's why in that call, I adamantly stressed that a number of times, was I know that we were waiting on permits. I know that we were needing some assistance from TCEQ, but the point was that we weren't going to be the thing to hold it up, that the date that we set at that time was those 2 tracks, and I know there's 3. It wasn't the Ed Rochelle, it was the other 2. We're going to be completely finished by the end of May. We had construction, we had materials, we had everything according to the timeline, and they were going to be completely done by the end of May. Because the question was, that means we're simply waiting on TCEQ to be able to fully harvest the full amount. But our side was done. We've constructed, we're good to go.
So that's what this shows, right? The western well field, we're bringing on 17 million gallons a day by the end of May, right? And the eastern well field is complete. So I mean, I'm sure I recall the conversation. I know I was very clear on what we were doing. And I know I'm always very careful to say that we're operating within the confines of the
fire alarm at the Smith Middle School.
So does this just take the eastern well fill out completely?
Because it's done. This is projected future water delivery, and it was done in 2025.
Okay.
So it's not on this chart.
So we're still on track for the end of May on those?
That's correct. Okay. Substantially complete by the end of May. That's what we're working towards.
It's that word substantially that you keep getting me with, Nick, because we didn't use that word in our meeting.
Well, yeah, I'm sure I did. One thing that I can say is we do know that our contractors are working very hard. There's a number of rigs on site right now.
You hear me in low volume.
They're working weekends.
Phone number.
Potentially, there could be delays we've pre-ordered pumps, but there could be delays, right? So I'm gonna, just as I do in the weekly memo, keep everyone updated on that. We are operating wells with temporary generators because I don't have the full power, and I won't have the full power by the end of May. But that's okay. We accounted for that, and we're using temporary generators in its place.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. I just really was interested in the groundwater wells program. How many complaints or I'm assuming we have been receiving complaints from some of the people with their ranches and what have you out in those areas. What's the status on those?
So we don't have any formal complaints where our operation has affected wells.
Okay.
If people, if that is the case and people feel that, we really want them to reach out to us at 826-1600. That is the same number for if people want us to embark in the voluntary well program, where we will provide water quality samples at no cost, and that came up a little bit earlier today in a previous agenda item. And then we also will assist well owners in understanding their current assets.
Okay.
But I've got no substantiated effects on wells at this point.
Okay, well, good. I just want to make sure that we are taking care of our neighbors and that we're good neighbors, good stewards. I'd like to see just a little bit of the Senate committee meeting yesterday that you were present at. And I understand that Senator Perry had stated that he communicated to the city, our city, that regarding the Inner Harbor project, that he had always said that it should be, the discharge should go out into the Gulf of Mexico. Do you remember that statement yesterday?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
So I need to review the tape, but
yeah, I will tell you this. It was a long day. It was a long meeting.
Okay.
There were a lot of items discussed.
Okay.
And admittedly, I wasn't in the chamber the full day. My opportunity was until the end of the day, and we have a number, as we just went through, number of large projects that I have to work on and communicate with staff about.
Okay.
So I wasn't in the room the entire day.
And the same on my part too. I was preparing for today's meeting, and I was reviewing, and I was trying to listen to some of the conversations that were taking place yesterday. But how do you feel that meeting went? I mean, do you think, what are your general opinion from that committee meeting yesterday regarding our situation? Or because
my takeaways, it was, and I do want to thank Senator Perry, the committee, and Senator Hinojosa. And very thankful to Senator Hinojosa. He gave me a little extra time to talk about all of the great work that we are doing here in Corpus Christi, to share with a larger audience. So I'm very thankful for that. The other items that my takeaways were, TCEQ is working very hard so that they can be attentive and expedite permits for both brackish and seawater desalination. They put together some ideas to the committee on how to help understanding the urgency. And we're thankful to TCEQ. I thought all of their comments were terrific. And in fact, a couple of my comments were in concert with them, and there wasn't any pre-coordination involved at all.
Well, one of the things that came up as I was, listening and trying to do too many things at the same time, I had asked Peter, I attended that one meeting that Senator Hinojosa held for the region, but I really would like to see a regional approach and have a regular session, regular meeting, so that we don't get surprises like I'm hearing that there's 2 data centers coming, into our area. So we need to make sure that we're approaching this regionally, that we are looking at all these water projects, not being just boxed, in a box at all of us, and then not realizing that, we just don't have the water that some of these customers are demanding or requesting. So again, I suggested that to Peter. I don't know if we need to contact Senator Hinojosa or if it's something that we can just do ourselves.
Yeah, no, Councilwoman, as I said this morning, so Ryan Skrabacek is going to help us to work with the senator's staff and pose that question to him.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ryan will take care of it.
All right.
It's a great idea. I applauded you this morning for having it, because we do know there's maybe a second data center going to Sinton. And so that's a great application of a regional conversation and a regional alliance. I'm sure they'll do it. It's just a matter of having that communication with them.
Are you done? I accidentally turned you. You're done. She's done. Okay. Well, thank you. I think that's all the comments. Nick, thank you for the presentation. There being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.
Mark County 303. Correction, 302.
Good.
East Houston, 610 East Houston. I got a call from Juan Cavazos on 911. Advising hospitals turning off and on the breakers. They're having trouble with him right now.
$45 on Brooks and Crown, that last traffic.
Yes,
Is that Longino right there? Yeah, I think so. Is he 99 or what? No, negative. I'm 23 at the middle school. Where are you going?
41 patient for life.
741. I'll be 1042.
Yep.
Four. Four. Zero to risk. Making contact with that total. Right here behind the PD. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to just pass PD to San Patricio on visa. PD, go ahead. Hey, are y'all's phone lines down? It's not going. They're back up now. Received. Okay, I'll try to give you a call. 4.
Three Charles 1006 County.
1006, go ahead.
Can I get the next 51 available to my location? I'm going to be off of Wheeler at the Days Inn by Windham, across the street from Rockport Auto Sales. Go with the plumber. They're currently not ready at the moment. They ran into an issue, complication with the setup. They will be calling back when they're ready. Already notified Tomas. Per Tomas. Wants the work order thrown back on the board.
Ten four.
646.
646.
Should we clear the jail? Show me out Stripes and Vineyard and 188. I'm looking for a suspect discovery from the jail.
10-4.
It's reference courtesy ride into Corpus Christi. I gotta locate him out.
10-4.
646 was it? Guy in a wheelchair?
That's negative. It's a guy named Duncan. I just spotted him walking up to the Economy Hotel here. So,
Well, then that man is 256. I'll be 16.
Clear for 16.
10-4.
Six 1041, 10-8.
664, 10-4.
617, same traffic.
17, 10-4.
303, be tight. 164.
$500695069.
Yeah, fine.
$45.59.
Cancel.
$661, John. 661. 10-4, I'm going to be 41, 10-8, or well, 10-8 working off through this year till 0600. 10-4. 642, 1041. 10-4.
Hey, Louis, disregard that. Randy's always doing his post-trip.
10-4. That's it, Dave, we're done. Stephen Duncan, over to the lobby of the sheriff's office.
10-4. 615, 10-4.
Yep, and we are not running late for that.
10-4.
For dumpster work and check.
10-4.
646 out at the lobby.
10-4.
Three. Girl 35 is 1044. Six 639, 10-4. Six 4 20. I'm sorry, I'm 10-4, 10-8. Everything's sick here. 10-4. Can you do the cancel the door for Henry real fast? Because the tablet's not letting me.
$43. 1041, turn it. 10-4.
607, I'm 10742.
10-4.
63441.
34, 10-4. Go ahead. 11488, 1148.
646, clear 1042.
10-4.
Six oh five 42.
605, 10-4. Headquarters to Mathis PD.
It'll be 1041.
10 Texas Street, 410 Texas Street.
Careful.
Q.
Go ahead.
Nobody home on none. The gas sources were found off and locked. I left the green tag at the door. 24.
Ten four. Time for after 6 p.m., but they're asking for a phone call before we go, so if you'll give me just a moment, I'll call them first.
10-4.
Really working.
10-4. Do you want me to load this trailer up or no?
No, sir. You can park it for tonight, Larry.
10-4.
And 1042. 1044.
On Brooks. I'll be off at the coastal plains here in South.
10-4. Two 262, they didn't answer, so if they do call me back here in a little while, I will call you right back.
10-4, standing by for the red tag. 8 on I'll be 23.
Case number. It's for 59 transport.
10-4, it's going to be boy 2605190002. Last four are 0002.
Follow
6, go ahead.
Much of it today and be assisting till next shift comes in.
10-4.
Yeah, but it's yours. I have a Texas 27.
APD for animal control.
664.
Go ahead.
Be a public service for a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Seven 82. The address is 4513 Grand Lake Drive, and it's for a red tag.
10-4-17.
Texas 27 is going to be 45, 31, 64, 21. 45, 31, 64, 21.
4.
Okay. It's going to be Daniel Mims. Last name spelling is going to be Mary, Ida, Mary, Sam. 6/21 of 2004.
Watch it.
809, both those subjects are clear.
10-4, can I get the 27 for the name and date of birth?
It's going to be 4603 5872. 4603 5872. Class show expires in 2030.
10-4.
Oh. 901 East 5th Street, 901 East 5th. It's going to be in regards to some cats. She doesn't know what to do with them. She wants advice. Four. By chance, do you need any cats?
Oh, brother, let me take a look.
12, that's a negative.
Twelve 41.
1207, 10-4.
Something Sanchez on Oviedo.
Okay, it gave it to Route 44. Hold on, I'll fix it. Six Rabbit Tank.
10-4.
Route 42, 1044.
Route 23, I'm calling to see if he's ready early, hopefully. And he just got home, but he said he's going to go ahead and get ready early for you. $27?
Send me around to Gurby, Portland, to that parking right.
Yeah, well. I said he's going to get ready early for you. All right, 10-4, I'm here standing by.
Line 10-4.
Twelve 23.
10-4.
Eight oh nine.
809.
Mr. Mames was issued a CPW for 410 South Texas Street. I'll be back, Cindy.
10-4, carry out to 207 South Nichols, 207 South Nichols. Make contact with Ramon Gonzalez. He's going to be next door. Could be a civil issue in regards to a cat moving in.
Uh, 2801B is 1044.
Oh, folks.
12-12.
They're saying because they didn't call. I'm at 901 East 4th.
12-12, it was 5th.
And 4. Turkey.
1212, it is Ariana Castillo. Twelve, 23 again. 12, 10-4. Oh, 9, 10-4. Six 21, I was clear.
Before you could wait, get 8. What's the magic word? Please. Now. It's going to be Ramon Gonzalez with an S, the third, 7-1 of 83.
Nine, checking Gonzalez Ramon, 7183, male, 5'10", 145, black over hazel. He's clear, no 29.
10-4.
3 Charleston, 06, County.
It's going to be at the Sacred Heart Church near that area. I got a report of a possible 6 or 7-year-old on a mini bike. He's crossing traffic. He doesn't have lights on or any kind of safety features or equipment on. They're just afraid that he's going to get hit by a car.
Time for what was the area?
It's going to be near the Sacred Heart Catholic Church.
Time for. Go for 7.
Yes, sir. Give me call me at 1003, sir. 1003. He's about 19, currently at Staple Street Station. He's going to be at the sleeper on board, sir.
10-4.
809, 10-4. Twelve, 10-4.
Six 23.
10-4.
Seven out of dispatch to 123. Unit 1003 is going to proceed en route. He said he wanted to take off, that if we can meet him en route. So I told him to support air station. He's going to 1022 of the individual gets off.
Careful.
23 on direct.
I'll be back, Sandy. He was giving his codes. Hi, 1041.
508, 10-4.
Do you know that there's a Ford Explorer with the passenger tire off? I want to say it's been here for a few days. License plate is TomTom Boy 1473. Gregory, the park and ride.
Careful, the Gregory parking lot. Okay, I'll call Portland PD.
Starting on 4798.
159, guys.
58301, 58301.
That's
02 Brooks, was there a direction of travel on the trail?
No, negative. He just said he was a passerby. He saw a child on a mini bike.
664.
Go ahead.
14405 County Road 908. 14405 County Road 908 for an alarm. Neighbor called in stating that that's his neighbor's residence. It's going to be the Guerra residence. Alarm's going off.
10-4. Zero two is gonna be UTO. Be tight.
10.
Big 10689 and Robert Road, Marion or Zebra 8944, Marion or Zebra 8944.
10.
$6504 is 1044. 124, starting minor unit 4799.
124, go ahead.
54689, 54689.
Six 42, 10-4.
Starting mileage unit 4756.
Good.
64371, 64371.
One, 64. South north, inside lane, south north, inside lane for a motorist assist, white Ford F-150 with a flat tire. This house is en route from Rocktown, but she would like somebody to be out there with her.
622, go ahead.
I'm a 35 on ramp from 1069. Be a silver Dodge. 28 is going to be Victor Young Mary 9031. Correction, Victor Mary 9031. Victor Mary 9031.
Can you perform Sanchez's pickup for me? Yeah. Six six four. I believe it would be 23.
Yeah, 4.
Six six four.
664.
What kind of alarm was it?
He just stated it was an alarm. So we're back in town. Careful.
123. Show me a 3rd in Santa Fe, bus stop 310. I got a man down. I'll advise if I need medics. 10-4.
One four three 1044.
Seven.
Sixty-four 4043. I don't see no four-wheelers or ATVs in the area. Here. Six 42 traffic.
42, go ahead.
Tom Henry William 3218. Tom Henry William 3218. Be stand by on location.
10-4.
Near 1069.
10-4. One 23. 123.
152 10 William.
And I got an aggressive male here. We made an arrest on Ocean Drive.
Arrest on Ocean Drive. What's that location?
One 27. I'm with 123. That male subject walked off, and the female is already walking off. We're 10-4. 10-4.
Please go be 99. Also 27 for the driver. It's 27, 0507-1803.
The 642, the 27 comes back to McGraw out of Ingleside. She's clear, no 29. Stand by for info on Walker.
Silver.
Ten four. The 642, your raising is going to be Matthew David Walker out of Randall's Pass.
Silver.
10-4. I'm not showing him in-house for any warrants, and he's coming back clear.
Silver. $111 ending for SRO 8.
Go ahead.
66.
Okay. Go ahead.
36, 84, 73, 02. 36, 84, 73, 02.
10-4. We're kind of doing. Is eligible, no 29.
10-4.
He's trying to head that way, but I keep telling him to stop there and wait for you. He's going to be wearing a white shirt and some red Jordans, so I told him to wait for an officer there at the park. He said he's going to be near some benches. I'm thinking it's the one next to the high school apartment, the kitty park.
I got 12G.
Gamer check.
10-4.
What's going on? I heard people in the background.
This house arrived in the area, but moved the vehicle to the right shoulder.
Do not be. Can you give an individual when you get a chance, please? So 61, that consent. 1261, 10-4.
809.
809.
Be advised, I won't be giving that last 27 given a courtesy ride at 705 Stone Street for a civil standby to pick up his items.
10-4.
5 for speeding, reckless, possible 55 driver. Be at Sunset Lake Park, Black Tahoe driving erratically. Sam X-ray 3391, northbound driving out of the park at this time.
191.
10-4.
10-4.
152, I'll be en route.
664.
Be with a pedestrian now. It's going to be in Esperanza and Gonzalez.
10-4.
They're going to currently be in the Iguana parking lot. Whichever officer's over there just passed the female in the vehicle.
That's too far from the area.
154, you just passed them. They're going to be at the light at Moore and 181.
Ten 22, he's got off the bus.
Passing the Bell Park.
474, I'm stuck at the Moore 181 line.
They're on Moore going past the Bell Park at this point.
I don't know, I'll be 23.
Your caller's going to be in a white Chevy Trax.
I don't know, I'll be advised. Nobody was at the 705 address. We're be en route to unknown address. I'm thinking it's going to be East Mesquite, over there by the gas store on South Araxis.
You guys, Ronnie, conscious?
10-4.
1130 of 84?
10-4.
I'm not finding anything with that name. Okay, I'm just going to first name.
And David, Nora, Edward, Young. 664, you should be in-house.
Also, Rachel. It's coming back clear.
One for down any miles for 4798.
Go ahead.
58316, 58316.
That's
On the further charge still. You know, QC to stop it.
66410. 642
642-10-4. 642, take a drive by 2555 County Road 1810. 2555 County Road 1810. RP lives there. She said catty corner from her house to across the street, there is low-hanging wires. Unknown if they're electric, phone, or cable. See what you can find out.
Six 1023.
642-10-4.
One 59. Start miles for 4755.
Good.
74080, 74080.
Six four traffic.
664.
Gonna be on Sodville at 4th with Mary King David 2696. Mary King David 2696.
10-4.
a phone line. It's about 10 foot off the roadway.
10-4. I advise the RP if it was phone or cable. We don't have any contact numbers. 1207.
Go ahead.
Fire limit, welder's going off again.
10-4. Six 42. There's nothing I can do here. I'll be 10-8.
10-4.
Twelve 07.
10-4.
Sir.
12 phone traffic. The 700 block of South Santa, Lincoln, North King.